Hello everyone! Today we are going to be talking about the creepy Balenciaga photo shoot you may have heard of, how I helped accidentally kick off Balenciaga Gate, the bizarre defenses of the photo shoot, and how I lost friends over it. No, I'm not joking. This is going to be a wild one, so get comfy, get cozy. I made you some hot chocolate. Look, it's got marshmallows in it. Anyway, the company is currently under fire for their new holiday collection photo shoot. And when you see these photos, you will probably understand why. One was a little girl on a couch with a very worried, sad look on her face, surrounded by alcohol and holding a teddy bear that was wearing a full BDSM harness. There was other pictures of the girl laying on the couch, as well as another shot of another sad little girl on the bed surrounded by Balenciaga items, chains, and a whole ass leash. A little weird, a little sussy. Like, the pictures just gave you bad vibes. But anyway, to make things even worse, right on their homepage, right next to that photo shoot, was a photo of a purse on a desk. Seems normal, right? But the only visible paper sticking out from under the purse, the only piece of paper with any text on it, conveniently right there, was a court case related to child pornography. Creepy. So I actually found all of this out because I saw a TikTok on my Twitter timeline by the streamer Brittany Venti, and she was talking about this. And I couldn't believe it, so I went to Balenciaga's website, and lo and behold, it was real. The creepy photo shoots, the CP document, everything was right there. So I made my own tweet about it, and this tweet winded up absolutely popping off. I had no idea the entire internet started talking about it, because once a tweet of mine starts to blow up, I just mute it and just move on with my day. My tweet was all over mainstream media. This spiraled completely out of control. People were burning their Balenciaga items, even vandalizing Balenciaga stores.
This is the Balenciaga store. Look how nice it is at North Park Mall. This is the nicest stuff. So I gotta ask you, what do you think about the Instagram stuff? Do you think the sexual exploitation of children is artistic?
No.
That's pretty bad. Did you see they deleted all the stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, this looks like it, but that's pretty bad. They did all that. They had those children in there, and then the Supreme Court novel talking about making sexual exploitation okay.
It's a no comment situation.
So are you okay working for a company that does that? Are you ashamed?
I said no comment, and I prefer not to be recorded.
Wow. So what do you guys think about the exploitation? Do you guys think it's artistic, the sexual exploitation of children? I know, but what do you think about that? You think that's okay? See, these people are cowards. They literally exploit children. They think it's artistic. It's disgusting. This is Balenciaga. They literally have children that they exploit. And they just sit here and no comment. You saw that. Why'd y'all delete the Instagram? They deleted the Instagram because they're disgusting. So this is Balenciaga. If you guys think the sexual exploitation of children is okay, come shop here. Right here. Balenciaga. Right here. Disgusting.
Now you're probably asking, Shoe, why would a high-end fashion brand pull this like Where's Waldo shit? Well, there are a few theories. The most obvious one is to just look edgy and subversive. Nothing like a good old controversy to get eyes on your brand. So if this was some kind of pathetic attempt at an attention grab, they sure got attention and much more. I wouldn't put it past corpos to do some weird attention whoring like this, and I definitely wouldn't put it past the fashion industry. The other theory is that this is just a little wink, a little nod to the other freaks in the industry. Think the Wilhelm scream, but for like little St. James tourists. Finally, Balenciaga, the brand itself, came out and apologized. "We sincerely apologize for any offense our holiday campaign may have caused. Our plush bear bags should have not been featured with children in this campaign. We have immediately removed the campaign from all platforms. We apologize for displaying unsettling documents in our campaign. We take this matter very seriously and are taking legal action against the parties responsible for creating the set and including unapproved items for our spring campaign photo shoot. We strongly condemn abuse of children in any form. We stand for children's safety and well-being."
With Balenciaga facing a firestorm over a series of disturbing new ads, all eyes and ears were on their highest profile partner for comment. Kim finally released a statement on Sunday calling herself disgusted and outraged.
Meanwhile, her ex-husband, Kanye West, after going on InfoWars and saying, quote, "There are a lot of things I love about Hitler," ran defense for Balenciaga.
And now all of a sudden, everyone is so outraged and focused on Balenciaga, but then we're still aborting our kids. We're still fornicating. But, oh, we don't wear Balenciaga now. You shut the hell up.
So fellow paranoid schizophrenics started digging and found more creepy things in the photos from Balenciaga. And this has spiraled into a much bigger conspiracy.
This is one part already that's fucked up and weird and gross, but there's actually even a third part that have surfaced. Check this out. So apparently this guy, here's someone modeling, this is also from last year, and in the back there's a book from a guy named Michael Borman. Borman is a Belgian artist whose Fire from the Sun painting shows a group of toddlers, some of them blood staining their skin, and some of the images, toddlers appear castrated.
What?
Like, the guy is, I guess, known for really disgusting child freaking P-word art. Mm-hmm. It's fucking horrific. I didn't look at any of the art.
No, every article I read about it, they were like, look at your own, like, I'm warning you, don't even look it up.
Really?
Yeah, the main article was like, do it if you want to, but it's horrible.
So why the fuck would this book be there? This is like an obscure artist. It's so fucking gross. What is going on here, dude?
Yeah, and like every item has to be itemized too for a shoot like this. Like everything has to be noted.
Yeah, it's definitely all very intentional.
Yeah. No question about it.
I don't fucking know.
So the question becomes like, obviously Balenciaga apologized. I don't think the bigwigs of the company had any idea. I mean, that would be insane. Why are you running a business and putting that in there? It doesn't make sense. But clearly somebody there, either in the marketing team or the ad agency, did this intentionally.
Yeah.
I can't imagine the money people who own it. You know what I mean? Like, why?
Well, they certainly would have signed off on like that photo shoot and stuff. But yeah, they probably didn't.
Listen to this idiot.
All the Easter eggs, if you will.
Robin Meeson, Balenciaga's global PR director, says there's no connection whatsoever between Balenciaga and Borman. None of the suggestions are factual. Why is it there? Why the fuck is it there? And where every detail is crafted. Dude, denying this is not good enough. I feel like I need an explanation. Like, I need to know why this happened. Somebody needs to explain what the fuck. Who did this? There's got to be someone who put that book there, who put that SCOTUS ruling on the desk.
This is the thing with conspiracies, though. They're always rabbit holes. When there's so many things that are unexplained about the world, and people just kind of feel helpless and powerless, people understandably start to look for answers elsewhere. And a lot of people took this Balenciaga thing as just kind of the rich and powerful doing what they do in secret now out in the open. Do I think this is some kind of Pizzagate thing where Balenciaga's like hiding children in their basement? Do I think they are literally trafficking children? I don't think that. I don't know that. I've never claimed to know that. What I do know is that this is a huge fuck up from a billion-dollar company. And when a billion-dollar company fucks up, who better to come to their defense than the progressive left? Can we stop pretending Shoe is an ally yet? Shoe0nhead belongs in a prison cell for hate speech. Shoe herself is basically a terrorist enabler at this point. You are a Nazi. Shoe is literally just a Nazi. Yeah, Shoe is a Nazi.
The time has come for me to talk about the shoe drama. I made you guys wait a little while. I did an extra segment before this just to edge you guys a little. I edged you for discipline before talking about the drama. I don't even know where to start here. I guess I'll give a little bit of background, right? If you've watched me for any amount of time, you guys should know that me and Shoe0nhead have been pretty decent friends, at least internet acquaintances, I would say, for like a few years now. And many times I have made videos coming out in support of Shoe0nhead in the midst of drama. In the vast majority of those dramas, it is like Shoe0nhead tweeted something that was an edgy joke, that was very clearly a joke, and people who already are known to hate Shoe decide to jump on it as like, see, and it's like, okay, but it's clearly a joke though. Like, you're literally the fun police. You're literally being the fun police. So, you know, I've got a lot of videos in which I go back and I dunk on like the fun police going after Shoe. Videos where I go back and I dunk on people that have tried to take things that Shoe has said or done out of context to try to twist it into ways that just seem very unfair or uncharitable. And most commonly, overwhelmingly, I have been put into a position where I have been, at least I have felt like I have been obligated to defend my friendship with Shoe. If you followed Shoe, or just the internet political community for any amount of time, you'll know she's got a pretty edgy history. You see, I watched Shoe0nhead for the first time when I was like 16, 17 years old, and she did play a part, her content did play a part in moving me towards the right-wing anti-SJW community that would eventually radicalize me into being a chud. Now, Shoe0nhead genuinely seems to regret the part that her content played in pushing a lot of left-wing people to the far right. And it did do that. She did end up introducing a lot of just centrist left-wing people to full-on neo-Nazi figures and white nationalist figures and their politics through her association. Is that something she should be punished for? No, I don't think so. I honestly do think these were honest mistakes on her part. If you remember that time, I myself fell for a lot of the social propaganda that made even liberals feel as though the left had gone too far, and that the more regressive, insane party and political side in the culture war at the time was actually the left. It was very effective propaganda. It fooled a lot of people, even progressive people, like myself, and like Shoe. Which is why I've always felt a need to defend my friendship with her, because wouldn't I be a hypocrite for like shitting on Shoe's mistakes in the past when she seems to want to change, when I also believed a lot of the same shit in the past, even worse shit in some cases, and changed, and don't think that I should be morally judged for things that I once believed. Like, I'd be a complete hypocrite. Not only that, but I don't agree with that. And I stand by my past defenses of Shoe0nhead, insofar as that goes. However, for about the last 2 years, it feels like every time an LGBT-related holiday comes around, weirdly, Shoe0nhead would like stumble across some TikTok or vague, very buried, unknown about like tweet thread that supposedly shows some trans like pride event or a drag show that is, at least to most people, would definitely be seen as inappropriate to have kids at, with kids there. She would feature this, and most of the time, these stories, these images, all of this would literally have just not really gotten any attention. Most likely not a lot of people would have seen it or anything. Shoe0nhead, though, would for some reason choose Pride Month or Trans Recognition Day or whatever. I forget what the exact name of it is. There's a lot of LGBT-related holidays. She would choose these holidays as like times to start these discourses. Originally it was Kink at Pride. We did it last year. Then we did Kink at Pride this year. This year, when Shoe0nhead brought up a new Kink at Pride, kids at drag shows drama, it had some pretty dire consequences. You see, Shoe0nhead wants to operate as far as Trans Day of Remembrance, thank you. Shoe0nhead wants to operate as though, wishes she could operate, as though her Twitter had no real effect. At least had no real effect when she doesn't want it to. She wants to be able to tweet about some crazy, weird shit, and for it not to reach bad people who would use it to do bad things. The problem is, she is unwilling to take the action required in order to result in, like, to result in those outcomes not occurring, right? So, like, for example, she follows and allows to follow a lot of very far-right insane accounts, such as Libs of TikTok, and she actively supports the replatforming of Alex Jones, for example. A lot of shit like that, right? That's the kind of stuff that I've found progressively harder to defend as time goes on, especially recently. And it all kind of came to a boiling point during the last big Kink at Pride drama. I'm going to go ahead and read you an article, and I want you guys just to pay attention to it. I am now out of water, so God help my dry-ass throat while reading this out loud. Texas State Representative announces he will file legislation banning drag shows in the presence of minors days after video emerged of Drag Your Kids to Pride event in Dallas. Texas Representative Brian Slayton, Minola, tweeted he plans to introduce legislation banning drag shows among minors during next year's legislative session. It's aimed at protecting kids from drag shows and other inappropriate displays. The announcement came after videos surfaced online showing children attending a drag show in Dallas this past weekend. Lawmakers would not be able to consider this proposal until they return for another legislative session, which is scheduled for January 10th, 2023. So we will see how that ends up going. However, here's the thing about that bill and the guy pushing it and what made him decide to do so. That particular video went viral because of Shoe0nhead. Just unequivocally, her tweet about it was the top of the first tweet that got any attention and any traction, and hers was the one that got the most attention and traction. So it was a pretty obvious example of Shoe0nhead had an oopsie, and it resulted in a GOP politician being motivated by her actions to institute anti-LGBT legislation. Shoe0nhead seemed very upset about this after it happened. She apologized on Twitter, and I spoke to her very briefly in private. She genuinely with a capital G seemed really upset about this.
Yeah, I hear that. Okay, let me ask you. All right, let's talk about the "it's not gonna lick itself" discourse.
Oh God, yeah.
So walk me through what happened.
So, like, I've been really critical about, like, kids in drag and stuff because I'm, like, I like drag. I've been, like, watching RuPaul's Drag Race since, like, 2012 or whenever it, like, started. But it's a very adult, like, lifestyle and, like, theme. Like, yeah, it's a very, not, like, the scene of drag, like, is very adult.
Sure, I can get, yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah,
but it doesn't have to be, though.
It doesn't have to be, no.
Yeah.
And I've seen many a drag show where there are kids in the audience. It's like totally fine. They're like clowns, right? They're just like, yeah, whatever.
Interactive show.
But there are so many clips of like either kids doing drag where they're like straight up like taking things off and like have a skimpier outfit underneath Like that shit is weird. Like that is just very weird. And like why? Like it's almost like what is it? The kid pageant
Beauty
stuff.
pageants,
Like
yeah.
kid pageantry, right? That's basically what it is. Except this has like this like hint like, oh, this is progressive. It's like,
Well, I would
is
say
it?
one caveat that I think makes this slightly better than kid pageant shows is those are competitions, which adds like an extra level
Yeah,
of like
oh, you have to be
creepiness.
beautiful.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
or you're this 6-year-old is competing with this
Yeah.
6-year-old for like, and they're stressed out and like
Yeah.
So I think maybe that's a little bit like worse, I guess,
Yeah.
in a way. But I know what you mean in that
There's so many videos of like them at nightclubs, and like the Lick Itself thing was a nightclub. It was a gay nightclub. It was not an ice cream place. That is not true. It was a
No,
club
it was
called
a
Mr.
sign.
Mister.
It was like a sign. Okay, like you're not explaining it well. For anyone who doesn't know, which I'm sure everyone does know, Shoe0nhead posted a thing for Pride Month that was like, "Hey, this is not okay." It was like a kids drag show, I guess. A
It wasn't
drag.
for, so the show was called Drag the Kids to Pride.
Right.
Like
Which is
right
a
off
weird
the
name.
bat,
Yeah, it's
like,
a
bro,
weird-
what are you doing?
Like against
So,
their
like,
will, drag them to
yeah, like, it
Pride.
was got a little weird title, and the whole scene was weird. It was like a weird vibe. Like I didn't like it.
I will say, I think I even said this in my initial commentary. Like, so I grew up again as a Persian. I used to have like my parents used to take us to restaurants that would have like we're eating dinner and then out comes the belly dancer wearing like next to nothing and like basically giving lap dances.
Yeah.
And it made me really uncomfortable and stuff. But I think this is like a lot of this drag kid stuff is on the same tier of I guess like light, like
yeah, like I wouldn't take a kid to a burlesque show. Like, but when you say that, no one has a problem with it. But then you're like, oh, I wouldn't take him to something like that, like the drag thing, the Ain't Gonna Lick Itself thing. Then it's like, oh, you're a Nazi. It's like, that's why it's like really weird because it's pushed as something super progressive and super like, but why? Like, what are kids even learning about gay culture when they go to think? Like, I
don't agree with your framing here, okay? Because I think that like, okay, so I lived in the LGBTQ village for 4 years here. And like literally right in the heart, like they had gay clubs literally all downstairs below my apartment. And I learned a lot about the community, and I feel like in a way, like I've seen daytime drag shows that you know, have very wholesome. They're literally just like you said, like they don't have to be sexual, even though maybe they're wearing like a lot of them are for sure. But they like even in the clip, in the one that you showed me, my biggest problem was just the sign. That like the sign should have been covered up. Yeah, or covered up or put a curtain over it or something.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily have as big of a issue with the if you want to have a wholesome drag event where let's say they're reading a book or doing little games or little stuff like that. I don't think that's bad. And I think their purpose for it, you were saying what is the point? I think it's kind of just to show that like daddy and daddy's lifestyle is something that is accessible to, you know, or this is not something weird or taboo or something like that. And that, you know, it's okay for a kid to have 2 dads or 2 moms or whatever, I guess.
I think like I feel like you could teach them that. Like that's a very basic value. Like some people have 2 mommies, some people have 2 daddies, like whatever, it's normal. I feel like and then I like compare it to the videos, like there's so many of like kids, like especially when they're doing the drag.
yeah. Or they're like they're not doing drag, they're doing like just like trouncing around or whatever. Yeah.
Like I don't know what's happening. Like there's one where he's like doing splits and like and there's just a room full of adults, a dark dim lit like bar, and he like he takes off a robe and he's like, bro, what is this? Like I don't know, it's just weird. And like you just can't say it's weird because then people are just like, oh, like it's just like, and then you also feel people like Matt Walsh or whatever. And
so what happened? Yeah,
was,
this is what happened with the tweet,
yeah.
right? So she tweets this out, and I think one of the biggest criticisms you got was that initial tweet had like 100 likes or something like that, like, and you amplified it. I guess I think it got to 60,000 or something like that. And ended up on, I guess it just Fox News and shit.
Well, like it did get more attention because there was like, it wasn't just me. There were
bullshit.
Like, no, there were like Proud Boys who showed up to that event and like made it a whole thing. Yeah, they were like protesting and whatever. It was like a huge thing before I even said anything. It was like a big thing. Libs of TikTok, whatever. And I was just like, to my audience, because I've said before that this shit is creepy, I was like, why do I have to be gaslit to think that this isn't weird? And it blew up, and I muted, because I always mute my tweets. Like when, like sometimes I just mute and walk away or whatever. Yeah. I just muted it, and I was just like, okay, whatever. And then like all of a sudden, like Matt Walsh, and I was like, fuck, like I didn't know what I did. And so like I apologized for blowing up, but I don't take it back. I still think it was very creepy. So, I don't know.
You walked it back though, right? You deleted it, or you?
Yeah, I deleted it. And I was like, I deleted it, and I was like, oh, I didn't mean for like people like Walsh and crew
Tucker
to
Carlson.
run with it. Yeah, like run with it. I was just like, okay, no, but it's still my opinion. I still hold that it's creepy.
You know what my biggest...
and not progressive.
This seemed like the kind of mistake she would never want to repeat again. The kind of thing that she would make her realize that her platform is more than just like her Twitter platform is more than just a fun little place to shitpost, but like Republican politicians follow her. Libs of TikTok follows her. Her tweets can literally influence the perspective or act as ammunition for the entire Republican propaganda machine if she isn't smart or is smart about the way she tweets. Fast forward. This very same gay groomer, gotta protect the kids propaganda leads to a mass shooting in Colorado Springs, Colorado, at a nightclub a few days ago. 5 people were killed and like 19 people were injured. It's pretty explicit. Like we don't know 110% yet what the motivations were, but all of the evidence points to pretty obvious motivations. With that said, very horrible event. The very next day, Shoe0nhead goes on Twitter to tweet something that I unfortunately cannot show you because I am blocked. I have not blocked Shoe0nhead, nor did I ever plan to block Shoe0nhead. I simply unfollowed her after calling out her what I viewed to be bad behavior that I would hope to see change so I could feel morally good about continuing to be friends with her publicly. But Shoe0nhead tweeted this, which on face value is not really a big problem. Like there really is on its own with this tweet not much of an issue. There is some mistakes in the tweet, like it is spreading a little bit of leading misinformation, conspiracy bait, but overall the tweet itself doesn't contain too much of an issue. Let's take a look. The brand Balenciaga just did a interesting ... This is how it's quirky kind of humor. It's what Shoe0nhead does. Photo shoot for their new products recently, which included a very purposefully poorly hidden court document about virtual child porn. Normal stuff. So Shoe0nhead has a history, by the way, of calling out weird pedo-y shit, right? Whether it be like the I wish that was me kind of shit you'll hear from like the average like sunglasses, MAGA hat, profile picture sitting in their truck conservatives on Twitter whenever they find out that like a 32-year-old like teacher raped a 13-year-old boy that was like her student. Like she'll respond to that and she'll call out like what she sees to be as like weird. She's called out like the crazy full-on fascist types. I'm not trying to claim she's some grifting right-wing pseudo-Nazi dog whistler. All right, I want to be clear here. She, however, is very conspiracy-brained and absolutely believes that pedophilic reptiles control the world and are grinding up babies into a fine red mist that they are inhaling in order to extend their life forces. There is a reason why she likes Alex Jones. She is a conspiracy brain person. She absolutely probably believes there's like demons controlling the world or some shit. Like she's a little bit wild to conspiracy shit. I'm not gonna lie. She's a little bit wild to conspiracy shit. However, of all the conspiracy things that she could push, this isn't the most crazy. Is she wrong, though? I don't know. That's the thing. I'm just saying that's what I imagine she probably believes, and that's a realistic sort. I'm not even criticizing her there. I'm not even criticizing her. The world might be run by pedophilic Nazi reptile demon ghost lizards, okay? That might be true. I can't know that's not true. I'm just saying that's probably what Shoe believes, just to set like the ground here. Anyway, with that said, she tweets this, and it includes a few images here. So we've got what appears to be a kid that does not want to be there, and believe me, that is the face of a kid that does not want to be there. There is not a single child on Earth that enjoys posing for photos. I know this because I'm 23 years old and I still hate posing for photos. I still hate it. I like take 2 or 3 pictures and let's move on. I know for a fact with any like professional photo shoot, they Shoes on the Couch too. They make you take 1 million fucking photos. That kid has been sitting there for 2 hours posing to take 1 million of the same photo so that the most marginally best one, I guess, gets used. That kid is bored as fuck and absolutely doesn't want to be there. Let's not even pretend that's not the case. But the little bear in the photo you can see is wearing like a collar and like one of those strap harnesses and like a bow. Now, people have called this like kink BDSM gear. Yeah, it's definitely meant to be evocative of it, but I think this is a fashion brand. I'm pretty sure this is like goth. Like, I'm pretty certain this is goth, like, gear, like goth gear, isn't it? Like, this isn't literal BDSM gear they're advertising here in the photo, is it? Does anybody know? Like, I'm actually curious if anybody knows Balenciaga, is that how it's pronounced? If anybody knows their brand. Regardless, though, it's just a weird image, right? Even if it's just some shock marketing of some goth, like, clothing, like, goth, like, aesthetics that kind of look a little to be showing in an image with a kid, it's definitely weird. Here's another image where you've got, like, another goth, they're calling it BDSM gear, but it's pretty clearly goth gear. Goth gear bear and a bunch of stuff with a kid standing over it who does not want to be there, very clearly. And then this is the photo that has the court document. You got the zoom in on it, and then if you continue it down below, there's like a fully like viewed thing. So, what you would see here, if you read Shoe's tweet as she presents it, is that this clothing company for rich people is presenting children posing with BDSM gear clad teddy bears, while also leaving tiny little clues that they're pedophiles trying to push pedophile, like child porn, in like the background for all of the internet sleuths to pick up on. That is unironically the message you're supposed to get from this tweet. Does anyone here disagree? Does anyone here disagree that is the message that you're supposed to get from this tweet? Now, overall, that's not all that destructive. It's not. Even though it's wrong, it's not that destructive. Even if it was just, complete miss, whatever, it wouldn't even be the end of the world. That's not what I have an issue with. Though I am going to take the time to point out that Merrick DeVille took the time to point out that Shoe0nhead is misrepresenting this, actually. I can't find her tweet. Oh, no, she got blocked by Shoe, so her tweet wouldn't be here, sorry. Basically, they're not from the same photo shoot. They're not from the same photo shoot. The images of the kids, like, modeling with, like, the little bears here, and this They're not from the same photo shoot. Not only that, but apparently when it comes to backgrounds for like a photo, this is the document, by the way. When it comes to the back, like documents, like if you're going to print out documents that look official to use for something like this, turns out Supreme Court case documents are not protected by any copyright. So very often random Supreme Court case documents will just be printed out and used as like background, don't pay attention to it, who cares, paper in the like to look professional for movies, TV shows, photo shoots, etc.
So why the fuck would this book be there? This is like an obscure artist. It's so fucking gross. What is going on here, dude?
Yeah, and like every item has to be itemized too for a shoot like this. Like everything has to be
Oh,
noted.
Yeah, it's definitely
This
all
is
very
all
intentional.
Yeah.
No question about it.
So it's probably not like the most sus thing about this, most likely, is probably just the unfortunate reality, the boring but unfortunately known reality that the modeling industry, when it comes to children, is rife with abuse. We know this is true, and that's basically all. That's like, so yeah, but maybe something's going on because this is a kid being used for modeling, and I think that's pretty exploitative, personally, and pretty weird. It's definitely weird. However, it is not Shoe0nhead's tweet itself that I necessarily took issue with. It was the response to it. You see, following the post of that tweet by Shoe, very quickly, we started to see the expected response that you would see from this. Here's a 2,000 like tweet from somebody that Shoe0nhead follows, quote tweeting Shoe0nhead's post. "We are up against demons. The groomer problem is real. It's not a quote-unquote dumb culture war issue. These people want to rape your kids in one way or another, and they think it's funny." 2,000 likes. This is not, by any means... We need to keep conservatives away from queer... This is one of my fans. This is one of my fans, because I quote tweeted this. Obviously, there's going to be some of my fans replying to this here, but, like, let's be clear. Like, this guy literally has Nazi. Where is it? I think he had... Yeah, Nazi. Yeah, he has Nazi in his fucking bio. These are the people that are supporting Shoe on this, and the people that are weaponizing Shoe's tweets. You see, unfortunately, Shoe0nhead does not want to cultivate an audience. Shoe0nhead's fine with anybody who wants to follow her following her, as long as they do not make her time hard online. If you criticize Shoe0nhead publicly, you will be blocked. Anybody in chat who has ever gone from even being friends with her or praising her to a small criticism has experienced this. You will be blocked. And you will be lucky if she even, like, quote tweets you to send her fans to go harass you afterwards. In this case, I just kept on seeing these posts, right? It's literally a day after a mass shooting motivated by this ideology. Shoe0nhead knows that she's got a bunch of neo-Nazis and reactionaries following her. She posts some conspiracy bait that she knows the Nazis in her audience are going to run with, because they did it last time she did something like this. I decided it was time to call it out. I wanted to quote tweet Libs of TikTok's quote tweet of Shoe0nhead's tweet. For those of you guys that don't know, Shoe0nhead's tweet, the one that we just looked at, was quote tweeted by Libs of TikTok, and Libs of TikTok used it to push the gay groomer narrative. I was going to quote tweet the Libs of TikTok tweet, because of course Shoe0nhead refuses to block or unfollow Libs of TikTok. I was going to use that. The fact that Libs of TikTok, who recently inspired a bunch of bomb threats to a children's hospital recently. I was going to quote tweet that instead, but I'm blocked by libs of TikTok. Just like I'm blocked by Shoe0nhead now. So instead I quote tweeted that guy, the guy whose tweet I just read. And I simply posted this. Shoe0nhead on her way to once again use her massive platform to provide the neo-Nazis in her audience with fodder they can use to justify the murder of gay people, but this time the day after another anti-gay terror attack. You will notice, by the way, at no point did I ever mention that Shoe0nhead said that gay people are groomers, or that the gays are grooming kids. My tweet says, and I need you guys to really make sure your reading comprehension is all up. Your reading comprehension drivers need to be updated here, because a lot of shoe fans on Twitter have been misunderstanding. I'll be charitable and say they aren't lying and defending her dishonestly. They're misunderstanding what I said. Shoe0nhead has used her massive platform to do something that has provided the neo-Nazis in her audience, you follow along? We agree so far? With fodder they can and then did use to justify the murder of gay people. But this time, the day after another, because there's been many, anti-gay terror attack. Solid gift, solid tweet. Does anybody here feel as though this was me just striking out of nowhere, completely unwarranted? She literally, apology cried on Twitter about what happened last time she did something like this. This is not like, oh, she made this mistake for the first time and she couldn't have known this was going to happen. She saw the worst possible scenario outcome of these actions last time, apologized, and then repeated the same behavior and the same kind of stuff is happening now. Shoe0nhead is it's like a calm pond that she's throwing a stone into and literally causing the ripples that will dictate conservative demagogue propaganda for the next week. I'm sorry, but it's true. And we got the prompt block, and then we've got the go-to defenses. We've got the go-to defenses of Shoe0nhead. I kind of resent the notion that we can't criticize or poke fun at giant corporations when they do weird shit like use child porn court case docs as a prop in an advertisement just because some unhinged weirdos somewhere else will twist it into some nonsense-crazed nonsense. I'm sorry, but the criticism here isn't that Shoe at all criticized this. It's that Shoe alleged conspiracy refuses to cultivate an audience that is not filled with people that want to murder the gays, and then provided a conspiracy that her gay want to murder the gaying audience would only interpret as, oh, thank you, Shoe. Here's another example of propaganda we can use to justify the killing of gay people. Thanks, Shoe. We appreciate that. We can always count on you as our little propaganda machine. It's really frustrating to defend that, you know? Here, somebody link me something. Xanderhal, nothing wrong with your tweet, and here's the link. Oh, well, I'm blocked by libs of TikTok, so I'll have to show the tweet in a private window. Here we go. Here we go. So here we've got libs of TikTok jumping on board. Now, libs of TikTok doesn't mention anything about gay people in this post, but what do you think libs of TikTok's motivations are when she talks about or features any instance of grooming or what they view as being like weird pedo shit? What do you think the notorious send bomb threats to children's hospitals, libs of TikTok's motivations are here. So yeah, the fact that Shoe0nhead has not basically disallowed libs of TikTok to use her tweets for propaganda alone is pretty big, pretty bad. Anyway, now there was me, of course, calling out Shoe, and that alone is pretty, pretty big because I've been friends with Shoe and have defended her quite a bit for a while. But what I think really nails home the fact that this is not just here we go. Here we go. Shoe0nhead brought this to the attention of conservative Twitter. Here are the articles coming out about it. The American conservative Balenciaga and the Pedo Bear. Fashion house indulges in sick pedophile imagery and ad campaign. And of course, what do you think is going on here? Shoe's tweet. Literally, thank you, Shoe. And then we all know that polyamory and pedophilia, that's right, polyamory and pedophilia, they view these on the same level, are the next barriers to fall. We are very nearly there with polyamory. Our elites are pushing the boundaries on pedophilia. I don't know what's going to be scarier, that the backlash when it comes might make the backlash to Weimar look like child's play. That was the Nazis taking over. That's the backlash they're referring to in Weimar Germany was backlash. They mean the Nazis taking over. Or the prospect that there won't be any backlash. They don't know if the scarier part is that the backlash will be just like Nazi Germany, or if there won't be any backlash, which is scarier. That we have been so demoralized that we accept anything. Thing is, if Balenciaga's ad director hadn't over-regged the pudding by putting in the Ashcroft ruling, tipping us off to the fact that they know exactly what they are doing here, literally, exactly the message that Shoe0nhead gave off, by the way, that the pedophile elites are hiding clues for conspiracy theorists to find to expose them. Most of us would have just passed this on by as yet one more predictable example of the degeneration of our culture at the hands of corrupt elites. Notice how half of this is exactly how Shoe0nhead talks, by the way, who are taking pleasure in seeing just how far they can go. So this is not what could Shoe0nhead have done? What could Shoe0nhead have done? Literally every time Shoe does this, she provides the right with the next cultural motivation propaganda storm they use to push anti-trans, anti-LGBT legislation and justify the murder of gay people. She is not just some inconsequential, political figure on the internet. Politicians follow her. She's influencing real-world politics. It's not a game. It's not a joke. She doesn't take her job seriously. She doesn't really seem to have the ability to develop enough responsibility in order to recognize what she needs to do with as massive of a platform as she has and as much real-world political influence as she has to just recognize what mistakes she's made, how they're hurting people, that maybe you shouldn't respond to that pain that she's causing by immediately blocking any trans person that says, hey, Shoe, I think Zan's actually right on this one. This is pretty bad timing. I've really defended you a lot, but this was kind of a miss. Blocked.
It could always be an actual person's desk. I don't know why anyone would have a Supreme Court statement from a 2008 and then also a brand as large as Balenciaga, just just whatever's on top. This could be any text. Don't worry about it. It's not screwing up. That was done deliberately. They Google legal jargon. No. Let's dispel with one thing right off the bat. Right off the bat, okay? This was done deliberately. There is no way in hell that a gigantic, ultra powerful fashion company would be any documents will do. Of course they're going to look at that stuff. So it's not unintentional. Here's the problem, okay? This is the issue, okay? Because I know that Shoe argued with a bunch of people over this. The problem is that, like, I fully believe that powerful media moguls, executives, and elites are fucking weird pedophile Epstein types. I fully believe this. I don't, like, Epstein happened. That wasn't like a fever dream we had. I fully believe, like, yeah, absolutely, I believe that. I don't think that's like conspiratorial. Epstein happened. Go back through any length of time in history and you'll find, like, oh yeah, are like ultra powerful people using their wealth and power to like do really creepy shit? Yeah, obviously, that's not like a QAnon specific or like whatever else thing, I think that's broadly true. I certainly don't think it has anything to do with a person's race or ethnicity or sexuality or what. I think it's just, then what intention would they have for including the document in the photos? Here's my theory. Are you guys ready for it? Do you guys remember Dan Schneider? You remember Dan Schneider? Dan Schneider, he was like a producer for Nickelodeon. Here he is doing his favorite thing in the world, being very close to a teenage girl. You can get a lot of photos of him like this, which is great, There we go. Very close. And he was like a big producer for Nickelodeon. I mean, Dan Schneider literally is like a Hollywood elite guy. That's not like a euphemism. I mean, that's literally like, yeah, he was like a huge figure at Nickelodeon. And he's also a really creepy like pedo dude, right? Like a bunch of shit came out about how he would treat the girls that got cast, or like he would do weird stuff like about their feet, or he would like have whole episodes that were like feet centric. It's a whole, there are probably like YouTube videos that are 18 hours long that go into like the wild shit. And you can watch those and think like you can probably remember, as I have, like, oh, so that's why that episode of iCarly was really weird. Yeah, he really had a thing for, what's her name, Miranda Cosgrove? Seriously, look at all this. Like, every photo here is like, how close do you want your head to be to this teen girl, man, who you hired? He had viewers submit content, but it had to be written on / paste on their feed. Oh, yeah, that was right. That was one of the things. Yeah, I was like, yeah, you have any like fan input? Write it on your child feet and then send those pictures in and I'll read it, Truly, truly incredible, the audaciousness of this man, but whatever. I mean, Me Too, etc., etc. Horrible, horrible guy. Now, like, here's the problem, okay? Dan Schneider got found out a while ago, but can you guys imagine if he got found out right now how much the far right would be crowing over this? Oh, woke Nickelodeon tried to protect their satanic pedophile Hollywood elite guy, Schneider, Dan. Like, that would turn into like a big culture war thing if it happened right now. It's like, see, mainstream media is full of pedophiles trying to corrupt your children. You guys realize that would happen, right? But the problem is, in that specific instance, outing Dan Schneider as a pedophilic creep would be objectively morally correct. It would be empirically and morally the right thing to do. But then the right would run off with it anyway, It feels like it's kind of an impossible situation where it's like, there are like creepy fucking things going on, and like the right's gonna run with some narratives, but you also can't like not, you can't also like do deniability forever, because like, why? Because that makes you look really bad, and also it's bad like generally to not pay attention to that kind of stuff. So I don't know. Man, my guess is that this is a Dan Schneider situation. I don't think that Balenciaga is like a pedophile cabal at the highest level that's working to orchestrate blah, 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 blah. My guess, like, and I'm just taking a stab at it here. My guess is like, there's a creepy motherfucker who works on the staff and he gets off to putting this in there, Like Dan Schneider got off not only to being creepy with the girls backstage, but making it part of like episodes. The way that Tucker Carlson's Nazi scriptwriter got off on like adding little bits of like Nazi dog whistling into his stuff for years and years. So maybe it's that. Maybe there's like, it was like maybe the set production guy was like, oh yeah, here I have some legal documents for the background, and he's like tee-hee, and he puts this here, Maybe. I mean, I think that makes more sense than any other explanation. I do not buy the idea that it was done by accident at all. And I don't buy the idea that this is some like deep state Illuminati. This is how these organizations communicate. Because no, they fucking don't. Rich pedophiles just text each other. What the fuck do you mean? I think this is like a dude or a small number of dudes who are being real weird. There's nothing concrete to talk about here, Vaush. Yeah, blast a tune, but here's the thing, okay? If you ever say publicly, if you even allow yourself to think, I don't think we should be suspicious of big corporations doing weird sussy pedo shit because it might embolden the right, you've already lost. To yourself and to the world, you are now the person who is so afraid of giving the right ammunition that you're not even willing to entertain or discuss any possibility of creepy, like, corporate, wealthy, pedo sussy shit, you know? And at that point, like, you're going to be dismissed as somebody who's so ideologically biased that you're not even capable of, like, agreeing on what most people would consider kind of like a bipartisan consideration. The idea of powerful people abusing children. Like, you know, whether it's directed against, like, the Catholic Church or Hollywood or whatever, like, that's something a lot of people have at least some strong opinion on. So if you're like, oh yeah, I don't think we should ever talk about that because, like, it might embolden the right, you've kind of given yourself over to that narrative to begin with. Shoe0nhead causes trans or gay panic number 6net blah blah on the internet because she's willing to throw fellow queer people under the bus. Fellow queer. Well, shoot. God damn it. We're operating on, like, different levels of implied, like, we're on different levels of imitation here is the issue. Oh god, this is so complicated. Fuck. Okay, can I just get everyone off my back for a second? Shoe bad, shoe bad, shoe bad. Can we just do that? Is that fine? Okay, we did it. I denounced. Everyone can be chill now. This is a really difficult, like, thing to dig into here. Fuck. I wonder, like, okay, so obviously I think that Shoe should have followed this up with, like, a Lamau conservatives treating this like it's the woke left when this, I don't know, you could probably, like, it's a wealthy company, right? These people probably donate Republican. I don't know, there's a, you know, because, like, you can respond to conservatives, like, clearly using this as ammo. You know, like, redirect that in some way. And I think she should, you know? It doesn't escape my attention that, like, even when Shoe's saying stuff that isn't wrong or that is agreeable broadly, there are always a lot of conservatives agreeing with her by, like, kind of selectively misinterpreting what she says in the way they love to do. And I never feel like she pushes back on that enough. Like, she never spends enough time going, like, hey, retards, like, hey, eyes up. This isn't your W, you know, which I would try to, I guess, if I was in her position. But there are a lot of people who are treating Shoe like she made the attack on queer people here, which I think is just wrong. I remember to read Merrick's tweets. Oh yeah. Wait, didn't we see them? Can you link them? She literally attacked Vaush. Wait, what did I do? Oh yeah. Well, this is the previous drama, or it's one of the previous dramas, but that's not now. Vaush, you should stop defending Shoe. It's never going to be enough for you people. I feel like everything I've said up to this point has been pretty objective. I don't understand. If you want dogmatic dislike of Shoe, you can go basically anywhere on the left. I actually think this is a pretty difficult, like, needle to thread. It's actually really not easy. I always think she could do more. And I do think she was, like, really irresponsible with this last drama. I don't know. Look at third screenshot. This one? Merrick's? I thought we looked at Merrick's things. I don't think this changes anything here, that it's from US v. Williams. She doesn't care. She wants to further cater to her reactionary audience. I don't understand what is happening. It's from a different photo shoot? I said that. You keep treating Shoe like a sibling and excusing really reactionary shit. Yeah, I mean, people have said, and people call me like a chaser, reactionary, transfer, whatever. Okay, I'm very used to people. Listen, if Shoe is being accosted by people as hysterical as you guys are, then no fucking wonder this happens every time. Christ, you're really doing a bad job representing the case against her when you guys are coming up here and screeching at me. When I feel like I'm going through this as reasonably as I can. Like, yeah, no wonder she blocks you fucks. She does, however, block everyone, which is not good. Man, she's blocked a lot of people I like. I think Contra blocked her? I don't know. Here's Zan commenting about it. For people who want clarification, this is the umpteenth time she started a gay groomer discourse around the right. Okay, so here's the issue. The problem here is that Shoe didn't start gay groomer discourse. She talked about something that conservatives used as gay groomer discourse. This is different from that drag queen thing, because in the drag queen thing, that was specifically her doing the, she did start it by conspiracism? Oh no. You guys do realize there's a difference. Oh no, you're doing the thing right now. Guys, do you really not think there's a difference between Shoe saying, hey, gay groomer, and Shoe saying, hey, this is some weird pedo sussy shit from a corpo? And you guys are like, ah, well, because the right is calling it gay groomer, that means that Shoe did that. That, while I understand like a consequentialist approach to most situations is appropriate, and I feel like I'm applying it here, I don't think it's appropriate to like equate those two, because they're not even consequentially identical. Did she do anything to imply the gay groomer phenomena? If she has, then I haven't been linked it. Holy fuck, this is a hard social situation all around. Well, the ultimate problem is that chat is going to end. This happens every time. Chat's going to end up being so unreasonable that like my entire time here is going to be like defending Shoe against their incorrect claims. What you guys don't realize is that your hysterical, whiny bitch behavior makes her stronger. This is what other people do with me. They dislike me, so they come up with 57 bad criticisms, and then when they get torn apart on them, it only makes me look better because they've just been proven wrong on every point they've made. All you guys are doing is making her look better. If you guys could calm the fuck down and just be like, wow, I can't believe that Shoe never added a follow-up tweet like disavowing the far-right like groomer associations even after realizing this tweet blew up, then if that was your central criticism, if you had said that, I fully agree. But there are people in chat who are like levying criticism so illegitimate that, you know, I don't like it when you're wrong, so I'm going to say, oh, that's wrong, which is implicitly a defense of Shoe, and then that just continues and continues and continues. So, like, calm down. Okay, see you all next stream. You people have the emotional maturity of children. Vaush, respectfully, what the fuck differentiates her from all the other lefties you torn apart in the past? Stop! Vulture video. Just fucking reflect for a moment. Notice how your message there didn't have an actual specific criticism. None of yours do. You're just mad that you're not getting the outcome that you want because you're an emotional fucking group of children, okay? Stop. Gee, I didn't realize this photo shoot was of VGGers. Jesus Christ. Like, why aren't you madder? Give me something to be mad about. Should I just alter my emotional output with no, like, empirical change in what I see or what I listen to? Why aren't you mad? Well, give me more to be mad about here. This is nowhere near what Shoe did last time with the gay groomer thing. That was really bad. And I criticized her after that, which I have every time something like this has happened. But every time I get talked to by you guys as though all I do is defend her, which isn't true. It's empirically untrue. It's like you're trying to gaslight me, which is really frustrating. Merrick reached out to Shoe and was blown off. She's not listening to positive advice. Oh yeah, Shoe is incredibly thin-skinned and will block people. The problem is Shoe will only block you if you ask her to change her behavior, and that only comes from the left because the right is fundamentally opposed to like the process of self-improvement. So the right will stay quiet, and then when she does something useful to them, they'll all cheer. And the left will cheer when she does something good for them, but will also criticize her when she doesn't. And that leads to more of a more of a back and forth there. That's not fair. She's grown really reactionary conspiracy brain lately. No, we're talking about this right now. Thank you for your vague gesturing, but we're talking about this.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Here's Shoe0nhead implying that I'm a pedo defender. Too late, he did it and unfollowed me, just like Contra, the Surfs, Hunter, etc. All of them over pedo shit. Normal and cool. Not gonna stop me from talking about it. So of course she's doubling down about all of this. Merrick replies, I'm done. I've tried to reach out privately about stuff like this a few times. She ignores it. She does. We are friends, but to get a reply in DMs from Shoe0nhead is quite rare. It is a rare occurrence. She ignores it. Yeah, I don't know if I really believe that Vaush, like, in private, like, argues with Shoe0nhead about political disagreement, because I don't think she would, like, reply, honestly, to Vaush saying, hey, Shoe, can we talk about this? I don't think she'd reply. Anyway, she saw me talking through why this doesn't make sense, and some of what she said was outright wrong, because she blocked people who responded to me, but she ignored that too. Sucks. Listen, guys, this is not the only person who has had to deal with this. Who else? I believe, a pillow as well. Also, ex-friend of Shoe0nhead. You know, this level of conspiratism is legit the same rhetoric Q-heads use to call us groomers, right? Damn, from a follow to a block. Regardless, if you're seeing this, I'd say be more responsible with your rhetoric, but we all know that you don't care. And to anyone else, use your brain. Goes from the follow straight to the block, simply for, you do know this is the level of conspiratism that is legit the same rhetoric Q-heads use to call us groomers, right? Just simply pointing out the smallest amount of an issue from a follow to a block. Listen, I don't really blame her for blocking me. My post was definitely a call out, right? My post was a call out. This seemed like a genuine, come on, Shoe. Like, let me try to, like, convince you. Blocked. I'm sorry, guys, but I genuinely don't believe she cares about improving. If you're, like, of the opinion that Shoe0nhead is like, yeah, she's bad now and she's making mistakes now, but, you know, she's gonna grow and she's gonna improve and she's gonna recognize the harm that she's causing when she makes these mistakes. No. I'm sorry, guys. Like, if the her inspiring a Republican lawmaker to pass an anti-trans bill didn't do it, she is never going to accept that she has a responsibility with her platform, and she is only going to continue to cause bad outcomes. And the sad thing is, she's going to respond next time this is something like what happened last time happens, where they said, oh, thank you, Shoe0nhead, for bringing this groomer thing to my attention. You know how she's going to respond? Who could have possibly seen this coming? Oh my god, I hate being a famous content creator. I just wish I could be a small Twitter user. I hate being big. I hate having a platform. Oh, it sucks. But then goes straight back to, like, quote tweeting smaller accounts and sending her fans to dunk on them, basically using the benefit of her massive platform while simultaneously bitching about the responsibility of having it. And that is a lot of what she does. Loves having the benefits of a massive platform, bitches nonstop about the responsibility. It's like a 16-year-old who's gotten their first car, crashed it, got it taken away, and is mad that they don't get to crash the car every day, you know? Like, no, like, what do you mean? Like, I'm not gonna let you borrow my car if you're gonna crash it every day. Like, you can't crash my car every day. God, what do you mean? You know? Anyway. Isn't she dating someone as sussy as well? Listen, guys, her dating a fascist is the least consequential thing of all of this. I think maybe when you consider all this other stuff and the fact that her boyfriend's a fascist, it maybe leads to some weird shit. Like, maybe, like, all of it just overall coincides with the larger narrative, but that alone I don't think is very worth dunking on her for. But yeah, she is dating a full-on fascist. I followed him for a little while because I was like, oh, she's got a boyfriend, I'll follow him on Twitter. And then he started tweeting about how the election was stolen and America is in some banana republic shit if the Democrats win, and how he was celebrating Roe v. Wade getting repealed. And he's like, yeah, so that when I started seeing, like, the continuous, like, fashy propaganda on his account, I ended up unfollowing and dipping out from that. So yeah, I decided I could not justify my friendship with Shoe0nhead anymore. I just couldn't. Does that make sense to you guys? Does it feel as though my actions have been overzealous or unwarranted? Not only that, but the Nazis in Shoe0nhead's audience have really, really been proving, at least to me, that I think I made the right decision. I do think I made the right decision. One of the very first replies I got from Shoe0nhead fans following her reply to my tweet was this. By a little Pepe account that was, I believe, actually followed by Shoe0nhead herself, I believe. Might not be, because I can't tell anymore, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was. I've seen many tweets that are like, we need to shove these gay groomers into like gas chambers, and then I hover over the user, like the Twitter user, to block them, and then it says followed by Shoe0nhead. Just a lot of stuff like that. It's tough for me to defend my continued support of her, okay? I don't blame anybody on the left who continues to publicly associate with her or continues to be friends with her. If I'm being honest with you guys, cut it, like every left-wing friend she has, cutting her off and like saying fuck you and disavowing her would never help. It would only make things worse. We know how the whole I went to the right because the left was mean to me thing goes. The reality is that Shoe0nhead is allergic to change. She does not want to become a better person. And the problem with that is that the right has made it a political position to not want to become a better person. Like regressing your development and like becoming sort of a, sort of disaffected edgelord who doesn't give a fuck about anybody and, has no empathy is sort of a mainstay position of the right. The right asks nothing of you. The right does not ask you to become a better person and to improve yourself. The left does. So unfortunately, Shoe is always going to be repelled by the fact that people on the left want her to be better. And she will always be attracted to the fact that people on the left or on the right want her to be a worse person. I'm sorry, guys, but the equation is pretty obvious here, you know? The equation's pretty obvious. Anyway, that's my side of things. I could probably scroll through dozens and dozens and hundreds of tweets with literally hundreds of likes, quote tweeting and replying to Shoe's post, all using her post as a bouncing off point to justify the shooting the other day, using it as justification for further violence, etc. Just the exact predicted response to what Shoe0nhead did. And the like dishonest liar response from Shoe fans I've been getting is, where did Shoe mention gay people? Pretty sus, Zan, that you're bringing up gay people, huh? Shoe never brought up gay people. You're the only one bringing up gay people in all of this. Who's calling gay people groomers here, Zan? You're the only one bringing up gay people. You're the only one calling gay people groomers here, Zan. I've heard this from hundreds of people, but I've heard from hundreds more that are also Shoe0nhead fans. Yeah, we're shoving them in the fucking wood chippers. We're shoving those gay groomers in the wood chippers. So you can understand how I kind of see through the bullshit of the people claiming, oh, no one here is saying that this is a gay groomer problem. It's all bullshit. She knows what she did. That or she is really stupid, apparently, because, I mean, she literally did an apology last time. Her actions, exactly these actions, had a very similar result. So, yeah. That's my justification. That's my story behind it. And that's the reason why I burnt the bridge. I don't know what's going to come from this. I hope that Shoe realizes that she's wrong and she's just repeating the same mistakes that she seemed to genuinely be sorry about, 6 months ago. But she's also on Twitter, right? Okay, actually, before I finish this up, I also want to feature that, like, Shoe0nhead's politics aren't particularly good either. I'm just going to play her most recent short. The one I wanted to show you was about misinformation. Here it is.
Who is...
All right. Look at this shit.
Is deciding what and what isn't misinformation? Google, Facebook, Twitter? You want Elon Musk deciding what is misinformation? The government? The American government? You want the American government to decide what is true and what isn't for you? You want them to wipe your ass too? You little baby? Little here comes the airplane looking motherfucker? Like, yeah, the government and billionaire run corporations have never been wrong. What? Are you listening to yourself? Now, some people will see this video and they'll be like, Shoe, are you really defending people who post misinformation and hate speech and are toxic online? Yes! Because that's what free speech is. Like Noam Chomsky said, if we don't believe in freedom of expression for people we just...
If you have to use a quote to justify an argument you're making, that's stupid. What? That's literally the tier of when DJ Mule was like, and Lenin proved that debating people is actually bad and gets nothing done with insert fake quote. Now, the quote was fake. The Lenin quote was fake, to be clear. But even if the Lenin quote wasn't fake, saying this person once said, insert thing, here's a quote, is not an argument in favor of a thing. So yeah, just basically full on like, misinformation is fine, hate speech is fine. She went on Twitter and argued with Elon Musk in favor of replatforming Alex Jones.
Yeah, so then this is when he really fucks up, in my opinion. He says, first of all, I need to put, in parentheses, emotional. My firstborn child died in my arms. I felt his last heartbeat. I have no mercy for anyone who would use the deaths of children for gain, politics, or fame. Now, what's funny is that I, of course, I agree totally with Elon Musk that Alex Jones shouldn't be brought back. But I'm not a free speech absolutist. And what's so crazy about this is that he is the sole decider of who stays on and who stays off. Don't you see how fucking insane that is? Like, there's no policy here. It's just Elon says, I don't like Alex Jones, so he stays off. Right? Like,
yeah, I mean, essentially.
Like, it's such a blaring hypocrisy that it's actually quite incredible that he even wrote that down. And I get it. I agree with him, right? But everyone says I'm a fucking psycho cancel culture freak, but he's the free speech warrior. So which is it? I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, we've always known all of that rhetoric is bullshit. And yeah, I mean, it is interesting to see it just kind of get exposed for what it is. And, you know, we called this months ago. It's inevitable. I mean, if you look at the replies and quote tweets to that, I mean, I can pretty much guarantee you it's a bunch of people that normally like Elon. They're like, this is the worst take, you know.
Oh, yes, they're turning. And I mean, this is just dumb, I think, by any metric. It's entirely scary that Elon Musk's stated purpose is to have Twitter be this free and open public square, but also openly admitting that he is the sole decider of who's allowed there based on if he likes them or not. Mm-hmm. That's
Twitter's
insane.
A rat hole.
Listen, guys, this is not somebody who I think genuinely we're going to see any substantial political evolution or emotional growth from. If we do and I'm wrong, I will be pleasantly surprised. I would love to be able to be friends with Shoe0nhead again one day if she decides to not cause more harm to the discourse. But sorry, guys, I would be a fucking hypocrite if I stayed friends with Shoe for one more day after that. That's what that was my view. Anyway, with all that said, thank you so much for watching.
Now, I just need to make this clear that this is in no way a representation of the entire left online. Most of the people who follow me are left-wing, and they agreed that, yeah, this photo shoot was really weird. The people who are mad about this are from a pretty small bubble, but nevertheless, lo and behold, I was apparently canceled. Now, I use the term canceled sort of sarcastically because I really wasn't canceled. It's kind of impossible to cancel me in general because I have 4 different fan bases and they all hate each other and me. And a lot of you guys watching this probably didn't even know all of this happened, but it was just very weird and I need to talk about this. Shoe0nhead on her way to once again use her massive platform to provide the neo-Nazis in her audience with fodder they can use to justify the murder of gay people, but this time the day after another anti-gay terror attack. I'm sorry. Where are the gays? My post had absolutely nothing to do with LGBT people. The Balenciaga thing in general had nothing to do with LGBT people. Where did this come from? This guy took a random response to my tweet and implied I was responsible for someone else's opinion and therefore fueling hate crimes against gay people. I'm just confused how Balenciaga posting an ad of kids holding stuffed animals and fetish gear turned into LGBT groomer discourse. Did I miss something? Look at the quote tweets and replies to her tweet thread from her followers. I have 500,000 followers on Twitter. I have over 1 million subscribers on YouTube. I am not the wrangler. There were a few people, not that many, who took my tweet and ran with their own narrative of it. I cannot control the opinions of other people. And a lot of these people aren't even in my audience. They're just random people on Twitter who found my tweet because it went viral. That is how a public forum works. If someone is egregiously being homophobic or harassing people in my replies, I'll just block them. There's nothing else I can do. What do you want me to do about the opinions of other people? Why don't you focus on what I said and did? Is it because I said and did nothing wrong? Guy took a random response to my tweet and implied I was responsible for someone else's opinion and therefore fueling hate crimes against gay people. I cannot control the opinions of other people. And a lot of these people aren't even in my audience. They're just random people on Twitter who found my tweet because it went viral. That is how a public forum works. This guy took a random response to my tweet and implied I was responsible for someone else's opinion and therefore fueling hate crimes against gay people. I'm just confused how Balenciaga posting an ad of kids holding stuffed animals and fetish gear turned into LGBT groomer discourse. Did I miss something? Look at the quote tweets and replies to her tweet thread from her followers. I have 500,000 followers on Twitter. I have over 1 million subscribers on YouTube. I am not the wrangler. There were a few people, not that many, who took my tweet and ran with their own narrative of it.
A week ago, the Balenciaga story broke. What was it? If you've missed it, well, you might have missed it because mainstream media resolutely refused to cover it.
So, some could argue that they're trying to advertise it and encourage it, normalize. And that is the case. That is what they're trying to do. But it actually goes a level deeper. Satanists, people who worship Satan, believe in karmic retribution. They believe that they can suffer the consequence of lying and tricking you. So the very simple premise is this. If I sell poison apples, and I write apples, and you come and eat one, I poison you. But if I sell poison apples and I have a sign that says apples, they're poison, and you come and eat one, you committed suicide. I haven't murdered you, you've committed suicide.
That's what Satanists believe.
Satanists believe by telling you what they're doing, they don't have any karmic retribution. I'm not responsible for the consequence. I'm not responsible for all the negative fallout from my actions if they understood what I was doing and allowed me to do it.
There were a few people, not that many, who took my tweet and ran with their own narrative of it. I cannot control the opinions of other people. And a lot of these people aren't even in my audience. They're just random people on Twitter who found my tweet because it went viral. That is how a public forum works. If someone is egregiously being homophobic or harassing people in my replies, I'll just block them. There's nothing else I can do. What do you want me to do about the opinions of other people?
And that is her constant, signaling to the far right. What I mean by that is, Shoe0nhead has a massive Nazi audience. I'm not just talking about normal conservatives and, centrist right-leaning people, but, Nazis, full-on neo-Nazis. Shoe0nhead has a lot of them in her audience. And it's not just in her audience, because obviously you can't control that, but it's also in her personal friend spaces as well, both professional relationships and private ones. Shoe0nhead loves hanging out with Nazis. She really, really does. This is not something that's a revelation to me that came to me or anything. It was something I had to reconcile with the entire time I was friends with her, okay? Shoe0nhead loves the company of neo-Nazis, okay? She loves their aesthetics, lots of their beliefs, and probably doesn't disagree with a lot of their worldviews, just generally, right? There's a reason she likes to hang out with them so much. And because of that, she has a lot of far-right people in her audience, following her on Twitter. She follows them back, of course. And what ended up happening this time around is, she kind of started a whole new conspiracy on Twitter, Well, not started, but popularized among the massive amount of right-wingers on Twitter that follow her and basically use her feed as a source of propaganda info, popularized a new conspiracy theory. I end up calling out Shoe0nhead, and this all started specifically because of I quote tweeted one person initially that started all of this. One person who had quote tweeted Shoe's post about Balenciaga, and that is what ended up beginning the entire saga. Now, Shoe0nhead has since made her response video, and we're going to watch it in a little bit. However, her response and a lot of her fans' response involve a lot of, rewriting history, a lot of fan fiction, a lot of, poisoning the well and spreading, I almost said leftist misinfo, but I should say right-wing misinfo. And, mixing up the story, everything from saying that I blocked Shoe0nhead, not true, Shoe0nhead blocked me, I just unfollowed her, to things such as, I betrayed her and weird, super parasocial things, I don't know. Regardless, I end up calling out Shoe0nhead, because a particular person quote tweeted her. Now, this particular person wasn't just some nobody. And they weren't the only one either. In fact, they were one of many people on board with this. Here, I'm trying to find the particular person. So, the person I quote tweeted that started all of this was a guy named Pedro L. Gonzalez, who, as you can see in this post made by Hey It's Vadim, Shoe0nhead and this Pedro Gonzalez guy are actual friends. Here's an interesting one. Why are you as a father so obsessed with the concerning growing normalization of pedophilia? Do you guys really think there's actually a growing normalization of pedophilia? In Western society, outside of conservative spaces that want to lower the age of consent so that old men can marry 13-year-old girls, do you think outside of conservative spaces there is a growing normalization of pedophilia? There is not. This is conspiracy brain, that alone. here's her shitting on a lefty and a Nazi agreeing. And then it goes even further as well. Here's him saying transgender ideology is quite literally a crime against humanity. They're good friends. Like, they're actually, they have combos and stuff. These are not just strangers or like, we're Twitter moots or whatever. There was another screenshot where she thanks him for talking about a particular topic on Tucker Carlson. He went on Tucker. Oh, yeah, here we go. Important note, the exchanges I posted are far from the only convos. Are they besties? I don't fucking know, lol. However, I definitely think it should be noted that Shoe totally influenced his talking points in Tucker Carlson one time. So yeah, he went on Tucker Carlson. Now, you're probably asking, what is this guy's relevance? Well, the tweet that I quote tweeted that started this was him quote tweeting her tweet, her Balenciaga tweet, and saying it's time to roll out the wood chippers for the groomers. What do you think this person means when they say groomer? And what do you think Shoe0nhead fucking knows this person means when they say groomer? So yes, I'm not fucking stupid, or at least not as stupid as Shoe0nhead fans, or at least as stupid as Shoe0nhead wants her fans to be. No, I'm not dumb. I can read, or I can think, I can put two and two together. All right, there's a very clear pattern happening here. It is very convenient for Shoe0nhead to put herself forward as this moderate-ish kind of centrist, but mostly left-leaning figure that the right can be very, very amenable to, because that is absolutely the best position for her to be in. Regardless of who is politically dominant at any given time, Shoe0nhead has carved herself a perfect little island where she will always be in the politically not too controversial side, you know? That's basically what she's done. Shoe is just a full-on Nazi. No, I don't think Shoe0nhead's a full-on Nazi. I think Shoe0nhead is just I don't know what she is politically, but I know who she associates with. And I know that it's not an accident. So that's what started all of this. I called her out for the fact that her friends, who were far-right neo-Nazis, were calling and using her post to call for the death of groomers, who they have publicly said they mean that gay and trans people are groomers. Now, after I called her out for this, she blocked me, because I unfollowed her, and she proceeded to sort of imply that me, Hunter Avalone, ContraPoints, and the Surfs are pedophiles because we unfollowed her over, I guess we all unfollowed her over similar things. Regardless, though, she implies that me, Hunter, Contra, and the Surfs are pedos, and then basically disappears from Twitter for like 2 weeks. And then just yesterday, she made her response video. And from what I've heard, I've not watched it yet, I don't pre-watch, it is a pretty bad response. Not because her arguments are bad or anything, but because she doesn't actually engage with any good arguments. Like, Shoe0nhead legitimately, as far as I was able to tell from posts on, like, Vaush's subreddit that were, like, mentioning the video in reference to me, like, apparently none of my arguments were responded to, but apparently I was included in the video, just my name was censored. But who wasn't censored? I know there was one person who was included and not censored, and that was Demon Mama. Apparently the one person that Shoe0nhead didn't censor was Demon Mama. Just a coincidence, I'm sure. Just a coincidence. She must have forgotten, you know? You know that editing software can be really easy to forget to, you know, censor somebody's identity if you don't mean for them to get harassed. People are also telling me that Shoe does not say don't harass anybody in this video during her thing, so that's cool. Anyway, because of all of this and because of her response, before we actually go into her response, because basically my understanding of her video is essentially she just responds like the most insane and deranged like posts calling her out, and pretends like it's just crazy woke scolds criticizing her. That's my understanding of her video. Is that more or less accurate? I think it is. Too late, he did it, unfollowed me, just like Contra, the Surfs, Hunter, etc. Oh yeah, Shoe0nhead straight up just called Hunter a pedo apologist on Twitter falsely and has maintained the accusation. Sent her fans to harass him and accuse him of that, and she has just maintained the accusation that Hunter is a pedo apologist. That's just who she is. She just pedo jacketed Hunter, called him a pedo, and here she's just implying me, Contra, and I like how she started with Contra too. I wonder why. So yeah, we got the Shoe0nhead fans sending death threats too. Yo, that's a death threat? Yeah, you know how Shoe0nhead will pretend like, oh, these woke scolds are always saying my fans send death threats, but they can never provide any evidence to that. Well, here it is. So, Shoe0nhead basically wants to pretend like there is no valid criticism towards her, and that is her strategy every time, right? Narrow down on just the most insane and deranged people criticizing you, and the most, like, invalid criticisms, pretend like that's all anybody is saying, and then you just kind of slide off with it with all of your dumb fans who aren't willing enough, like, they aren't, like, Shoe0nhead fans that watch her video are just gonna be like, man, Twitter people are crazy, that's awful you had to go through this, Shoe, when in reality, if they actually knew what happened, they'd be like, yo, what the fuck, Shoe? But, you know, it's her platform, so she gets to sort of set the play field of what, you know, people going into the video think. I also shouldn't leave this out because I think it's really relevant to, the types of people Shoe0nhead has sent to harass lefties who dare speak out against her. For the record, Shoe0nhead will absolutely block and call out and send her fans to harass any lefty who disagrees with her. But God forbid you be a Nazi who uses her posts to push literal genocidal propaganda. Then if she were to criticize that, she'd be a crazy SJW anti-free speech, whatever the fuck, and that would be unfair and unreasonable and terminally online. All right, cool. So here we have the Merrick tweet. So Merrick replied to Shoe0nhead. Big mistake to reply with criticism to Shoe0nhead, but Merrick is in fact a Twitter warrior and is in fact a titan of the discourse. Merrick dared disagree with Shoe0nhead, and Shoes fans came in with the good. For the record, Merrick has made this public. She was a victim of CSAM, and so this is public. And so, of course, the Shoe fans come in with the, damn, what did I do to deserve getting reported? You're kind of abusing your platform just like some rabbi abused your pussy. Did it feel good? The left's most notable $5 pig-faced hooker wants you to not worry about international companies selling their product. Remember what I said by these people think cruelty is a virtue? I said it earlier in stream that these are the types of people who think cruelty is a virtue. I wasn't kidding. International companies selling their products by using kids holding BDSM gear in their campaigns, if you can believe it. She also promotes child sexual mutilation. She's in favor of trans people and surrounds herself with, this is a slur for trans people, abominations. So these are the Shoe0nhead fans coming out to tell Merrick she deserved to be raped, and you know, real child protective community here Shoe0nhead has. Now, Shoe has not at any point made any effort whatsoever to tell her audience not to do this, not a single tweet. In fact, something interesting that Demon Mama pointed out in her video, Shoe0nhead did not make a single tweet about the Club Q shooting. Shoe0nhead tweeted the Balenciaga thing about 12 hours after the Club Q shooting, and 3 days after the event had not even tweeted a single thing about it. Massive platform, massive Twitter account, massive terrorist attack happens against the LGBT community. She didn't say a damn thing about it on her Twitter. Not a single tweet about it. You'd think that if, you know, and she's active on Twitter and was active. I mean, she had time to seek out a random conspiracy theory about Balenciaga to tweet about, but like you'd think she'd say, holy shit, this stuff's crazy. But what she did have time to do as well is make a bunch of videos about how she is against deplatforming of all kinds. Her silence speaks volumes. Her silence is deafening.
I mean this with the most respect possible. Posting this a day after a homophobic terror attack that happened because the trans drag groomer scare comes off in very bad taste. I think choosing to bring this to light right after the shooting is phenomenally poor taste. Shoe0nhead throwing queers under the bus right after a mass shooting to cater to her homophobic audience. There was a mass shooting in a gay club in Colorado a few days before this Balenciaga thing broke. And because there was a shooting at a gay nightclub, I can't talk about pedophilia? What?
Regardless, though, with that said, let's go ahead and check out Shoe0nhead's video.
Hello, everyone.
Oh boy, 28 minutes long. This is like the longest Shoe0nhead video ever. What the fuck? Crazy. Alright. We're doing it, chat. We're going straight to hell. Alright. Volume's a bit low, Zan. I already turned it up. You guys know what I'm gonna have to do before this segment, right? I'm gonna have to take a double Blinkerton.
Balenciaga is a high-end fashion clothing brand that sells ugly shit like this for thousands of dollars. I personally do not buy Balenciaga clothing.
She's dressed like a trad wife. Her boyfriend's a neo-Nazi.
I'm not a filthy capitalist. I buy my clothes on Amazon, like a good socialist. Anyway, the company is currently under fire for their new holiday collection photo shoot. And when you see these photos, you will probably understand why. One was a little girl on a couch with a very worried, sad look on her face, surrounded by alcohol and holding a teddy bear that was wearing a—
Surrounded by alcohol? What? 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 Shoe, why do you have to lie about the contents? You don't even have to lie about the contents of the image for it to be creepy. There's no alcohol here. These are like glasses for potentially drinking alcohol. That's an that flask literally has H2O on it. That's not for drinking alcohol out of, mostly. That's for like drinking a thing of water or like juice on, well, like going down the river. That looks like a G Fuel thing. Like, there's no alcohol here. Like, what? Okay. Regardless, though, what's actually creepy about this image is just the fact that this industry exists. Like, I hate that there has to be, like, what is happening here is basically making the reality of abuses of children in the entertainment industry and the modeling industry seem more conspiratorial. It is not a secret, if you actually have like common sense and even the slightest bit of like media knowledge, that there's like rife amounts of abuse in the industry of like all of this, right? Like hell, Jeanette McCurdy made her book about how she was abused in the industry. Regardless, really need to read that book, by the way. Regardless, you don't need to do some weird like, oh, this is like the pedo globalist elite trying to signal to us something. Like it's this industry alone using children for photo shoots is what we should be arguing against principally. If that's that's the genuine core of the problem at the end of the day. Like, we don't need to go on some sort of fucking conspiracy hunt.
A full BDSM harness. There was other pictures of the girl laying on the couch, as well as another shot of another sad little girl on the bed, surrounded by Balenciaga items, chains, and a whole ass leash. A little weird, a little sussy. Like, the pictures just gave you bad vibes. But anyway, to make things even worse, right on their homepage, right next to that photo shoot.
I wasn't kidding when I said that it's vibes-based politics, by the way.
was a photo of a purse on a desk. Seems normal, right? But the only visible paper sticking out from under the purse, the only piece of paper with any text on it, conveniently right there, was a court case.
Oh, by the way, my understanding of this court document from all of the big brain lefties that research what document this was, this is a court case that determined that you cannot go online or onto a public platform or just anything like that and pretend that you have CP, like child porn, and be like, oh yeah, I have CP, bro, yeah. You can't do that even if you don't. If you like publicly say you do to like as like a meme or a joke or something, even that is considered illegal, determined by the Supreme Court case. So it was a court case that came to a pretty strong position that is anti-CP. So it doesn't really seem like this is some like secret, you know, message put in there. Not to mention these are two different photo shoots. Like, actually, they're three different photo shoots. The photo shoot with the purse, this one, happened like months before these two. That like, there's not these are like, these aren't part of the same photo shoot. For the record, like, there's not a photo shoot connection here, if that's what she's trying to draw. And I know a lot of people have tried to. On top of that, there is a good likelihood that the documents used here were printed out because court documents, Supreme Court documents in particular, are not copyrighted. You're allowed to just go look at unredacted court documents if they're public from the Supreme Court and just print them out. You're allowed to just go look at unredacted court documents if they're public from the Supreme Court and just print them out. And a lot, like sometimes, like TV show sets, movies, etc., they will print out like documents from Supreme Court cases and use them as like background clutter, you know, because it doesn't have any like you can't just go into your like work computer and print out a bunch of paperwork and just strewn that across the desk. Who knows what's on that? People can, yeah. So you just print out some court documents. Why not? That'll get the job done. And this could be a case of very unfortunate, you know, placing. But what I don't believe that this is a conspiracy to signal to pedos that like Balenciaga is pro pedo or something. Like, what do you think this is? Some New World Order dog whistling shit? I don't know. It's stupid.
Was a photo of a purse on a desk. Seems normal, right? But the only visible paper sticking out from under the purse, the only piece of paper with any text on it, conveniently right there, was a court case related to child pornography. Creepy. Coincidentally, 2 days before this all hit the internet, Balenciaga left Twitter. Not only did they delete their Twitter account, but they—
Wait, is she actually running with this narrative? Okay, so she's also run with a couple of other blatant lies about Balenciaga through all of this. One of them is like she's been taking credit for like Balenciaga deleting their socials. Balenciaga does sort of like a Fortnite chapter reset type thing every few months when they drop a new clothing line or whatever, and they delete all of their Instagram posts and start all over, delete all of their tweets and like reset, like yeah, all of the like social media stuff that she takes credit for was like objectively and provably unrelated to any of this drama. And yet, without a single hint of irony or desire to care about objective reality or the truth, she takes credit for it like she's some sort of like neo Chris Hansen who's out here just like beating down and exposing these pedophile elite Jewish corporations or whatever, right? Main character syndrome? Oh, Shoe0nhead has massive main character syndrome. There ain't no way she doesn't.
deleted every single photo off of their Instagram page.
Why are you running? Why are you
Wait, she's actually running. Okay, cool. Okay, so just demonstrably lying. Just actually, unironically, openly lying. Like, this is well-known facts that, like, Balenciaga just... They delete their social media posts when they drop a new, like, season of their content.
So I actually found all of this out because I saw a TikTok on my Twitter timeline.
This would be like if I made a video, tomorrow and I uploaded it in the morning and I was like, oh, Brittany Venti, I got a lot to talk about with her. Shoe and Brittany Venti, of course, good friends. Anyway, probably. I actually don't know that. This is like saying, it would be like if I put out a video tomorrow saying the sun is evil, and I'm exposing it to the world with my epic call-out video. And I put out my video, and then 12 hours later, sunset happened, and it became nighttime. And then I posted a tweet like, why are you running? Why are you running? Anyway, so Brittany Venti, real good memes. Brittany Venti, I actually discovered her because of her absolutely brain-dead debates she would have with Destiny, where she'd argue that, like, gay people are disgusting disease vectors who should be criminally charged for spreading HIV. Stuff like that. That's the kind of stuff she believes. But what really made her well-known broadly was when she got banned for Twitch because she did what she called an African cooking show. In this African cooking show, she proceeded to make mud pies in seemingly her backyard while barefoot, while making clicking noises for half an hour. With, like, sticks and mud, she made some mud pies, and that was her African cooking show, and that got her banned from Twitch. She has, of course, since been unbanned and now has a quite large social media following again, because it has been roughly 4 years since that happened, and everybody who has a platform and a voice to call it out has forgotten. And that's just how the internet works. If no one remembers what you did wrong, then you can just kind of, just keep grifting. So yeah, that is who Shoe0nhead got this story from. The African cooking show mud pie click lady who got banned from Twitch. that is who. She's also full on like neo-Nazi, like open about it. Yeah.
By the streamer Brittany Venti, and she was talking about this. And I
Variety
went to Balenciaga's
Variety streamer Brittany Venti. Good framing, Shoe. Good shit.
website, and lo and behold, it was real. The creepy photo shoots, the CP document, everything was right there. So I made my own tweet about it, and this tweet winded up absolutely popping off. I had no idea the entire internet started talking about it.
Bro, you know what we should title this video? We're gonna title this video Shoe0nhead Responds - Her fans send death threats. Simple as that, I think. I think that's a good title. I think that gets the gist of it across. Because I need you all to remember, by the way, her fans proceeded to leave this video and raid my channel and my Twitter with pedophile accusations and death threats. That is what happened following this video. So I want you to remember that the entire time as she completely dishonestly frames the entire discourse.
About it, because once a tweet of mine starts to blow up, I just mute it and just move on with my day. My tweet was all over mainstream media. New York Post even called me a, quote, eagle-eyed social media watchdog. Okay.
Wow, New York Post. Wow, the tabloid site that doxes sex workers and gets them fired from their jobs. Oh my God. What a glowing endorsement from New York Post. Is she confusing New York Post with New York Times? Did she see New York and then like an official sounding like she knows the New York Post is like a retarded tabloid site, right? Okay.
This spiraled completely out of control. People were burning their Balenciaga items.
There is just no PR team that is going to get them out of this one.
I remember when Shoe0nhead made fun of... I remember when Shoe0nhead would make fun of lefties for burning, like, their Harry Potter books. Do you guys remember that? Do you think she'll make fun of conservatives for cutting up and burning their Balenciaga stuff? For the same reason that she thought it was stupid for lefties to burn their Harry Potter books and whatnot? I don't think she will.
Making rap songs against Balenciaga. Even vandalizing Balenciaga stores. Also, just so everyone knows...
What? Are you... they're painting pedophile accusations on stores. Are you trying to get the employees attacked? Are you trying to, like, are you encouraging, like, the like, increasing escalation of violence? Like, when they're literally marking buildings for attack. You know that, right, Shoe? When you, like, write on a building that this is, like, a pedophilia factory, or, like, marking it for attack. You remember Pizzagate, right? You remember the Club Q shooting a couple weeks ago, right? So she's just like, we're like, you know how I said a year ago we're gonna go into, like, another age of, like, anti-SJW right-wing dominance online? We're in that right now. Shoe has seen the writing on the wall. She's recognized. Back when, like, Breadtube was rising, there was a reason why she started throwing in with lefty content creators like me and Vaush and, you know, all of us, right? It's because the left-wing content started to be more culturally dominant. Right-wing channels were getting dunked on and made fun of and turned into memes nonstop, even though they did still have their, you know, propaganda area. They were definitely not as big as they are now or before. And now that the right is dominant again, notice how she's, like, showing fucking MAGA rap videos in her videos and congratulating them? She's shilling for the conservatives more now, because the right is more ubiquitous online. She's following the money. You're stupid if you can't see it.
Even vandalizing Balenciaga stores. Also, just so everyone knows, I am not suicidal, just in case news comes out that I was found with 3 designer bullets in the back of my head. Ow.
So she's just, like, full on, like, the Jews are gonna get her, I guess, is what she believes. So now she's, like, a martyr who's gonna get, like, killed by the Jews for fighting against their, like, pedo agenda or something? Is that what she believes? Okay.
I don't think Brittany Venti is either, so if either of us, we do not have information that will lead to the arrest of Hillary Clinton. The best part about this, though, has to be I was fact-checked by Twitter, and this is what they said. Although Shoe often makes comments to cause amusement or laughter, this is an authentic Balenciaga marketing photograph. It contains an excerpt from the U.S. Supreme Court opinion in United States v. Williams, which upheld a part of federal child pornography law. I've never seen one of these fact-checker things just be like, fact-check true. I know Shoe likes to get a little...
Does the fact-check say, yes, your conspiracy theory about Jewish pedophile elites is real, or did it say, yes, this is a real photo from a Balenciaga photo shoot, and yes, that document does seem to be the court document people are saying it does, that it is. Something that no one is arguing against. No one has argued, A, that those aren't real Balenciaga photos, or B, that that is not what that document actually is. Have you seen anybody argue any of those points? That those weren't real Balenciaga photo shoot photos, or that that document was misidentified? I have not seen a single person make those claims. We're shadowboxing right now, Shoe. What are you doing?
Silly, but she's actually serious this time. I also love that it just says Shoe. Like, Twitter and I are just on a first-name basis now. Now, you're probably asking, Shoe, why would a high-end fashion brand pull this, like, where's...
Well, yeah, because Shoe literally was, like, begging Elon Musk on Twitter, like, a week ago to unban Alex Jones and give Alex Jones his platform back on Twitter. For those of you guys that don't know, Shoe0nhead has made numerous posts and videos as of, like, the last month, saying she is fully anti-deplatforming. She wants Alex Jones replatformed. She wants, like, she is fully against any form of deplatforming for hate speech or misinfo. Like, just full on, right? That was her with, like, oh wait, hold on, let's play the short. Let's play the short. Reminder: we are in a time of unprecedented rising violence against the LGBT community. Who decides what misinformation is? Here it is.
Deciding what and what isn't misinformation. Google, Facebook, Twitter. You want Elon Musk deciding what is misinformation? The government? The American government? You want the American government to decide what is true and what isn't for you?
So far, there is a good amount of merit to this argument, though it could definitely be said with a little more nuance. It is a short after all, but it's about to go downhill fast.
You want them to wipe your ass too? You little baby? Little here comes the airplane looking motherfucker? Like, yeah, the government and billionaire run corporations have never been wrong. What? Are you listening to yourself? Now, some people will see this video and they'll be like, Shoe, are you really defending people who post misinformation and hate speech and are toxic online? Yes! Because that's what free speech is. Like Noam Chomsky said, if we don't believe in freedom of expression for people we despise, we don't believe in it at all.
Amazing. Amazing. Oh, that's the wrong screen. All right, back to it.
Waldo shit. Well, there are a few theories. The most obvious one is to just look edgy and subversive. Nothing like a good old controversy to get eyes on your brand. So if this was some kind of pathetic attempt at an attention grab, they sure got attention and much more. I wouldn't put it past corpos to do some weird—
For the record, by the way, I had nothing against Shoe0nhead railing against Balenciaga. Like, principally speaking. Or, ideally, just generally railing against the concept of child, like, modeling. Like, maybe if it's like, oh, this is a clothing catalog and these are children's clothes and it's like a JCPenney catalog or something, like, obviously that's different. That's like, oh, there's like a casting thing and you take your kid. I think I, like, modeled like a pair of cargo shorts for like JCPenney or something. It's literally like, there's just a sign. They're like, oh, hey, you just go into the changing room and we take a picture here on this like background green screen right here. And it's just, there's nothing like weird that goes on or anything, but like, just generally railing against the practice of, like child photography, like in modeling, in that industry in general. Nothing wrong with it. My problem is Shoe0nhead is not only followed by, but also friends and directly corresponds with, and a source to many Nazi propagandists online. Obviously, you've got people like Libs of TikTok, who recently incited a bunch of bomb threats to a children's hospital that she claimed was doing sex changes for children, as she said. That's her words, not mine. Of course, Shoe0nhead follows this person. You know, Libs of TikTok follows her back, and Libs of TikTok quote tweets and retweets shit tons of Shoe0nhead stuff, and Shoe0nhead will literally block any lefty who calls her out, but not the Nazis who literally quote tweet her tweets and use it for violent propaganda. In fact, she'll continue to follow them on Twitter. For the record, blocking somebody does not prevent your ability to see what they're doing, what's up with them, or to cover them in a, like, critical way. I block most of the people that I cover critically on my stream. There's a button you can press to view blocked messages. So like, there's no excuse other than, you know, I like the company and posts of these people, you know, like, and of course, like, this literally started when a Nazi she's friends with quote tweeted her post saying, "Bring out the wood chippers."
Attention whoring like this, and I definitely wouldn't put it past the fashion industry. The other theory is that this is just a little wink, a little nod to the other freaks in the industry. Think the Wilhelm scream, but for like little St. James.
Thank God I watched the H Bomber guy video about the Roblox oof, because now I know the background of the Wilhelm scream. The Wilhelm scream is not a wink and a nod to movie makers. The Wilhelm scream is a ubiquitous sound effect that has been used and reused as a stock sound in movies, and it's become so recognizable that it's just a meme to use it. It's literally just a meme in the film community. It's not even within the film genre. One of the first ever memes. It's just a famous sound effect. What do you mean it's like a Wilhelm scream to the pedos? So she really actually believes this is like the Illuminati hiding their secret message on the dollar bills for the sleuths to figure out. I miss when conspiracy theories actually had any grounds to them. The only conspiracy theory that I think I believe is grassy knoll. And that's because I actually researched into that one, and there's court documents and stuff to back up why the story that the government goes with and that you're supposed to believe doesn't line up, right? The magic bullet thing being pretty substantive. Zen, no. Are you sure, Jade Monkey? I did like a 4-night long like binge of like copy pasting text into text-to-speech documents to listen to it. What's grassy knoll? Am I really gonna go on a conspiracy theory stunlock right now? Okay. Basically, the idea is that the way that JFK was shot and the way that like all the video and the way the bullet was, like they called the bullet that killed JFK in court the magic bullet because of the way that it was set up. When you realize how the seats were positioned, there is no magic bullet. The jolt sent him in the opposite direction of where the bullet hit him. Okay, whatever. Listen, like I said, grassy knoll is like the most, to me, the most like viable conspiracy theory I can think of.
Tourists. Finally, Balenciaga, the brand itself, came out and apologized. We sincerely apologize for any offense our holiday campaign may have caused. Our plush bear bags should have not been featured with children in this campaign. We have immediately removed the campaign from all platforms. We apologize for displaying unsettling documents in our campaign. We take this matter very seriously and are taking legal action against the parties responsible for creating the set and including unapproved items for our spring campaign photo shoot.
Apparently the company went after the photographer and it wasn't even the photographer. Correct me if I'm wrong. These are like literally like yesterday or today developments, but like the company was going to sue the photographer because they were going to try to like scapegoat the photographer, and the photographer wasn't responsible for anything. Well, for one, the photo shoot with the purse and the photo shoot with the children are different photo shoots, but yeah.
Recently interviewed the photographer behind the Balenciaga campaign that featured these bear bags. His story really highlights the serious risks that independent artists might take when they choose to collaborate with the fashion industry. Gabriele Galimberti has been doing this series called Toy Stories featuring children ages 3 to 6 with their toys. Started this project in 2009 and he's taken photos of kids all over the world. All the parents were there for the shoot, they signed releases, etc. In 2014, he turned the series into a book called Toy Stories. Late September of this year, he gets an email from someone at Balenciaga. The email basically said, "We are Balenciaga. I work closely with Demna, the designer for Balenciaga. We saw Toy Stories, we love it, and we want you to do the same thing for us." Gabriele Galimberti had never done any work for the fashion industry. He's a photojournalist or a documentary photographer, meaning he doesn't usually do stylized photo shoots. This is the type of stuff he normally does. He had worked for publications like National Geographic. Balenciaga was offering him a lot of money. He said it was as much money as he would need to pay 18 months of his rent for his modest house in Milan, Italy. And as a 45-year-old photographer, it was hard to turn that down. Before he gets to Paris to take the pictures, Balenciaga has 6 or 7 people on an email chain with him going back and forth about what the campaign is going to look like, what objects are going to be in the campaigns. They picked the models. He was not really asked his opinion on the concept at all. They just asked him to weigh in on things like what color should the walls be. He told me, "When I went to Paris, there were, I would say, 25 people on the set who work for Balenciaga. Before they did photographs with the child models, they did test shots." He said there was a mannequin at the center of the photo while we were organizing the set with all the objects Balenciaga, was bringing into the room. And this part is really crucial and I think shows how much approval these fashion houses have over everything that goes on these campaigns. He said, "I took some photos. The photos were going from my computer to someone else's computer, one of these Balenciaga workers. And they were sending the photos to someone else at the headquarters of Balenciaga. I don't know if it was Demna. And then we were waiting for 1 or 2 hours to get approval. And once we got approved, they said, okay, the picture is approved. Let's bring in the kids." Balenciaga had described the look of the campaign to him as punk. You know, he's a photojournalist. He's a documentary photographer. He doesn't work in fashion. He believed them that this was kind of a punk item. So when the campaign came out, backlash started. It was on Fox News. He started getting death threats, calls in the middle of the night to his cell phone, thousands of hateful messages. Rather than attempt to explain that this photographer was not responsible for the content of the shoot, Balenciaga replaced that campaign with a totally separate campaign that he had nothing to do with, that featured these papers, which were from a Supreme Court case about child pornography. It took 10 days for Balenciaga to release a statement accepting all responsibility for the photo shoots. However, I think the really horrible thing about this is that this really nice series that this photographer was doing has kind of now been tainted by this whole ordeal. People are trying to destroy his entire career. Read the full interview at amyodell.substack.com.
Fuck Shoe, she's garbage again? Again? What? God, you guys are on some wild arcs.
strongly condemn abuse of children in any form. We stand for children's safety and well-being.
With Balenciaga facing a firestorm over a series of disturbing new ads, all eyes and ears were on their highest profile partner for comment. Kim finally released a statement on Sunday calling herself disgusted and outraged.
Meanwhile, her ex-husband, Kanye West, after going on InfoWars and saying, quote, "There are a lot of things I love about Hitler," ran defense for Balenciaga.
And now all of a sudden, everyone is so outraged and focused on Balenciaga, but then
Hey, you know what? At least Shoe0nhead calls out Kanye for saying he likes Hitler. But of course, she only did it because he's black.
we're still aborting our kids. We're still fornicating. But oh, we don't wear Balenciaga now. Shut the hell up.
So fellow paranoid schizophrenics started digging and found more creepy things in the photos from Balenciaga. And this has spiraled into...
For the record, by the way, weren't like Shoe0nhead's fans in the replies like en masse saying Kanye was right? No wonder he pulled out of his deal with Balenciaga. He knew it was coming. Kim Kardashian is part of the agenda. Like, there was tons of comments that were like, I guess the idea was that Kim Kardashian is part of the Jewish agenda, took Kanye's kids, and is allowing his kids to be groomed by, like, Balenciaga and, like, the other, like, you know, like, Jewish pedo cabal, whatever Nazi conspiracy bullshit they believe. Like, I'm pretty sure at first, like, not Kanye, but, like, Shoe's fans in the replies were doing, like, the whole, oh, man, Kanye was right. Oh, Kanye saw it coming. I don't know what Kanye saw coming. Did Kanye, like, at one point say he hated Balenciaga?
A much bigger conspiracy. This is the thing
Who
with
said this?
conspiracies,
Look
though.
at her
They're almost
replies.
rabbit holes. When there's so many things that are unexplained about the world, and people just kind of feel helpless and powerless, people understandably start to look for answers elsewhere. And a lot of people took this Balenciaga thing as just kind of the rich and powerful doing what they do in secret, now out in the open. Do I think this is some kind of Pizzagate thing where Balenciaga's like hiding children in their basement? Do I think they are literally trafficking children? I don't think that. I don't know that. I've never claimed to know that. What I do know is that this is a huge fuck up from a billion-dollar company. And when a billion-dollar company...
Okay, so they aren't doing anything to kids. So the worst case scenario is it was a kind of weird photo shoot and a different photo shoot with a weird document. So that's all it was. You're admitting that. You don't think that there's some child sex trafficking pedo ring in the basement? See, so apparently it's just subliminal messaging. That's what she thinks it is? Conspiracy brain is wild. I wish I thought the world was this... You know, the world actually is this exciting, but not in the way that she thinks it is. It's more of like a terrifying excitement, you know? Like the kind of excitement you feel when you think about the inevitability of death, you know? Like, yeah, I'm kind of dreading it, but at the same time, I'm sort of excited to find out what comes after, you know?
Company f***ed up, who better to come to their defense than the progressive left? Can we stop pretending Shoe is an ally yet? Shoe0nhead belongs in a prison cell for hate speech. Shoe herself is basically a terrorist enabler at this.
So this is, I guess, where she, like, is just gonna clip, like, oh, and she's even doing the Reddit, too. I bet these are posts from Vaush's subreddit. Vaush's subreddit is, I'm gonna be honest, that there needs to be some more moderation on there. I go on there every once in a while, and for, like, the last 2 months, there's been this one Nazi guy, like, just an obvious neo-Nazi guy, who just trolls and posts Nazi shit and gets downvoted to hell every day, like on every post, and just hasn't been banned. And like half the posts are basically like hate posts. Like they're either really deranged hate posts on Shoe. And when I say deranged hate posts on Shoe, I mean it'll be something like, why won't Vaush criticize Shoe more? He just wants to fuck her. Why won't he criticize her? Why is he such a simp? Why won't he? Why won't he do it? Why is he gonna simp? Like that kind of deranged, you know, where they can't possibly imagine a scenario where Vaush might you know, be a little more charitable to Shoe0nhead than he would be to another person for a reason other than sexual gratification of some kind. Like, yeah. Basically, the Vaush subreddit has a very high concentration of shoe derangement, genuine shoe derangement. But let's not pretend that was the actual criticism she was getting. This is just dishonest. There's actually a term called poisoning the well. It's where you try to convince people that the atmosphere around the conversation is different than it truly is, to lend towards a bias in the audience, towards one person or the other.
Point. You are a Nazi. Shoe is literally just a Nazi. Yeah, Shoe is a Nazi. Shoe0nhead is a fascist and a danger to our community. This is your daily reminder that Shoe0nhead is a Nazi. I'm sick of Shoe0nhead. She needs to go. No more. I think that if a button to deplatform her existed, we should push it this instant. Do you think reporting her vids would do anything? Hate speech and all? How about...
You know, now that I'm watching this, and it feels so much like when I'd watch her videos and she'd be responding to, like, some deranged, crazy woke scolds. Now I'm wondering if that's been most of the dramas that she's gotten into. It probably has been, hasn't it? I have no doubt that this is unironically the best way to handle criticism, like valid criticism, without having to actually, like, contend with it. You pretend like it doesn't exist. Because every cancellation will come with, like, 30% valid criticism and, like, 70% dog shit insane criticism. Dog shit? Batshit insane criticism, right? And just because most of it is batshit insane doesn't mean you shouldn't pay attention to the 30% that's valid. The problem is this isn't Shoe being unable to see the valid criticism, which is sometimes a problem when people get canceled. This is Shoe0nhead deliberately filtering out the valid criticism to only show the deranged criticism. I think you guys understand now, like, why I decided to show what her fans have been doing, not just to me, but to other people who dared to, like, disagree with her in even the smallest way, what her fans are like, how they say, like, to women online, you deserve to be raped and you deserve to be sexually assaulted as a child, shit like that. The death threats, the pedophile accusations out of the blue, the calls for trans people to be killed. I really do think, you know, it was important to show that off as a way to counteract her well poisoning, you know? We cleansed the well.
Mass report her Twitter. F Shoe. This crosses a line. Shoe is a cum dump enabler for fascist violence. Who'd expected?
Yeah, so this is what I mean when I say, like, deranged. You know, this is the kind of stuff that, like, if I see somebody say it in my chat or in my, like, comments or in my Discord or really anywhere in my community, it's an insta-ban without even, like, a shadow of a doubt or hesitation. But just stop this. Just fucking stop. Please. For my sake, if you're, like, one of my fans and you're, like, mad at Shoe or something, and it pushes you to want to do this, please don't do this. Please don't do this, okay? For a laundry list of reasons, don't do this, but primarily, it literally just makes you look insane.
Else from a Nazi bimbo hag. She's fundamentally the enemy and should always be treated as such. People like Shoe and Matt Walsh are the types of people I believe committing acts of violence against is morally justified. Now, I just need to make this clear that this is in no way a representation of the entire left online. Most of the people who follow me are left-wing, and they agreed that, yeah, this photo shoot was really...
Most of the people who follow me are left-wing and agreed this photo shoot was really weird. Shoe0nhead is, like, two left-wing, like, maybe two prominent left-wing friends now. Like, I was not the only bridge that burned here. Not to mention, most of her followers are not left-wing.
A week ago, the Balenciaga story broke. What was it, if you've missed it? Well, you might have missed it, because mainstream media resolutely refused to cover it. You don't know about this story, do you? You've not seen it on the television, you've not heard about it on the radio, and this is the sheer hypocrisy of media. That anything to do with the left, its own hypocrisy, its own bad dealings, never get any coverage. Anybody on the right involved with this would have literally been cancelled. There would have been advertising boycotts. There would have been huge, numbers of people saying we'll never ever shop with these people again. It's festered away for a week. Finally, after Balenciaga initially just blamed the photographer, finally they're apologising, and Kim Kardashian, one of the richest women in the world, has said she's reconsidering her options with the brand. I cannot believe it. We live in cancel culture, but only if you have conservative opinions. If you're on the left and you endorse paedophilia, everybody stays stum. It's disgusting.
They're not, like, she's literally doing a DreamWorks smile as she says most of my followers are left wing. Like, no, they're not, Shoe. No, they're not. They're not mostly left wing. Most of your audience are centrists.
Really weird. The people who are mad about this are from a pretty small bubble, but nevertheless, lo and behold, I was apparently canceled. Now, I use the term canceled sort of sarcastically because I really wasn't canceled. It's kind of impossible to cancel me in general because I have 4 different fan bases and they all hate each other and me. And a lot of you guys watching this probably didn't even—
Oh, I have 4 different fan bases and they all hate each other. It's all just meant to be like quirky, like, oh, we're such a crazy little gaggle of gaggle of crazy over here. Just a silly, wacky little fun time we're having over here. Just a little e-dance party we're having over here. Just a melting pot of political opinions.
Even know all of this happened, but it was just very weird and I need to talk about this. Shoe0nhead on her way to once again use her massive platform to provide the neo-Nazis in her audience with fodder they can use to justify the murder of gay people.
Oh my god, it's me, guys! Holy shit, I'm famous! I made it in a Shoe0nhead video! Oh my god, I'm so based. I was actually kind of hoping, when I made this tweet, I was really, really hoping that when I made it, I seeked out a meme format for it that maybe Shoe0nhead would appreciate and find funny enough that the message would go through. I was kind of holding out hope that Shoe0nhead's like the way to get an idea to Shoe0nhead without her shutting her brain off was to present it in a funny way. Because maybe she's just like, it has to be funny for her to like understand or like agree with it. So I thought she'd like one of those like Sigma memes, like, haha, I'm a bad person and I don't care. Like, that's basically like her sense of humor, right? Like her internet persona, like, oh, I'll do it again. I did nothing wrong. Me going to prison when the group chat leaks, like those memes and whatnot. Like, I assume she'd find this funny and maybe be like, oh, fuck. Xan thinks I went too far. Okay, let me, all right, what's going, maybe I should think about this. That was the ideal scenario, but not necessarily a realistic one. But yeah, absolutely true. Based me. This is the Pedro Gonzalez guy, by the way. This is the guy that I mentioned before that she's friends with, that she follows back and talks with regularly in public tweets. We are up against demons. This is quote tweeting Shoe0nhead's tweet. We are up against demons. The groomer problem is real. It's not a dumb culture war issue. These people want to rape your kids in one way or another, and they think it's funny. This is also the guy that was saying before that transgenderism, like literally just calling transgender people groomers and saying they are the mental illness, social degeneration, like in some of his tweets. Like, this guy's literally gone on Tucker Carlson to talk about like the trans degeneration. Like, this is a friend of Shoe0nhead who is a Nazi who quote tweeted her post to say they want to rape your kids and they think it's funny. We are up against demons. But yeah, I'm totally just, yep, nobody, yeah, I'm crazy.
This time the day after another anti-gay terror attack. I'm sorry. Where are the gays? My post had absolutely nothing to do with LGBT people. The Balenciaga thing in general had nothing to.
Oh yeah, there absolutely no conservatives. We're talking about how this was some gay groomer agenda shit. Absolutely none. Not like the guy that you're friends with that I literally quote tweeted when referring to groomers on his posts. Literally always. No, it's not that it's the same rhetoric. That guy literally uses groomer and trans or gay interchangeably on his posts. You can go in his post history and see it. You can look at the screenshots that Vadim posted. The guy's a full-on Nazi who's gone on Tucker Carlson to talk about the groomer problem with like trans people. Like, he's talking about how trans people are demon pedophiles that want to rape your kids and think it's funny. That isn't like somebody expressing their opinion, their like misled opinion. That's somebody trying to rouse people to violence. Someone trying to poke at those reading the post and get them to maybe I should go grab my gun and go to that local drag show. That's what that kind of rhetoric is trying to do. That's what that quote tweet was meant to do. I'm not fucking stupid.
To do with LGBT people. Where did this come from? This guy took a random response.
I may be like half Shoe0nhead's age, but I wasn't born yesterday.
To my tweet and implied I was responsible for someone else's opinion and therefore fueling hate crimes against gay people. I'm just confused.
Actually, I'm like a little less than 2/3 of her age, I think.
How Balenciaga posting an ad of kids holding stuffed animals and fetish gear turned into LGBT groomer discourse. Did I miss something? Look at the quote tweets and replies to her tweet thread from her followers. I have 500,000 followers on Twitter. I have over 1 million subscribers on YouTube.
You know, I actually shouldn't have said her followers. I should have said her oomphies. I hate the word oomphy, and I almost said it instead, but I said followers instead because it just, I hate the word oomphy. I hate Twitter speak. Maybe I should have said oomphy because oomphy... Well, no, oomphy doesn't... No, mutes. It was moots. M-O-O-T-S. Because that means mutually following. Like you're friends and you mutually follow each other. Oomphy means one of my followers. Yeah, so I should have said moot, not followers. Because she can... Now she's just going to do the whole, oh, I have millions of followers. How can I possibly control such a massive army of fans? Like I said, by the way, Shoe0nhead's cycle of defense is does something bad, gets shit for it, gets super defensive, evidence comes out that's too like indisputable for her to continue to double down against. She does a half apology that kind of sort of ends with her saying I'll do it again, then she does it again. And in the meanwhile, she bitches about having a large platform, and then at every single opportunity takes advantage of said large platform and all of its benefits. She hates the responsibility, but loves all its benefits.
YouTube. I am not the retard wrangler. There were a few people, not that many, who took my tweet and ran with their own narrative of it. I cannot control the opinions of other people. And a lot of these people...
There were a few people, not that many. Hey, do you remember that literal massive white nationalist site that had her tweet about the Balenciaga thing featuring as their thing? We covered it originally, and it was like the first paragraph was like the gay groomer pedophile leftist Jewish elite has been exposed once again by Twitter users online, and like goes on to talk about the Jews raping kids, and then like the post it links below is Shoe0nhead's tweet about Balenciaga. That was what I featured, that one in my first initial video about all of this when I covered this like the day after all this happened. So yeah, no, it wasn't a few people. No, the Nazis literally use Shoe0nhead's Twitter as a feed for this shit, okay? She has a massive platform. She does not block these people. She blocks the people that call it out.
People aren't even in my audience. They're just random people on Twitter who found my tweet because it went viral. That is how a public forum works. If someone is egregiously being homophobic or harassing people in my replies, I'll just block them. There's no...
It has been 2 weeks, roughly, that her fans have been brigading me and Merrick, calling us pedos, sending death threats, etc., and she has not at any point told people to stop. Oh, they also mass reported my Twitter. This is just bullshit.
Nothing else I can do. What do you want me to do about the opinions of other people? Why don't you focus on what I said and did? Is it because I said and did nothing wrong? I mean this with the
Notice how it went from I ignore it to I block them. She does not block them.
most respect possible. Posting this a day after a homophobic terror attack that happened because the trans drag groomer scare comes off in very bad taste. I think choosing to bring this to light right after the shooting is phenomenally poor taste. Shoe0nhead throwing queers under the bus right after a mass shooting to cater to her homophobic audience. There was a mass shooting in a gay club in Colorado a few days before this Balenciaga thing broke, and because there was a shooting at a gay nightclub, I can't talk about pedophilia.
I'm gonna remind you all, by the way, she posted the Balenciaga tweet 12 hours after the shooting. Like, it was already, like, literally #1 trending, big headlines, big news, everyone's talking about it on Twitter. And in the meantime, she's posting about the Balenciaga stuff. And, yes, predictably, the Nazis she's friends with used it for more gay groomer propaganda. The 12 hours after a shooting motivated by that propaganda. She changes the narrative to her convenience. I know, right? It's changed like 3 times so far.
What? To shitpost the LGBT...
By Xanderhal, she literally joined in on harassing me on Twitter with one of her fans while she blocked me. Oh, Shoe0nhead will literally quote tweet lefties that criticize her, even mild criticisms, and send, like, to make sure her fans go after them. That's the only reason you would quote tweet somebody, is so that they'll get, like, so that your followers will, like, ratio them and send a bunch of mean comments. Ideally, you know, when I quote tweet somebody, I don't want death threats or, like, real vitriolic hate sent their way. I just want people to say, hey, you're wrong, idiot.
community on Trans Day of Remembrance is so disrespectful, I don't even know what to say. Same vibe as criticizing veterans on Veterans Day. Let me get this straight. Criticizing a fashion brand for pedo-baiting on Trans Day of Remembrance is the same as criticizing veterans on Veterans Day? Bro, you don't even need the far...
So a lot of lefties are going to try to defend Shoe0nhead here, saying she's just too stupid to recognize the argument being made. She is not too stupid to recognize the argument being made. I'm sorry, guys. How many subaroonies does she have on the YouTuberinos? 1.63 million subscribers. That is not an accident. That is not an accident. Stupid people don't stumble into 1.63 million subscribers.
What does a fascist mean? It means you are a far right authorization ultra analyst, political ideology movement characterized by dictator leadership, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition. So I don't know what that means, bro. I swear to God. I don't know what the fuck a fascism is. I don't know what the fuck that is. Benito Mazzulli and Giviante Gentile and Jason Stanley. Like, who the fuck are these people, bro? Never heard of my fucking life.
Oh, here's Shoe0nhead like a month and a half ago or something, hanging out with Jack Sobiek, who's a Nazi, and then people replied, "Hey, Shoe, that guy's a Nazi," on Twitter, and then she blocked them for telling her that that guy's a Nazi. Like, this guy's like really a Nazi, like undisputedly, openly a Nazi. Isn't the person she's in a relationship a Nazi? Yeah. So she's not dating that guy. IDK, iShowSpeed has a shit ton of subs. iShowSpeed is not an idiot. He is not. I couldn't find the image of, like, there's an image where it's like Shoe0nhead and like 5 neo-Nazi figures and like a few other like anti-SJW types all having dinner together or having lunch together at some restaurant outdoors or something. I barely remember the image. It's like a blur in my head. I may have a few details wrong. It may be inside. But a lot of people would use it to criticize Shoe0nhead, but it was old, so I'd be like, well, don't just fuck off. But now that I think of it, like, you don't do that on accident. People are trying to say she's dumb and too stupid to figure out what's going on, but like, really? Do you really just accidentally form strong connections with these massive Nazi figures? And these political pundits? Does this happen on accident? Like, listen, I have to go out of my way to, like, reach out to and form connections and maintain them with other content creators and public figures. I have to, like, be careful not to alienate people or I lose friendships. Like, this is not something you just kind of do on accident. You have to go out of your way to build these relationships and these connections the way that Shoe0nhead has. Don't pretend like she's too dumb to, like, if she's smart enough to build this social media empire she has, she's smart enough to recognize that all the criticism she's getting isn't Shoe's a Nazi who's calling gay people groomers.
Right at this point, you're doing their job for them. What the f? Even if I saw it from their perspective, like, even if I removed my brain and...
Has Vaush, seriously though, has Vaush weighed in on the matter? It seems like he needs to address it. I think he might. Vaush said, he said to, like, on today's stream, that I think that he's going to talk about this, he's going to talk about this video tomorrow. So, I don't know how he'll cover it. It's possible that it'll be, like, defensive or not. It didn't sound like it was going to be defensive, but we'll see. Either tomorrow or next politics stream. I'm interested to see what his takeaway is. Maybe we'll end up having another convo on stream. Chat really likes whenever me and Vaush have, like, mini debates. Plus, they're pretty fun.
And replaced it with a little toy monkey with symbols or whatever they have going on up there. Even if I saw it from their point of view, if the issue they have with all of this is that I shouldn't be talking about this at a time where gay groomer rhetoric is popular, why aren't they mad at Balenciaga for doing an ad like this at the time that gay...
Honestly, all Shoe would have had to do, let me say it like Shoe talks and tweets, okay? The tweet, and then at the end, by the way, this ain't about the gays, righties, or something like that. Like, if she wanted to criticize it being weird, and not some weird conspiracy shit, which is also a problem, but just criticizing it being weird and kind of sus, she could have just said, at the end, this ain't about the gays, you weirdo conservatives. That's not even that many, like, words and characters added onto the tweet, I feel like, you know? Or even a follow-up tweet? Yeah, you could always put in a follow-up tweet. Just, yeah. I mean, would it have made a big difference? It honestly probably wouldn't have. That alone certainly wouldn't have. But it wouldn't... I wouldn't have felt like I was compromising on my own personal morals to continue to be in a friendship with her anymore. And I probably wouldn't have burned the bridge the way that I did.
Gay groomer thing is popular. What?
This didn't happen overnight. Like... I've been friends with Shoe for a while. I've seen the people that she associates with, who she's friends with, who she, like, throws in with. Like, it's been the kind of thing that's been gnawing at my, like, anytime I encounter it, it would gnaw at, like, my, sort of conscience, I guess you could say, a fair amount. Like, she's kind of just doing right-wing propaganda right now. Like, this is just kind of conspiracy bait. She's friends with Nazis, like... you know, it would bother me, but I'd kind of look past it because she was my friend. And eventually, it just seemed too morally inconsistent to continue to look past it.
Why aren't they directing their anger at the brand? Why are they shooting the messenger? The worst part about this is that this tweet came from a YouTuber who I've been friends with for years. Why is this person, who I thought was my friend, doing this unhinged Stretch Armstrong reach to imply...
What? How close of friends were we? Like... We weren't that close. I mean, we talked occasionally, but we weren't, like, we never hung out, like, in real life or, like, voice or video called or anything like that. We're just kind of, like, chill YouTube acquaintances and whatnot. Like, I'm pretty sure I had like 3 months of unread DMs sent to you. Like, you have to literally go through Shoe0nhead's manager, even if you're friends with her, to talk to her. Like, so like, I don't know. I'm sorry you feel betrayed. Being friends doesn't change the fact that I felt what you were doing was wrong and I called it out. I could have talked to you in private and cleared it up, but that's not really possible. Like, I'm telling you guys, it's literally not possible to, like, try to contact Shoe and, like, talk this out in private. I think Merrick tried to and literally, like, got blocked or no, Shoe0nhead left the group chat they were in because of it. Like, yeah.
I am responsible for the murder of LGBT people. This isn't how you would treat a friend. This isn't criticism. This isn't a joke. This is disgusting. I just don't understand, like, if you had a problem, why didn't you come to me in private? Why did you have to make it into some public...
Well, there you go. I don't miss. I already explained.
sideshow lit epic dunk for the world to see. Maybe this is karma, because I've dropped friends over politics before. Because honestly, I can't find any other explanation for this. But this wasn't even political. Like, I couldn't think of an optically worse thing to drop someone over. Like, I know you used to be right-wing. Personally, I can't relate. But not everything...
You can't relate because you still are right-wing, Shoe.
...related to pedophilia has to do with gay people. Shoe needs to stop with the conspiracy posting. Ah yes, the conspiracy. The conspiracy that the fashion industry is f***ed up and weird. The conspiracy that the powerful elites are abusing children. That conspiracy. The worst part is...
So, what Shoe is doing right now is basically trying to erase the existence, the reality, the well-known fact from your minds that Nazis like to appropriate the reality that powerful, like, wealthy people such as Jeffrey Epstein utilize their wealth and power and status to abuse children and, like, do pedophilia shit. I mean, we all know about Epstein and everything like that. She's trying to pretend like Nazis don't appropriate that all the fucking time to try to use it as justification for their other, their prescriptive claims about the issue. Xan's called a Mott and Bailey fallacy. Well, yeah, she is pulling a Mott and Bailey here, but, like, this isn't... Yeah, I don't... She's... Nobody actually thinks that nobody was talking about gay people in the replies of her post. Nobody actually thinks that there weren't any conservatives or a large amount of conservatives, Nazis, what have you, using her post to push anti-gay shit. She's playing dumb.
She pretends to be gay so she can yell homophobe when you call her out. I'm convinced...
Okay, so yeah, pretends to be gay. See, so she's just kind of filtering the most strange shit. Oh yeah, guys, I'm totally gonna defend the comments where they're like, Shoe0nhead's pretending to be bi so that she can get away with stuff.
Shoe has no real political opinions and just says/believes whatever sounds good to her. Isn't that what an opinion is? Begging people to finally realize Shoe is literally just right-wing. Shoe is a conservative, no matter how many lefties try to say otherwise. There's a term coined by Lindsay Ellis that I think fits Shoe. She's a diet Nazi. Shoe0nhead is a right-wing propagandist. She is likely paid to be so either directly or indirectly. I f***ing hate Shoe. She's not a leftist. She's a fascist who wants healthcare. Does this look like a fascist to you? She needs to be kicked out of the left like yesterday. She is a fascist. If you are denying it at this point, you are just a simp. Shoe0nhead is a right-wing paid propagandist infiltrating leftist spaces. She's a calculated and insincere—
Man, no wonder so many of the Shoe0nhead fans came out of this video feeling like there was absolutely no merit to any of the criticisms. Like, she really did just filter in the most, like, the most deranged comments. I like how most of these have, like, 1 like, too. You know? Like, I also like how, listen, it's not good, but she had, like, 1 weird semi-death threat comment. And I started the stream by reading off several that I had screenshotted and posted on Twitter. Just, like, randomly, as I noticed them when I'd refresh my notifications every few hours. I just noticed, oh, a new batch of death threats to screenshot.
Plant, and she needs to be excommunicated. We need to boot Shoe from the left. She isn't a leftist. At this point, we just have to not let Shoe exist on the left anymore. Inevitably, she is going to leave the left, and it will not be surprising. So first of all, If I was going to leave the left over left-wing people being mean to me, I would have left the left like 8 years ago. I know it's hard for these people to understand because their extent of politics is quite literally Discord servers and Reddit communities. You cannot be kicked out of opinions. Like, I could call myself a right-winger right now, but I would be the shittiest right-winger ever, probably on account of the whole, I don't know, socialism thing? The whole being—
Shoe0nhead would be the worst right-winger ever? That is absolutely not fucking true. She would be the worst right-winger ever. Oh my god. Like, she voted for Trump? Wait, did she actually? Wait, did Shoe actually vote for Trump? Not to mention, she knows that Nazguls exist, right? Well, she is. Listen, if Shoe0nhead is a fascist, like truly is a fascist, I think the most likely thing is she's a Nazgul. Like, she likes healthcare, she likes the idea of pro-worker policies, but also is very much socially conservative. She abstained in 2016? Well, that is technically a vote for Trump, but that is not the same as filling out a ballot for Trump. Okay.
that shit. I'm just so tired of like trying to prove to these people that I'm left-wing. I'm just tired of being like, no, you don't understand. I voted for Bernie in 2016 and in 2020. I believe this and I believe that. I'm tired. I'm too old for this shit. I am exhausted. These people—
All right, listen. The whole like, oh, Shoe0nhead has to prove she's left-wing thing was always stupid and still is, okay? It isn't a matter of Shoe0nhead has to prove her worth to being like on the left, or Shoe0nhead has to like uphold the left-wing principles. It's really just a matter of like, why are you okay with Nazis using your posts? And you follow them back, so you know, and you're cool with them. Why are you okay with Nazis using your posts to push like anti-gay propaganda, but and you won't block them because, oh, that's pussy shit or whatever, but the second a lefty even points it out, like there was a person who literally just got banned or blocked by Shoe because they replied to her selfie with Jack Sobiech, who's like a full-on Nazi. Hey, that guy's a Nazi. Blocked. What do you think is a more blockable offense to somebody who has a like well-structured moral system? Believing that people should be killed because of their race and we should live in a like white ethno state, or disagreeing with Shoe0nhead being friends with the people who want to kill a certain group of people because of their race and live in a white ethno state? I feel like who she hates more here is telling, you know?
People just want me to be some like progressive little shit lib.
She blocks you for the slightest disagreement. I don't really see her blocking conservatives as much for the slightest disagreement, though, do you? Maybe because she never upsets her conservative audience to any meaningful degree to actually have them turn on her.
Rising from the ashes of like the anti-SJW world. They want me on my hands and knees groveling and apologizing for making like stupid level 1 baby edgy jokes about attack helicopters 5 years ago. They want me saying we need to destigmatize—
Yeah. Guys, do you remember the she follows legit grapers? Oh yeah, no. As I was about to say, do you remember that guy, the incel guy who filmed himself going to the police station to like harass that lady, to stalk and harass that lady? What would be if you found out that guy had a social media account and you were a large public figure? What would be perhaps a distasteful thing to do. When that social media account of that guy became public. To follow it. Not to follow it for you know, that's what she did. I'm not gonna play the do the bit anymore. She followed that guy, and it wasn't to, like, as far as I'm aware, it wasn't to, like, quote tweet him and, like, make fun of him or anything. She just followed him. Just because, like, she enjoys the company of those types of people. It's brain rot.
If I was to ever do a tier list of creepy guys on the internet, the guy I'm about to show you would be the undeniable top tier triple S super smokin' style creep god. The individual you're about to see almost makes that guy that was sending pig carcasses to the coworker he loved seem sane. I know I've called one other person in a video the creepiest guy ever, but the man I'm about to show you today, I think is far more disturbed, so much so that I'm actually somewhat concerned for the safety of the people around him. I'm sure you've seen this video floating around right now because it's going viral, and for good reason. It is scary.
The Cracker Barrel, and I was going to play a song for a woman that I kind of like, and I got there, and she saw me, and she immediately pulled away, and I wasn't forcing her to listen or anything, you know, I just wanted to play the song for her. You know, give her her own choice if she wanted to be with me.
Now, I'll quickly bring you up to speed on what's happening right now with the lore. So, the cops are there because the guy called them, I believe. So, he's a Kaioken times 10 weirdo. He called the cops because he wanted to report this girl's dad, a girl that he chased around while playing his music to try and win her love. She was so frightened that she ended up calling her dad, and her dad got in contact with him and said some mean things to him. So the guy then called the cops on the dad, hoping to, like, get him arrested or file something against him.
You know?
Does she know you?
Yeah, I worked with her there for like 5-6 months.
Did y'all have a relationship?
No, we were talking a little bit, but it never really got serious.
Okay.
But anyways, I pulled up there, and I was in the other parking lot, and I saw her get in her car, and I was like, oh shoot, it's my moment. So I pulled up there next to her, and she pulled away from me, and so I chased her a little bit, just because, I don't know, women are crazy. Like, I felt like she, like, wanted me to chase her.
Do you not think chasing somebody's crazy?
Well, it's just like, I only went like a couple blocks down.
Just saying, don't you think chasing somebody's crazy when they obviously don't want to?
Well, I had my song playing, and I wanted to, like, her to hear it, maybe.
Well, apparently she didn't want to hear it, right? So what else happened? Let's get on.
Her father called me up, and he made some threats to me and to my life.
Okay.
And so I just want to have his name on file.
What did he say to you?
I think he said he's going to stab me, like, but he's, like, cussing at me.
He said that, or he did say that?
He says, I'm going to do something to you. I swear I do something to you.
For chasing his daughter?
Yeah, but it wasn't chasing. It was, like, going down a couple streets, like, that's, like, fun to women. Like, women like that. A little bit of excitement.
No, they don't.
Fucking unhinged logic. No, I wasn't chasing her. It was, like, minor stalking. You know, that's nothing. Women love to be stalked. Like, it's fun to them. It's exciting. God, what an absolute lunatic. So yeah, the dad calls, apparently made threats against him because I'm assuming his daughter called him in a panic, like, holy shit, this guy's coming after me, and I'm fucking horrified. So the dad is trying his best to, like, stop anything bad from happening, so I'm sure the dad in this, like, passionate moment's like, leave her the fuck alone, or I'm gonna do something about it, I'll give you a knuckle sandwich, why I oughta. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all, to try and protect his daughter, keep her safe, doing what he can from a distance, like, get the fuck away from her, you creep.
Women don't like to be chased.
What about, like,
if I was a
porn?
father, I'd probably tell you the same thing.
What about, like, BDSM porn, where women like to have rape fantasies?
Well, apparently this girl doesn't.
Well, who knows? Most women do like having rape fantasies.
It took us only about a minute for him to start mentioning rape after talking about stalking and, you know, downplaying how stalking's not a big deal. Immediately brings it to BDSM and rape fantasies. From fucking out of nowhere. Oh, you're gonna call me crazy for chasing her? Well, what about rape? You know, there's the rape fantasies important. What about that? And then he has the gall, the chutzpah to say most women have a rape fantasy. It's blowing my mind here, this guy's thought process.
Do you think she does?
I don't know. But
apparently she don't.
Well,
so what do you want us to do?
Well, I just want you to get his name on file, just in case he does do anything to me.
Do you know his name?
I know his daughter's name.
What do you know his name?
I know her name. I don't know his name. He called me from a restricted phone number.
Okay. Here's my suggestion. Leave her alone.
A great suggestion from the officer here. Superb. Just get the fuck away from her. Leave her alone. Solves all the issues here. Case closed. Didn't even need Dr. Phil on this one to get to the bottom of it. The solution was obvious. Just get away from her.
Well, this is one song I made, and this was the final chance I was going to have.
Here's my chance. Here's my advice. It's over. Leave her alone.
Okay.
Fathers will hurt you over their daughters.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is she needs to have her own free will, man. You do not understand. I'm a man myself, bro, and I have needs myself.
She's choosing her free will by telling her daddy what happened to you, and I'm telling you, stay away from her because he will hurt you probably.
She's being controlled by him.
You know what happens when women don't ever, come to terms with themselves? Bad shit happens. I don't know. Something the cops want to deny.
And this right here I think should be taken very seriously. This is not a mentally well person. And this comes across as an actual threat against the safety of both the girl and her father here. He's already shown that he has no problem stalking women, and I really think this needs to be looked at seriously to make sure that he's not in a position to do harm to anyone around him. It's just very concerning.
Me trying to get her to be straight. Something is wrong about that. I don't see why these traditional ass motherfuckers think they can speak shit whenever it's this woke, belligerent LGBT shit that has her right now. I just don't see it. I'm older than their fucking father. That's how I feel right now.
Or want me simping for the CIA or whatever the these people are up to nowadays. And it's like, no, not gonna happen. Sorry. What's so funny is a lot of these content creators do agree with me, but they won't say so.
For the record, I'm very aware that follows don't equal endorsements, but like, come on. Come on. Like, when you consider all of it put together and then that as well, doesn't it just seem weird? The type of pattern she tends to follow with her, enormous platform.
In public, like they DM me and they're like, oh, you're so right, instead of just doing it publicly because they fear their own audiences. It's literally so sad. It's like an abusive relationship. But I just want to go back to the more important, less personal aspect.
People are too afraid to agree with me.
And LGBT. So of course there are a lot of people on the right wing who.
Oh, for the record, by the way, I feel I should remind you all, Shoe0nhead has still not taken back her false accusation toward Hunter Avallone that she made publicly on her Twitter in a direct attempt to try to slander him, that he is a pedo apologist. Basically, Shoe0nhead was like defending like wood chipper memes for like not offending pedos or something, and Hunter was like, what you're doing isn't helping, and we don't want to spread like violent rhetoric that prevents non-offending pedos from getting help. That is just going to lead to more kids getting hurt. And she was like, so you're trying to normalize pedophilia so pedos feel safer? And Hunter's like, well, safer to get therapy because they won't feel like if they come forward to a therapist or professional or anyone else, they'll get like killed for it. Like, yeah, we'd like them to not be pedos anymore, ideally, like help them get treatment for that. That was basically Hunter's argument. Shoe0nhead responded with that by calling Hunter a pedophile sympathizer, and then sending her fan base to mass report Hunter's Twitter, and Hunter is still banned from Twitter because of that. And of course, as you know, because Shoe0nhead's fans used, her fans mass reporting me to get me suspended for a week, they used the suspension from a mass report that works through an automated system, as like, oh, yep, that's confirmation. They must have been a pedo. You know, like, oh, we mass reported the person like by the hundreds, and the automated system temp banned them. We got that confirmation. We had a real pedo. So yeah, and also of course, Shoe0nhead has not disavowed the pedo jacketing towards me that she did, or Hunter, or Contra, or the Surfs.
Are comparing the two. They have been doing this since the 1950s. The pedo smear has been thrown at gay people for decades. There's always been people on the right who will compare
Here comes the
all things
concern
I talk
trolling.
about, like the maps and stuff, to gay people. Like, but it's very clear from my content, if you've watched my content, which I really don't think a lot of these people who are mad at me have done. It's very clear from my content that I've always pushed back on this. But what is new to me is now liberals coming out and saying I can't talk about this stuff, and that talking about it is somehow inherently anti-gay, which when you think about it is really, really bad. Shoe has never been a leftist.
There it is. That's gonna be the narrative she runs with. The left is saying, or the people that disagree with her on this are saying that Shoe0nhead being, like, calling out pedophilia is anti-gay, and are trying to cancel her for it. That is the narrative that she's running with. Wow. What a dishonest snake.
She's a right-wing reactionary trad wife who has an unhealthy obsession with making false equivalences between LGBTQ people and pedophiles. So first of all, let's be very clear here. I have been doing the opposite of this my entire career. This has been one of my focuses on this channel for years. And do you know what one of the core messages of a lot of those videos were? They are now trying to squeeze themselves into the LGBT community. And do not be mistaken, the LGBT community ain't having that shit. You cannot sit with the LGBT community. You can't sit with us! And for the people who go—
Okay. The pedos are not successfully working their way into the LGBT community. It is not happening, okay?
Speaking as a gay man, I believe we should include the P. To do otherwise is to betray the principles that give us our rights. Must slippery slope, you're fueling the delusions that they did actually successfully break their way into the community. They're latching on a movement that is currently, finally, seeing acceptance, which makes them snakes.
There's literally nothing more dangerous about pedophilia than any other sexual attraction when you think about it.
You hear that, guys? There is no—
Why is that guy's voice familiar? I feel like that guy rebranded and made a hit piece on me at some point or something. Did that guy, like, rebrand into some, like, anti-SJW, like, anti-woke YouTuber or something? Like the pedo anime guy from that video that she responded to? Sounds like Tim Pool. Yeah, it's Tim Pool.
No difference between an adult consensually having sex with another adult and an adult having sex with a child. Amazing! We learned so much on this channel!
But right now, since gays and transgender people have already gotten much of their rights all throughout the world—
You know what? One piece of, like, credit, I have to give Shoe credit for this. When literally every conservative on the right, like every conservative in the anti-SJW community and even some liberals were, like, defending Amos Yee and saying that is, like, obvious, just openly admitting he's a pedophile, was just trolling and memes and free speech.
But anyway, look at his fucking face. He's just having a great time violating social norms. That's what he's doing. Like, conceivably, maybe, and this is what Milo was arguing for. He's saying that it didn't harm me. You know, Milo's the example where he enjoyed the relationship and found it beneficial, and that's what Amos is defending. And nothing Dankula says can disprove that the small number, at least, you know, ideologically, can't disprove the small number are not harmful. You know,
kids cannot consent, so they're all harmful by nature. There is no, oh, well, you know, I'm not talking about the bad pedos. I'm talking about the good pedos. There's good pedos, all right? Not the bad pedos. Bad pedos are cuties, yes. Netflix is the bad pedos. I'm talking about the good pedos. This is one of the good pedos, everybody. They're all fucking bad. There's no such thing as a consensual relationship between an adult and a child. I don't know why this has to be like pointed out to all you pedophile hunters. You're so jacked up all the time to call out every pedophile. It's like, oh yeah, the liberals, the elites, Hillary Clinton is the pedophile queen, and Obama is the pedophile king. Yeah, and Joe Biden is the pedophile prince. Every one of them. Meanwhile, it's like, well, this one's okay, all right. So sometimes there's a beneficial relationship between a child and an adult if it's consensual. They cannot fucking consent. That's the point. There's no such thing. It's very easy.
And then he got outed as an actual pedophile, and all of those conservatives were like, whoa, oh god, and they separated themselves from him, like really hard, and had to like, you know, kind of cover up the history of them defending him, like Sargon and Dankula all defending this guy. Shoe0nhead was one of the very few people that was like, what? No, this guy's a fucking pedo. And I don't think ever defended this guy at any point, as far as I remember, from back in the day when this guy was relevant.
I think it's time for us to have their turn.
Shut up! This right here is what triggers my timbers. Gay, consenting adults can do whatever they want with other gay, consenting adults. A pedophile's sexuality, children aren't a gender, so it's not a sexuality, but like I've said before, cannot go through with their...
For the record, by the way, none of this is relevant to the criticism. She can be as progressive, like, she can literally be the Jesus Christ of leftism, like leftist God formulated leftist Jesus, and the spirit of leftist Jesus was like implanted into Shoe's body upon her birth and has activated upon this moment. She is now leftist. She could literally have the positions of leftist Jesus. That doesn't change the fact that the thing she did caused a bad thing to happen, and people criticized her for it, and she had a temper tantrum about it, and sent her fans to, you know, pet her jacket and harass and send death threats to the people who criticized her.
Her sick fetish without harming anybody. Speaking as a gay man, I believe we should include the P. To do otherwise is to betray the principles that give us our rights. For the last f***ing time. You can't sit with us! My main point in a lot of...
Okay. There's random retards on Twitter that are probably psyops as well.
Those videos was, you can't sit with us. Nearly a decade of content of me going, this is really bad, the LGBT community isn't defending this, only for a chunk of the left to suddenly go, stop right there, Hitler. Shoe never seems to go after right-wing shit. I wonder why that is. Okay, I only make maybe like, 5 videos a year? It shouldn't be that hard to go onto my page and scroll and just see this video, which is about exactly that. Like, it's right there. You don't even have to scroll, it's right there. Like, I made my prostasia video about a year ago. Remember my prostasia video where I exposed some child protection?
I don't care about the tweets she's responding to, or like the rate of like who she calls out. Like, if she's calling out actual pedo shit, then she's calling out actual pedo shit. I don't care, like, if it's... I don't care if it's like, oh, she happens to call out the left more than the right when somebody on the left happens to be a pedo. Like, the problem isn't calling out pedos. That's fine. Though, granted, we shouldn't make it into an ARG fun, you know, game time mystery hunt on the internet. That seems a little irresponsible. Regardless, though, you know, like, exposing pedos is not the problem. It's the fact that she irreverently allows Nazis she's friends with to use her coverage of, like, pedo dunking on anything that can be perceived as left-wing. She's just fine with the right-wingers she's friends with, she's moots with, using it for propaganda. That is the problem at the end of the day. Don't let her confuse you with all of this, like, redirecting from the actual topic at hand.
Organization. What if I posted that video today? Would I be bombarded with these same people and called a Nazi and a reactionary and whatever? Because the only people that were doing that last year was the organization itself. The organization was calling me alt-right for exposing them. That's you. That's you right now. It's a pattern from Shoe that she had for years. Even though she didn't say gay groomer out loud, it can be seen as a dog whistle. Shoe may not have said anything about LGBTQ plus people out loud, but we can hear the dog whistle from miles away. Shoe knows exactly what she's doing. 31-year-old knows exactly what she's doing. That's
Okay, are we just looking at tweets and Reddit posts now?
always was. It's so funny to me that you can literally breathe and these people will find a way to make it a dog whistle, but a child could be holding a teddy bear in bondage gear in a fashion ad, and they call you.
Yeah, I like how she put dog whistle in quotes. I don't think Shoe0nhead believes that the right does dog whistling to like the degree that they do. Shoe0nhead is very charitable to the right. Oh, okay, this is apparently where she supposedly pedo jackets Demon Mama. Let's see.
You, a crazy conspiracy theorist, for pointing it out. And they love to do this gaslighting shit, right? They try to make you feel crazy for thinking something like most normal people would think is weird. Literal soup brain. Leather isn't innately related.
That's Shoe0nhead's favorite word, is normal. Shoe0nhead's like core of a lot of her defense is I'm super normal and everyone who doesn't like me isn't. I'm just that really normal person who's just super normal, and all these weirdos who are really not normal just can't handle how normal I am, you know? Like all these people that don't like me are such weirdos. I have these normal takes and normal opinions. I'm just such a normal-brained person. And these crazy people just can't handle me being correct all the time, you know? Like, yeah.
To BDSM. What's wrong with a child seeing BDSM gear? The child does not know it's sexual. What harm comes from this? Who gives a shit, dude? It's a kid holding a teddy bear. How traumatizing. People love to misunderstand.
I would like to hear Shoe0nhead explain how a child seeing BDSM gear, like not on people, just like seeing BDSM gear, like just the in the context of this, just like the harness, like the leather harness, like how does that hurt them? Would they even know what it is? I actually want to hear Shoe explain how, like, if like a kid saw like a leather strap set hanging from like a hook somewhere, I don't think that would they. I think they'd assume it's like horse tack. Horse tack's the right term for it, right? Like the stuff used for like a horse saddle and all that, like the straps and stuff for like horse tack. That, like, if kids know about horses, I think they'd assume it's like horse tack. I don't know. I just think I'd like to hear Shoe0nhead explain it, like how she thinks it would traumatize kids.
Fashion. It's so tiring. It's not pedophilia, it's fashion, Mom. Look it up. Is putting a leather harness on a dog BDSM too?
This child is not being mutilated. It is just holding.
Yeah, here is the harness, by the way. I am curious how the harness on the teddy bear itself is supposed to like traumatize the kid. Is that the argument that they're making? I thought the argument was that like posing a child alongside like sexually suggestive gear is like distasteful and weird and sus. That's my view. Goths wear that. I don't know who this is supposed to fit because it's a harness, and literally no human could wear this and it would fit except for maybe a literal baby, like younger than this fucking kid. Like a literal baby could probably fit that. I couldn't fit that over. I'm literally skinny as fuck. I don't think that would fit on my arm, okay? Like, I bet that would fucking snap over my shoulder, okay? I'm pretty sure that's actually a dog harness. I'm pretty certain that's actually just a trashy dog harness. It would just tighten, most likely. It is, if it's actually leather or pleather, fake leather or whatever, then probably. Okay, let's rewind it so we can hear the whole bit.
A dog BDSM too?
This child is not being mutilated. It is just holding a bear that happens to have a leather strap on it. Petco.com. Oh no, they're selling pedophile wear.
I'm sorry, you can't fool a degenerate. That is a BDSM harness.
Maybe Shoe0nhead sees a piece of leather next to a child and starts getting a little, rile.
Man, Shoe's really doing the clip chimping here. Listen, whether or not you like Demon Mama, I actually highly recommend you watch Demon Mama's segment. Listen, if you hate her, grit your teeth through and watch it. She actually dropped a pretty hard nuke. So one of the points that Demon Mama made was that Shoe0nhead literally talked, like, back when she was dating Armored Skeptic, would talk about doing kink all the time, like, in detail in her videos and all that, like, all the time. And she's always had a fairly young audience. So it's just a little weird that she does videos where she talks about, like, Daddy Armored Skeptic back in the day. Meanwhile, like, most of her audience are, like, 12 to 14-year-old boys. Like, you know, I was like 16, 15, you know, watching it. But, you know, like, I was underage watching it. I was a minor watching her talk about her DDLG, kink, love life. You know, I was a teenager watching the videos where she'd talk about that, like, all the time in her videos. So Demon Mama made a good point there. I doubt Shoe's gonna acknowledge that. Demon Mama also brought up the fact that... Notice how Demon Mama said, this kid isn't being mutilated? Notice how she said that in the clip that Shoe cut there. Did you notice that? I watched this whole video that Demon Mama made, so I know the context that Shoe clipped out. I'm about to call it out. Notice how she mentioned, the kid isn't being mutilated. Doesn't that seem like a weird thing to just bring up out of the blue? Demon Mama didn't bring it up out of the blue. She was responding to Shoe0nhead fans saying that Balenciaga is mutilating kids. Demon Mama was responding to Nazis saying these kids are part of a pedo ring run by the elites that are being, like, mutilated, and by mutilated they mean getting SRS. I like how she censored Zan's name out of the tweet, but openly calls out Demon Mama. Yeah, interesting. Interesting how her pedo-jacketing of me and Hunter and the Surfs and Contra started with she started the list with Contra. And yeah, she just seems to, you know, conveniently, like, start off her call-outs of supposed lefty pedos with the supposed lefty pedos or pedo defenders who happen to be trans. Interesting. It is because Zan is, like, over 3 times bigger? Oh, because I'm 3 times bigger than Demon Mama? No, I don't think that. There's absolutely no reason for Shoe to suspect, like, why would Shoe be afraid of me or my audience? Shoe has, like, over 1 million subs. Unless, like, my video is, like, granted, I think I've done a pretty good job of responding, unless maybe this video just does really, really well and has, like, a serious impact, but I don't know. Like, yeah. Regardless, though, the censoring my name didn't work. I got inundated with death threats and stuff.
Up. Maybe it's a little bit of projection on Shoe0nhead's part.
Oh, you think this looks weird? Well, you must be a pedophile yourself. Wow, got him. This shit went viral on, like, normie Twitter and Facebook and TikTok.
So, yeah, that was a clip following Demon Mama pointing out that Shoe0nhead would talk about in videos in detail about her DDLG BDSM relationship with her ex. In videos where on her channel she had, like, a mostly teen audience. I was one of the teens that was exposed to that knowledge. I learned not to use zip ties for BDSM from a Shoe0nhead video. Shoe0nhead and Armored Skeptic did a video about BDSM following, I think it was 50 Shades of Grey. I remember being, like, I was a teenager just playing Minecraft, listening to the video on my other monitor, and she was like, whatever you do, do not ever use zip ties for BDSM. And I was, it is dangerous, it is life-threatening. I was like, okay, all right.
There were, like, Zoomer girls on TikTok, like, oh my god, this shit crazy, for real, this shit not bussin'. And you're over here pretending it's perfectly fine and not weird, and only Nazis and pedophiles would have a problem with this. Okay, just reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. Balenciaga better be paying you people good, because if they're not, that's even more pathetic. They should at least throw you like one of those $3,000 high-heeled...
Okay, so it's like, oh, people who disagree with me are getting paid by the pedo Jewish organization. Shoe0nhead knows her fans think that this organization is like a not a Nazi, like a pedo Jewish pedophilia factory, and like she knows what saying that people who are disagreeing with her are part of and being paid by Balenciaga would mean to the people she's saying that to in her audience. She knows what she's doing.
Crocs or whatever the like the brand itself even admitted it was weird, yet you're over here running defense for them for free. Even more annoying than the gaslighting has to be the whataboutism. I see whataboutism all the time when I make content. When I talk about police brutality, what about violence against police officers? When I talk about men being cringe, what about women being cringe? When I talk about women being...
By the way, no whataboutism needed. It isn't an either or. She doesn't have to like... It's literally nobody, at least not me. I, Merrick, and none of the people that were with me in the criticism said that Shoe0nhead either has to be a trans ally or go after pedos. Nobody said that was the dichotomy. It's not an either or. Literally all that's necessary is for her to do her pedo hunting and exposing more responsibly. She's got a shit ton of Nazis that'll see anything that she calls out that's like in any way twistable as like some conspiracy shit, which she, indulged, of course, to a degree, as it being a conspiracy, will turn it into Nazi shit. She knows that. She knows what it is. Yeah. She's not stupid.
Being cringe. What about men being cringe? You can always tell when someone doesn't really have a point or they are low-key defending the thing you're talking about when they do this what about shit. And every time you want to talk about weirdo shit involving children, there's like 12 motherfuckers.
Who is she referring to here? I'm going to be charitable and say she's not trying to call me and everybody else who disagreed with her a pedo here.
That crawl out of a rock. Like, notice how they never talk about child beauty contests. All this political theater from you, yet not one mention of banning child beauty pageants. All this outrage, but nothing about child beauty pageants.
Has Shoe0nhead never talked about child beauty pageants? I'm pretty certain she has. I'm pretty certain Shoe's talked about child beauty pageants. Once again, these are just bad call-outs. I'm pretty sure she has called those out. Like, just the general practice of child beauty pageants. Of course, it's mostly, like, she calls out, like, any drag show where there's kids. Oh, man. It doesn't change that much. But I still think it's funny. I found this out literally, like, right the day that the drama with Shoe started. You know the drag show thing that started that drama, that resulted in that anti-trans bill getting proposed by that lawmaker who credited Shoe0nhead for bringing the gay groomer problem to his attention? That GOP lawmaker who credited Shoe for so there was a sign in the building that said, "It's not gonna lick itself." I assumed that was that was there. That's like a reference to I thought it was a sexual innuendo reference in a building dedicated to some sort of sometimes they would do I assumed it was a sex reference, right? It makes sense, right? Turns out that building hosted an ice cream parlor. And that was the neon sign for the ice cream parlor. Hilarious clip.
Weird, because Shoe has talked about kink.
Oh, she acknowledges this? Let's see.
This is so weird because Shoe has talked about kink and BDSM in her videos before. She's a hypocrite. I could be wearing a full BDSM harness right now. I could be wearing a full GIMP suit, but it would not matter because my content is not made for children. I am an adult who makes content for adults.
Yeah. You can look at your user, your sub analytics in the back end and see what the average audience viewer age is, or viewer audience age is. Now, granted, this is a reference to back in 2016 during the Gamergate era when she was doing this. That was when I was a teenager watching her videos, and I guarantee you back during fucking Gamergate, her video, her content was mostly being teenagers are not children. I'm sorry, in the context of exposing this stuff to quote unquote children, yeah, they would absolutely include the age demographic that we're watching Shoe0nhead as children. And yes, they are children.
You either have a room temperature IQ or you're coping.
I think I've said this before, but I've been to my own fan meetups. I know what 14-year-old girls and boys are like. Your babies, your fetuses. I will protect you from the pedos.
Okay, Gayfesh, that was really good. That was really good. That was actually really fucking good, Gayfesh. You get a through the. I think I have you blocked, or maybe I don't. I don't know. You get a through the block, like, and retweet. If I did have you blocked, I don't know if I did. That was pretty great. That was a good meme. That was a good meme. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, you're talking about this bad thing? What about this other bad thing? What is this, the all lives matter of pedophilia? Multiple things can be bad at once, but it's not 2005. We're not middle-aged mothers from the South. Nobody is out here defending child beauty pageants. This is so weird because Shoe has talked about kink and BDSM in her videos before. She's a hypocrite. I could be wearing a full BDSM harness right now. I could be
Hey,
wearing
look!
a full...
God damn! The timing is wild. We literally just watched Deja Vu, huh, chat? Deja Vu. Am I the only one getting Deja Vu right now? It's unexplainable. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, there's just something about this feels familiar.
gimp suit, but it would not matter because my content is not made for children. I am an adult who makes content for adults. You either have a room temperature IQ or you're coping. She was Catholic.
I do like that, like, right before this point, we had the reply, like, the clip of where, the older clip of Shoe, from the time period that I'm referencing, by the way, where she's like, I know what 14-year, because she's been to her fan meetups and she knows what 14-year-olds are like. So not only are there so many 14-year-olds in her, it's not just that she has 14-year-olds in her audience, it's that there's enough of them, that enough 14-year-olds were able to get the means together to go to a fan meetup for her. Do you know how hard it is as a teenager to go to a YouTuber fan meetup? I almost got to go to Minecon 2013, and I wasn't able to because my mom was convinced all Minecraft YouTubers are pedophiles. Okay, my mom misses on a lot of stuff, but she kind of was a little prophetic on that one, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, she was like, I'm not gonna lie. She was like, really, like, I will admit, sometimes a broken clock is right twice a day, all right? That was an accidental W. Accidental Zanmom W. What a stunlock this was.
But never calls out the pedophilia of the Catholic Church. Has June ever talked about pedophilia in the church? I can't find her mentioning it. And again, these people don't watch my content. Hell, I even had a joke about it in my Prostasia video. It's literally tax exempted. It is a tax exempted pedophile club. So it's a church. Also, hold on. Remember,
that's the Catholic Church as well. Like, yeah, religion uses tax benefits offered by the. We have really bullshit laws in the U.S. where religious institutions get tax breaks through which billionaire televangelists use said tax loopholes to make literally more billions of dollars and have like 500 trillion private jets to rape children on. Like, yeah, that's organized religion, baby. That's what it is. If you're looking for like a real like cult of pedophilia, look at organized religion, my friends.
Cuties. Remember when Cuties came out? Cuties, which, much like the Balenciaga thing, had nothing to do with LGBT people. And like a dozen articles came out from liberal journalists about how like everyone criticizing it is alt-right. Cute.
So, are we just gonna pretend like every time something like this happens, Nazis don't latch onto it and use it for propaganda? Also, who the fuck defends cuties other than Sneeko? We did cover that one Moist Critical video recently where we learned that Sneeko is actually a big fan of cuties, believe it or not.
Nice.
Word. You're Mr. Girl?
Yeah.
Wait, who's
Mr. Girl.
the dude is Mr. Girl?
I am
Yeah,
Mr.
of
Girl.
course, it's Mr.
Oh, that's the issue. They told me to react to you, and you had your boxers out. You had like your dick full front camera. I don't know what the hell you were on about, but
I don't
your
know either.
videos like I think you have some good messages, but it's just like, bro, like put some pants on before I watch your shit. You feel what I'm saying?
Yep.
He's wearing pants in a lot of his shit. I mean, it's only somewhere he's not.
In a lot, but I guess the one I clicked on, he was like crotch center camera. I'm like, okay, this is not really my type of content, but do you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Girl?
Sneeko, why do you think Cuties is a good movie?
I think it exposes the problems that girls have on social media, and it's not, the movie doesn't promote girls dancing and little girls dancing. It's actually anti that, and it's showing how girls can get brainwashed by social media, and how at a younger age, girls who go on TikTok too much and see all this flamboyant stuff, girls who worship Kim Kardashian, can get brainwashed. But the
Okay,
movie's
but
not
is,
that.
is it really necessary? Is it really necessary to show the girls shaking their butts in order to accomplish that?
I mean, if you're like, maybe that's your thing. That's not my thing, so it doesn't.
Well, I'm not saying whether it's your thing. Well, okay. Do you think that it's wrong for little girls to be forced to make child pornography?
It's provocative.
Okay.
And it's showing the problem.
Wait. Do you think is a problem?
Of course, that's the.
Okay. Do you think it's wrong for girls to participate in child pornography, whether or not it's your thing? That's not whether it's your thing or not. Okay, so it's not really relevant whether. Okay, so do you think it's exploitative? Do you think girls should be able to do like thong bikini contests?
No, they shouldn't. And then the movie's trying to expose that. But people like you saw the trailer and they go, "Ooh, girls are dancing." It's not promoting that. It's anti that. It's showing a problem that's very real for young girls.
But don't you
all feel the need?
Sure. No, I understand. I agree with you that it may have.
You are so base.
But
This is actually the most base thing anyone has said today. It's actually crazy.
I agree with you that the film had good intentions.
Mr. Girl, the reason I'm saying this is people like you who get like a little bit like feel a little something by watching these girls like, "Whoa, this is bad." But think further past the surface level. Don't just watch the fucking trailer and get triggered because like maybe that I don't know what the fuck.
I've seen the whole movie. I've seen Cuties.
Did you really watch it all? I think you just got triggered by the trailer.
I don't know, bro.
That's a good. No.
I think you just got triggered by the trailer, Mr. Girl.
I've really seen Cuties, but my point is that even if it has a good message, Sneeko, hey. Even if it has a good message, don't you think it's possible that it's also slightly unethical to show young, 12-year-old to 14-year-old girls twerking in the movie? Do you think that that's unethical at all?
I think that movie, for the right people, incites empathy and lets people understand a problem that's very relevant for young girls.
Yeah, that's a good side of the movie. But do you think there's an ethical?
The young
problem
girls are
with,
collateral.
Yeah, I think there's a problem if guys are creepy and then like actually look up CP. But that's not me, and that's not who the movie's for. But if you're on the internet too much and you're on 4chan too much, you strike me as like a Reddit fucking deep 4chan dude. Like I don't know what you give. I don't know, son, Mr. Girl. You give me like maybe I don't know. Maybe that's you. But
okay, so I'm gonna ask this. I'm gonna ask for the third time. It's fine if you just don't want to answer. Do you think there's any ethical issue with sticking a camera in a 12-year-old's butt to make your point, even if you're defending 12-year-olds?
It depends on the intention, Mr. Girl, and the intention was to show a problem. It was not. The intention was not to exploit them. The movie's directed by a woman. The movie's directed by a woman, not a guy named.
I've already acknowledged the good intentions. Are you saying that there's no ethical issues with sticking a camera in a 12-year-old's butt in order to make your
depends
good
on the
point?
Intention. If it's trying to show a problem, then no, there's no problem with that.
Do you want to, Mr. Girl? Do you know that you can just ask them the hard question? What if you can get across the same point in the same type of movie, but you do it with actual child porn? Is it okay? That's the hard question.
Of course not.
Well, sure, but that's essentially what you're asking.
His answer is just. I mean, Sneeko. I think you're evading it by saying it's all about the intention. Because yes,
that's
obviously.
Not evading it. That's a straight up answer. It depends.
Okay, fine, Steven.
Like it depends on the intention of a joke. If the intention is to reveal some truth with funny, then that's a good joke. Is it ethical to review? Is it ethical to reveal truth with? Is it, bro? I know. I agree with you about the intention. Is it ethical? So how do you say I'm evading the question when I'm giving you a straight up answer?
Is it ethical to have good intention child porn? Actual child porn.
It's not CP. Anybody who treats that as CP.
Would it be ethical? Would it be ethical to create well-intentioned child porn? To stand against child porn? We're just going to make some.
If you think it's CP, then that's you. I didn't watch that movie and thought it was CP. But if you're into that, you're into that. That movie was showing a real problem to me.
Okay, I'm going to ask you this question one more. I'm going to ask you this question. I'm going to ask you one more time.
Mr. Girl. If you consider that CP, maybe you should do some self-reflection because that movie's not CP. It's gross.
I've meditated a lot on the topic of cuties and how it affected me.
Yeah, I can tell
but-
you've doing a lot of meditating on cuties, Mr. Girl.
I have. But to ask you the question for the final time, this is a yes or no question, and if you don't answer yes
Jesus
or no,
Christ.
you're ceding your participation in this argument.
That's the question.
Yes or no? Would it be ethical for somebody, maybe me, to make child pornography for the purpose of protesting child pornography?
It's
It's
not
actual
relevant
child.
because the movie is not CP. It's not
Okay.
that.
I'm
It's
hearing.
not
Okay,
that.
wait. Can I hold on?
hearing-
Wait,
I'm
okay,
hearing that you don't wanna answer the
Let me
question.
try
That's
this. Wait,
fine.
let me try this real quick. Okay, I want to try to bridge this. I want to see if I can do this. Okay, Sneeko, is your mind open? Are you ready?
What's up?
Okay, so I think the issue, looking at the general logic, is all of us here would agree that the behavior that's shown by the little girls and cuties is unacceptable. We shouldn't be having little girls showing that type of behavior in society, but we'll show it in the movie to make a point about how bad it is, yeah?
Yes.
Yes, so we all agree. So what he's saying is it would also be unacceptable. Obviously, everybody on this panel agrees that child pornography is also unacceptable. But if you used that in a movie to show how unacceptable it was, would that be an acceptable use of it? The same way that the girls twerking is an acceptable use of showing how bad that is. That's the question he's
I
getting
think and my answer again, just like I answered before, I think it depends on the intention. And if you look at the director's had a similar problem growing up. She's a woman. She wasn't trying to exploit them. She wasn't trying to show off. And
Yeah, we all agree. I think we all agree with that.
Okay, so let me repeat what you just said.
One more time, Mr. You're getting triggered. You're getting triggered. But listen.
Let me repeat what you just said back to you.
No,
You
don't.
just
I think
said-
we're good.
No. I want to turn. No, Sneeko. No,
If you
Sneeko.
think that shit is attractive, that's a you problem.
Okay, if I ever wanted to get canceled, this is the video. I saw Cuties last night and it was pretty good. It's a pretty good movie. I went in ready to hate like everybody else. I saw the cover and I got clickbaited. So did you. You got clickbaited. This is one of the movies that's gonna age well. Like right now, the outrage is really strong. So saying something like this video probably already has half dislikes. And I even tweeted like, "Cuties is clickbait. This was a pretty good movie." And everybody replying like, "I'm unfollowing you. This is the limit, Sneeko. This is the limit." I can guarantee you, none of you saw the fucking movie, dummies. How do you criticize a movie that you didn't see? What's really funny is how different the covers are for the release of the European version of Cuties and the American version of Cuties. The European version is just like a normal thing. It says mignon and just like girls playing, because to them, this is a movie about growing pains, about childhood. It's a coming of age film. But here, we only see the most provocative parts of the film. We only see the girls dressed down, we only see the twerking, and we get mad immediately. That's why the cover looks like it's a beauty pageant. I thought it was gonna be a reality show about girls dancing. It's completely the opposite. The reason that I uninstalled TikTok was because every time I'd go on, there would be a probably a 13-year-old girl dancing to WAP. There's some boys in this. The thing about Cuties is it's not an unrealistic film. Like, yes, it shows children in a sexual way, but this is not unusual now. And the people who are really mad about this aren't Gen Z. What the film actually points out is a difference between generations, how it doesn't really make sense to force kids to be in this completely religious praying, throwing water on them. And the only solution that the parents had for when the girls in the movie started acting out was to just bring other family members into the household, and like they had the uncle put his hand on the girl's forehead like, like that's not gonna do anything. This girl is clearly lost. Netflix isn't stupid enough to put out a movie that bad. They're not that stupid. They know what they're doing. They knew that there was going to be outrage, and they know that this movie is going to age very well because it points out a generational problem. Yes, there are scenes where the girls are dancing and like probably a little too much, but then immediately after they're crying, and then they face the consequences of their action. They're ridiculed by their classmates. Like this girl, at one point, she takes a picture of her vagina and posts it on Instagram. Kids naturally just rebel. Kids naturally just don't want to do what they're told to do. So if you tell a kid, put on a headscarf, pray every day, dancing is for the devil, then they're gonna do it. If you told your kid that, oh, it's okay to express yourself, you can go to a dance class, probably shouldn't twerk and shove your vagina in a camera if you're 11, then they're gonna be normal people. They're gonna be raised normally because they know that it's not a taboo. Like if you tells a kid not to do drugs over and over again, they're gonna be curious, they're gonna wanna do it. This happens with everything. This was pointing out a problem that girls have. Guys don't really have problems like this. When I was watching Cuties, I was feeling like this was really an honest depiction of what it's like to grow up as an 11-year-old girl now. By the end of the movie, you see the protagonist just jumping jump rope, having fun with her friends because she's just a normal kid. They're seeing wet-ass pussy Cardi B twerking all the time, and they feel like there's an image of beauty and of expression that they have to adhere to. People want to be admired as much as the other people that they see admired on their phone. If you're really pissed off about this movie, you just don't fucking understand growing up with social media. I like this movie because it's extremely provocative, but it's realistic. A major criticism of this film was that it's child porn, that they were just showing these kids and that it's gonna bring a bunch of pedophiles in. I don't think so. I don't think so. Not more than anything else that's on the internet now, or not more than beauty pageants in America, which still exist and are exactly what you see in the film. It's also really funny to see the difference of reaction that Americans had and Europeans had, because I'm in Europe and people are like, yeah, that was a pretty good film. Americans are like, this is deplorable. I saw this commentator, Penguin Zero, who I actually like. There's not a lot of good commentators, but he's like, this movie is deplorable. There's nothing good about it. There's nothing. And it's like he didn't even watch the movie. It's just like he only saw the clips that were gonna piss him off. Or he just got so triggered by the provocative imagery that he just, deplorable. Come on, man. Like, don't you see the reasons why she's doing what she's doing? People on Twitter are saying, like, these kids need therapy, the parents need to be put in jail, the director needs to be jailed. No, man, no. These actresses were really good. It's a movie you need to watch with empathy. Don't watch with outrage like everything else nowadays. Watch it with empathy. Not everything is as linear as jail, cancel this, that. No. Watch it like you're a human. It's so weird that like I have to say that, but that's a genuine fuck. Whatever, man. Stop. Cancel me if you want, yo.
And Sneeko is in fact a conservative.
Cuties, the extraordinary Netflix debut that became the target of a right-wing campaign. The controversy surrounding it seems to be propaganda fueled by non-types and anti-Semites. Audiences hate it because there's a moral panic right-wing campaign targeting it. Wrong. Leftists like Shoe0nhead and Vaush are critical of the film. Shoe0nhead is a notorious alt-right asshole. Also, you just tagged 2 aggressive, horrible accounts. Please delete that tweet. You're putting people on the thread at risk.
Okay. This is kind of weak considering I'm pretty sure I quote tweeted this exact person to bully them. I specifically remember bullying this person. Like I explicitly remember seeing this tweet and being like, ooh, retard, and quote tweeting them and bullying them. I distinctly remember it. It's a civic duty, of course. This is, of course, still really stupid. To be fair, Shoe0nhead is not a notorious alt-right person. She is not, like, publicly notorious alt-right. However, I can understand being upset about getting tagged, like, a tag for Shoe0nhead, but this person's clearly deranged. Like, there's a reason I bullied this person.
And was Cuties not basically beauty pageant shit? It had nothing to do with gay people. And once again, we were calling it out. And where were you? Calling us f***ing Nazis.
Yeah, totally. You guys know me. That's where I was. Calling Shoe0nhead a Nazi. Not, you know, defending Shoe when she gets canceled, or like talking about why it's not good to because there were people who would try to defend the weird pedo shit. There were people who did that. There weren't a lot of them, but there were some of them. And I defended Shoe when she was going up against the people doing that. But that's not what's happening this time around. She seems to want to pretend like it is. Trust me, like, it's not the same this time.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's gay or straight. It doesn't matter if it's a giant corporation or a Netflix movie. They will find a way to call me alt-right for talking about this shit. The absolute urgency and ease at which these people jump on the most optically disastrous swords is both horrifying and incredible to me. The term MAP went from something on Tumblr that I talked about 7 years ago to now real hired academics using the—
Hey, Shoe. How do you think lefties and particularly trans people feel about the fact that like the whole like trans people are groomers thing like 2 years ago was like a YouTube right-wing alt-righter talking point, and now it's the literally standard narrative of the Republican Party? How do you think maybe that's a little bit more concerning than like people know what MAP is now more than they did back when it was a niche Tumblr thing? Are they passing laws to legalize pedophilia?
The term. Stigma against MAPs is a problem in part because it makes MAPs think that they're monsters. That's really problematic in terms of MAP well-being. It's really hard to cope when you think you're a terrible person because you have attractions that you can't change.
And I'm a licensed professional counselor and sex therapist in Erie, Pennsylvania. And today I want to talk about minor attracted persons. Most folks are making incorrect assumptions about them without actually knowing much about them.
So what this is referencing is when in a therapeutic setting, a lot of the time they will avoid using the term pedophile to describe patients because, like, you know, come on, So, like, are we demonizing the treatment now? That is what she did with Hunter, by the way. Literally all Hunter did was say, we probably shouldn't wood chipper like every pedophile, even if they don't do anything. Like if they aren't offending, then they should get help. We want them to get help. Like better no longer a pedophile than a pile of pulp, right? I would hope we believe in reformative justice.
Those assumptions create harm for an already marginalized population.
Notice the familiar language they're using. They are co-opting progressive language. And I want the community, I want people in general to get ahead of this. But no, apparently MAP is just a right-wing psyop and I'm just a reactionary and blah, 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 blah. I feel like a crazy scientist in the beginning of a disaster movie that nobody believes. And then it's like too late. And what's upsetting to me, as a socialist, what's upsetting to me is the progressive movement, or whatever this is, I don't even know what this is, in the near future is going to wind up at the least ignoring and at the most defending some real disgusting shit in the near future in fear of giving the right ammo. There are
So the left is going to defend pedophilia or something even worse soon because they're worried it'll give the... You know what's funny? I didn't want to bring this up because I feel like I don't know how to look, but hopefully this isn't taken the wrong way. But do you remember the last time I kind of railed against lolicons on Twitter? Every once in a while, I'll end up in like a big Twitter battle with lolicons. And the most recent one, I think I might be like shadow banned on Twitter or something because I absolutely could not ratio these pedo accounts, these like lolicon pedo accounts for the life of me. Like I was getting ratioed nonstop by these pedo accounts, and I went to the Shoe0nhead like her group chat where she was active and I was talking about it. And I kind of expected like, okay, Shoe0nhead's like the massive pedo exposer, like pedo, like shamer online with a massive platform. And clearly my Twitter is like, I'm like, this is a big YouTuber that I'm like in drama with who is advocating for like animated child porn not being pedophilia and being normalized, like actual normalization of pedophilia here. And like, Shoe0nhead was like, oh, that sucks. While I'm like handing her on a platter a conservative anime YouTuber who is like ratioing the fuck out of me with like straight up this guy's fans had things in their bios such as like elementary school teacher, backpack emoji, I love Cunny, Cunny. I found out what that word means about a month ago, or like 2 months ago, back when that drama happened. I thought it just meant like vagina, because I'd hear Nazis use it a lot. Like Nazis from Australia in particular, I'd hear them say it, and I thought it just meant, I just thought it meant vagina. But no, it's I don't even want to say what it means. I'd rather you guys actually don't Google it. Yeah, you can put 2 and 2 together. So yeah, I was told what that means, and it's fucking disgusting. And you want to know where I learned it from? The fucking conservative accounts that were quote tweeting me, the lolicon accounts that were quote tweeting me during that drama with a larger YouTuber who was advocating for the normalization of drawn CP, and yet nothing from Shoe0nhead. Now, I'm not saying that she's obligated to do this or anything like that. I'm just saying that this was an instance where she knew that, like, I was, like, fighting the hard fight against, like, pedos online and getting massively ratioed because they were, like, gathering in large numbers. She knew about it, had the platform to, like, really change the tide of all of that, and didn't do anything because literally all it would have taken is one quote tweet of that guy and he would have been done because her Twitter's so fucking big. Like, I don't know.
There are right-wing people who are constantly calling everything and anything to do with pedophilia, like gay shit, LGBT shit. Yes, I get it. I have a bi flag in the background of some of my videos, and I get comments like,
did you show the Short Fat Otaku quote tweets yet? Oh, I haven't seen those myself because I have Short Fat Otaku like blocked because he's a complete retard. Like the more that I've seen from the guy, the more I'm like, oh wait, okay, so this guy's not even an ounce honest. Like the only reason I'd want to talk to him is to like have a shit talking competition. Like it wouldn't be an honest combo. We'd literally just stop our slurring. Oh, the next combo I have with a conservative, you guys are gonna hear the R slur a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I'll probably debate him whenever I get to Seattle. That could be fun. But I'm sure that he did the whole like, oh, Xander's a pedo thing. Did you send it to me? I don't see the message in Discord, a pillow. Let's continue.
nice groomer flag. Like, I get it. But how long should we not say anything in fear of giving them ammo?
Oh, by the way, for the record, Short Fat Otaku, the guy who did the quote tweets of me apparently saying that I'm a pedo, is friends with Sargon, like buddies with Sargon. Like they're like a duo, who is currently getting roasted for his comments about how, well, you know what he said. You know, it depends on the child. He couldn't answer whether or not he thinks 12-year-olds can consent to sex. He was asked, like, do you think 12-year-olds can consent to sex? And Sargon was like, well, I mean, do you think 12-year-olds can consent to sex, Sargon? Well, you have to understand, not every child develops at the same rate. You have to understand, Sargon, can a child consent? Well, you have to understand, I don't... And he ended up finishing off with, it depends on the child, is what he said. It was 11, not 12. My bad, chat. The age of the child was 11 years old, not 12. So yes, Sargon could not decide whether or not 11-year-olds can or cannot consent to sex.
I think it's, yeah, it depends on the child, really, doesn't it?
I was well under the age of 11 when I started having sex, and so what I like to do is put people on the other side of the argument. It's like, what you have to do is you have to say that someone like me, not anybody else, but me, that I was too stupid to appreciate the nature and quality of what I was doing at the time. So please convince me I didn't know what I was doing.
Yeah, I think it's, yeah, it depends on the child, really, doesn't it? Because some kids,
that's what the Catholics say.
Well, it's true, and you know, it's true though. You know, it should really be a case by case basis. But I can see why the whole thing. But it's not really something I'd ever put too much thought into, to be honest.
So yeah, SFO, of course, jumping on board with this, friend of that guy. Just thought I'd give you that little bit of info.
Because this was probably the most clear-cut example of something weird and gross, completely unrelated to gay people, and these people still did damage control for it. If anything would ever give the right ammo, it's the way you acted so quickly.
I highly recommend you guys, if you haven't already, go watch my original video on this and watch the segment where I literally say, like, before Shoe0nhead could even put out her video and comment on it, I literally said, look at this kid's eyes in this picture. You can tell she's, like, bored as hell and wants to leave. Like, this right here, like, you can see in her eyes evidence of why child, like, modeling is, like, abusive. Like, this kid doesn't even want to be there. Like, I literally made these derogatory comments towards the photo shoot in my video about Shoe before she could make her hit piece video where she tries to claim the left is running defense for Balenciaga. Nice try.
To defend this shit. And yes, by implying I can't talk about it, or I'm committing scholastic terrorism, or whatever the the new buzzword is, that is defending this. This shit.
By the way, Shoe0nhead does not believe stochastic terrorism is real. The idea that somebody could, like, glibly spread hateful propaganda without directly telling their audience to go commit violence and that they should be held responsible. Like she doesn't believe Alex Jones is guilty of what he did with the Sandy Hook shooting stuff.
Shit that anyone with eyes can see is creepy. I have been talking about this stuff all of my career, and I have a great track record. I was talking about maps years ago, and now there's hired academics using the term. I warned about Amos Yee, who said I was too mean to pedophiles, and he was arrested for having CP. I exposed prostasia.
She did call out Amos Yee when, like, all the other people she was, like, friends with were defending him. Though, okay, Shoe, the people you were friends with at the time were defending Amos Yee. Like, you did call him out earlier than anyone else did, but you were still buddies with the people that were defending him and doing live streams with him and, like, platforming him and saying it was just memes and he had his free speech and he was just a provocateur.
And then they shut down their forum, so young maps could no longer enter it. I helped get the word out about this Balenciaga thing, and even the brand itself had to admit it was creepy and is now doing an investigation into it. I don't care if you yourself don't want to talk about this stuff. I don't care. You do you, I will do me. But all I ask is that you stay out of my way when I am doing me. And just know.
God, it's so concerned trolly. She spends, like, the whole video poisoning the well so she can finish it off with, like, I'm a hero, I'm a martyr, I'm a fucking vanguard of child protection on the internet. What a superhero. Somebody get her a cape. Somebody get her a fucking tiara. This absolute queen of protecting children. Meanwhile, her fans are like harassing Merrick, telling her she deserved to get sexually assaulted as a child because she dared to disagree with Shoe0nhead and be in favor of the gays. Yeah, real big in favor of protecting children. You and your community are, Shoe. Whoa, what? Oh yeah, we just had the Demon Mama raid, so we got a lot of people here who don't even know. Her fans harass Merrick. You guys don't... Okay, so this is earlier on in the segment, so people watching the segment are going to be like, Dan, you already covered this, but...
Know that I am not sorry, I did nothing wrong, and I will do it again. Goodbye.
Cool. Well, I guess I was exactly right about how she was going to end the video. That she was going to say that I did nothing wrong and I'm going to keep doing this. There was somebody in chat, I said, like, oh, she always goes to that defense at the end of all of her apologies. Of, oh, I did nothing wrong, I'll do it again. Regardless of whether or not she did anything wrong or whether or not she should or will do it again. And yeah, she did it again. Okay, well.
Oh boy, here we go. Oh, we gotta talk about Shoe0nhead, everybody. All right, imps, it's time. Shoe0nhead. Shoe0nhead is nobody's, well, unfortunately, some people's favorite self-styled internet politics memester, goofster, boxy clone, whatever. Shoe0nhead is somebody that most people in my spaces are familiar with. Shoe0nhead is a very large YouTuber. She's been around for a long time making content. She used to be an alt-right anti-SJW streamer. Interestingly, during that period of time, she was very flagrant with her horny posting, despite the fact that she was followed by lots and lots of children. Now, since the ancient times, Shoe0nhead has become something of a self-styled pedo hunter. And what I mean by that is that Shoe0nhead will essentially get hooked on weird conspiracy theories, propagate them out to her millions of followers, and then her brain-dead millions of followers will cause all kinds of shit without ever actually doing any research. Now, I've actually had to talk about this on my stream multiple times because every single Pride Month, for some reason, Shoe0nhead finds some really weird way to retweet the same exact far-right, literally photos taken from the Daily Stormer propaganda every single Pride Month. And watch. It'll happen next Pride Month too. It will. Just wait. Wait till next June. Interestingly, June, which is Shoe0nhead's name, will always does it every Pride Month. Now, it's been multiple Pride Months in a row that I've actually had to engage in this discourse. It's really funny. Usually this is what it looks like. Usually Shoe0nhead will post a picture of like, the one that's usually used is this picture of a kid with the little kid has her hands out and she's reaching towards two guys who are in like dog leathers. They're in like a leather outfit that looks kind of like a dog. Now, for those who don't know, that photo was taken at Folsom Leather Festival, which is not a festival for kids. It is a specifically, explicitly adult festival. However, it takes place in an area that is accessible by many people. So some people, and I don't agree with the people who do this, but some people will bring their kids into the festival even though it's not a festival for kids, even though it is specifically blocked off and meant to not be for kids, because it's a public place. Even if it's a registered event, all kinds of public registered events happen. Yeah, it's the Folsom Street Fair. Oh yeah. Here, I think Vadim did a thread on it. Yeah. Oh no, this is this one. This is the modern one. We're gonna talk about that. Don't worry. Now, this happens every single Pride Month. I mean it. Literally for years, Shoe0nhead will do this during Pride Month. And it's very weird because it's kind of odd that you would choose Pride Month to try and start a discourse in which you're saying, and by the way, let me just give you the argument. Every single Pride Month, Shoe0nhead will make the argument that gay people are covering for pedophiles in their community by not calling out a propaganda image that was distributed by Daily Stormer. Now, when I say propaganda image, the reason why I say propaganda image is because nobody even knows who the fuck was involved in that image. Nobody knows if it's like why the child was there. The child is not being touched, by the way. The child is just reaching towards two dudes in dog leather fetish gear. There's no molestation, there's no rape happening. It's just a very weird picture. And while I will say that you shouldn't take your kids to Folsom Leather Festival, it's not a child-friendly place, the parent is literally standing with the child. Now, what's interesting is the Daily Stormer version cuts the mother out of the image. So in the original image, you can see the mother standing there with the kid. The mother clearly brought the kid there. And the two people who are there aren't doing anything. There is no context for this image. We don't even know who the people were. Shoe0nhead, okay? Now, Shoe0nhead has done a number of other, we were talking about Shoe0nhead and her self-styled pedo hunting. In fact, I think, if I'm not mistaken, hold on, let me just verify if I'm correct here. If I go to Shoe0nhead's channel, let me just take a look here, hold on. If I go to, Shoe0nhead has 1.6 million followers. Ah, yes. In fact, Shoe0nhead actually has a anti-pedophile playlist, which is really interesting. defending pedophiles to own the libs, Tumblr pedo invasion, pedophobia, talking about Amos Lee, talking about cuties, you know, I don't know. Apparently Shoe0nhead thinks that she's some kind of investigator, but let me just be completely honest. Shoe fucking sucks at this, okay? Shoe blows, just totally sucks at being a pedo hunter. In fact, I would go so far as to say that Shoe is incapable of actually helping anyone who might be a victim of a pedophile. And the reason for that is because Shoe0nhead regularly entangles her own personal dramas with public figures into her so-called pedo hunting. And also, Shoe0nhead is one of the worst researchers I have ever encountered in my entire life. Shoe0nhead is absolutely incapable of actually establishing an order of events. Shoe0nhead is absolutely incapable of getting the facts of a situation correct. And that's pretty goddamn important if you're going to accuse somebody of being a fucking pedophile. It's because the only research she does is going on poll? Well, that's motherfucking stupid. Now, some of you may recall that I have told Shoe, I have not told directly, but I have addressed Shoe via a video, that I have said that Shoe is going to get somebody killed. And I still believe that and still stand by that. The absolutely frivolous and careless way in which Shoe0nhead engages in pedo hunting is going to get someone hurt or killed. I strongly believe that. I really do believe that. And I think there's a good, a number of examples. Now, if you are interested in any of my former debunks of Shoe0nhead's bullshit, simply search my channel for Shoe0nhead, and you will discover that I have done multiple debunks of her previous pedo hunting incidents, including one where she accused an entire organization of trafficking children because she got details wrong. She alleged that there was a verified, federally recognized organization that is anti-child abuse. She alleged that they were running a chat that would allow pedophiles to connect with minors with no evidence, just completely and utterly lied.
So let's go back to that map support group. Let's read a little more about it. Community rules. 1. You must be committed to never engaging in sexual activity with a child. Well, f***ing organization already broke rule number 1. But anyway, rule number 2. You must be at least 13 years old to join this chat. In case you missed that, 13 years old. So that means there are whole-ass adults who admit they are attracted to children in private chat rooms with children. I'm going to commit a war crime. I am going to commit several war crimes.
And that's fucking dangerous. And it's especially dangerous in these goddamn times. Oh, thank you very much, Just Nobody. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you. She called them a map cult. It's literally Pizzagate shit. But don't worry. The great news about Shoe0nhead is that she is incapable of improving. She appears to enjoy her status as a accepted person among the right. Now, I don't know if you guys know this, but Shoe0nhead actually has a history of publicly posting kink, which is a little bit odd. It's a little bit weird that Shoe0nhead's channel, which inevitably, undeniably has many, many, many minors following her, that she has actually posted kink and fetish images, including one where she is visibly on a leash being held by Armored Skeptic, her ex. Now, normally, I would consider this to be gauche to bring up. I would think it would be rude to bring up somebody doing something with their ex. But seeing as how Shoe0nhead has now multiple times alleged people of being pedophiles for simply having sexuality adjacent to places where minors might be, Shoe0nhead herself has committed these sins. So perhaps Shoe0nhead should spend a little bit more time looking inwards and doing the pedo hunter on the inside instead of the pedo hunter on the outside. Let me bring up what has brought us to talking about Shoe0nhead today, because I'm sure some of you are looking at this and going, what are we talking about? Why is this coming up now? Because it is a little bit weird that I would be bringing this up now, except that, what was it? Was it yesterday? 2 days ago. 2 days ago, Shoe0nhead, in a post that received 70,000 likes and 5,000 quote retweets, 16,000 retweets. I'm not making that up. This post went turbo viral. It went so viral that Shoe is actually, look at that. Take a look at that. Here's the numbers, and actually literally right over here, Shoe is still currently trending on Twitter. So she had a post that went really viral. Now, what was the post about, might you wonder? Well, it was again, Shoe0nhead doing some pedo hunting. And this is Shoe's tweet right here. The brand Balenciaga just did a interesting photo shoot for their new products, which recently included a very purposely poorly hidden court document about virtual child porn. Normal stuff. Let's look at the images, okay? Here's a picture of a child holding a teddy bear, fully clothed, on a couch. Pretty normal photo shoot. Now, if you are a Pepe Sylvia moon landing denial conspiracy brain moron, you might fixate on the image and go, oh my God, does that teddy bear have a leather strap on it? Oh my God! Oh my God, everyone! Holy shit, the bear has a leather strap! Holy fuck, what's going on here? Let's find out. We need to find out. Oh yeah, remember just a second ago when Tucker Carlson was talking about how about groomers and child raping and genital mutilation? He had this picture up on the screen. Even though the only thing in this picture whatsoever is this leather strap.
The media have no interest in covering the sexualization of children.
Warren Jeffs didn't marry underage girls.
No, he's in prison for facilitation of child rape.
Whatever the hell that means, the rapist in this case has made a lifelong commitment to live and take care of the person.
Why would anyone defend this kind of behavior? Many are defending it, make no mistake. They're absolutely defending it.
I'm just telling you that arranging a marriage between a 16-year-old and a 27-year-old is not the same as pulling a stranger off the street and raping her. That's bullshit.
Protecting children from adults who want to sexually exploit them is a basic human instinct, and it's a noble instinct.
And these little girls start experimenting around. Next thing you know, Brett, what's going on in the Combe dormitory? Nothing. I don't got a PSP to play. I ain't got nothing going on. I ain't got my mom and dad here to tell me that they love me and tuck me in bed. So here's Trixie, and she wants to explore my body a little bit. So, hey, let's go crazy. Wow.
That, if it weren't my daughter,
that's one theory.
Here you have a major international retail brand promoting kiddie porn and sex with children, and not promoting it subtly, but right out in the open.
Now, what do you do at night when you're in when you're all by yourself in a lonely ass town? Well, obviously you went to dinner last night. Met that good.
Kidding? I order up like 15 teenage hookers in a hot tub.
That's pretty weird when you think about it. In fact, it's very weird.
There is no evidence that this child was harmed. There is no evidence that this child was involved in any sort of abuse. This child is not being mutilated. It is just holding a bear that happens to have a leather strap on it. You got a source for that? Ollie, if you can give me a source for that, that'd be great. Let's continue though. Picture 2. Here's the second picture. Now, this is really small, so we're gonna have to zoom up on this just a tiny bit. Here is the second picture. Now, here we have a kid holding a fully clothed kid, literally not only the skin of the arms holding on this child, which is totally appropriate. Children, in my opinion, shouldn't be dressed up in weird outfits, you know. I mean, I already have. Now, in general, I should say, I do think it's weird that that it's normalized in our society for children to work jobs as models or actors. It's really weird. And in fact, in some states like New York and California, there's an entire division of law that is devoted to child actors. Because I don't know if you know this, but there are movies that are made, thousands of movies every year, and sometimes there is a need for somebody to play a child. And it looks kind of weird when you try to have an adult pretend to be a child. So sometimes people want to hire a child actor to play a child. Now, there's a lot of issues with this. It's got a whole lot of issues, but it's pretty normalized in our society. But that's not what's being talked about here, is it? Let's keep on task. Let's see what we got in this image. So we have the child standing here with this bear, which is a goth bear, and I don't know what else I'm supposed to be seeing here. There's some sunglasses, there's some bling, there's some rings. There's like a chain over here. There's a dog leash because people said that they do pet supplies because Balenciaga makes stuff for dogs, like literally for dogs. There's a tote. There's a cup. Now, none of these things are being worn by the child. The child is just holding this goth teddy bear. So this is a weird image to include in your weird pedo hunting thing, huh? Now, this is even weirder. So here is just a picture of a purse. And there's a piece of paper under here, which, oh my goodness. Pepe Sylvia. Oh, we got it, everybody. Hold on, let's figure out what's going on here. There's this blurry paper in here that you can't see what it says. We're gonna get there though, don't worry, everybody. And here, it's super zoomed up and super blurry, and it says, that is occurring, not sexual inter, but rather sexual inter through, not actually have Speech California or Speech Coalition. Really hard to make out what's in this image. Now, of course, we have Shoe0nhead here saying they deleted all their Instagram posts, Lamau. Now, Shoe0nhead replies down here and says, this is the specific court case subtly, conveniently peeking out, which is, she's concluded that the papers that are showing out in that paper are from Ashcroft versus free speech. The act specifically prescribed computer-generated or altered depictions of minors engaging in explicit sexual conduct, virtual child pornography, and images of explicit sexual conduct by adults who resemble minors. The court ruled that the law's expanded definition of child pornography as including any image that appears to be of a minor engaging in sexually explicit conduct, or that is presented in such as a manner that conveys the impression that it is of a minor engaging in sexually explicit conduct would criminalize those images that are not obscene and images that were not produced with any real children. So what this is saying is that if you make realistic digital child porn, that is also illegal. Now, if you feel a little bit confused at the moment, you're not wrong. I too was very confused as to what was supposed to be being said here. And I also want to note something else, which keen viewers, those you eagle-eyed imps out there may have already realized, which is this photo is from a different page than this photo, which is from a different page than this photo, and this is just a zoomed up version of that photo. These aren't even the same photo shoot. Both of those pictures of the children, the child models that are, by the way, just for the record, the children are not being harmed, exploited. They are not wearing suggestive clothing. They are not even, they're just holding a thing. They're not even from the same photo shoots. The children are each from different photo shoots. And the third photo is from a completely different product. Look, you can literally see it if you're smart enough to look in the image. This is a purse with 3 white stripes on it. This is an adult office purse. This is a briefcase for adults. There is no such briefcase here. There is no such briefcase here. They're not even the same products or images. So once again, let me just reread what Shoe0nhead claimed versus the reality that we have established so far. The brand Balenciaga just did a interesting photo shoot for their new products recently, which included a very purposely poorly hidden court document about virtual child porn. Normal stuff. Now talk about misleading. That is some nested misleading. A hidden court document about virtual child porn, a document from a court case that is against child porn, that is in a photo from a different photo shoot that has nothing to do with the photo shoot with the kids. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that Shoe0nhead is so motherfucking stupid that she literally can't even put the images in the correct order, let alone recognize that they're for different goddamn products. Now, there's only one person on the planet who's stupider than Shoe0nhead, and that's a Shoe0nhead follower. Because let me tell you, Shoe0nhead's followers lost their fucking minds. I mean, they lost their fucking minds. Let's just take a look, shall we? Wouldn't it be interesting if the lovely, incredible, and super intellectual, obviously way more honest than any of these goddamn motherfuckers, was able to just show you in real time where you can go look yourself. In fact, if you really don't think I'm being honest about Shoe's followers, let's just go open the quote tweets right now. We're gonna look through the comments and we're gonna look through the quote tweets real quick. Let's do it live, okay? Here you go. Fucking disgusting. But I bet they're also on the front page of SJW and calling anyone not a Democrat racist and bigots. Save yourself, Mom, Kim Kardashian. I thought I would never quote tweet Shoe again, but I guess you need all the allies you can get when your enemies are interdimensional pedo demons. I want to know where the celebrity outrage and boycotts are for Balenciaga promoting children sexually. Remember, there is no sexualization of children in these images whatsoever. There is one leather harness on the animal. Balenciaga makes leather harnesses for animals. Hold on a second. Oh no, guys. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh no, everybody. Everybody. Oh God, no. Hold on. It's loading. I have to show you. Oh no. Petco.com. Oh no. They're selling pedophile wear. Oh no, everybody. They're selling fetish wear on Petco.com. Oh, holy shit. We're doomed, everybody. We need to get your weapons. The pedos are coming. Shoes pedophiles are coming. We're not done yet. I'm not even close to done. And the toy looks like it's in BDSM clothes. Nothing new. Can I have a sanity check again real quick? This is not in BDSM clothes. It has a leather strap that you could, if you want to, compare to a BDSM piece of thing. But as I just showed to you, leather dog harnesses just look like that. I'm sorry if you're so triggered that you see a piece of leather and you know, I don't know, maybe Shoe0nhead sees a piece of leather next to a child and starts getting a little, you know, riled up. Maybe it's a little bit of projection on Shoe0nhead's part. Or maybe she's just full of shit. Let's continue. You all are sick. Balenciaga, you knew what you were doing with this ad and you deserve to get canceled. Kanye West was right. A bunch of pedophiles. This is fucking gross. From a massive, almost 1 million follower account. This is one of those things like the Wayfarer cupboard, whatever thing, where 2 weeks in people will be coping hard and saying, that's just a stupid conspiracy theory. Don't be insane. Referencing a debunked insane conspiracy theory that stated that you could order child slaves on Wayfair.com. I'm not kidding you. That was a conspiracy theory, obviously got debunked to hell. It made no sense. I wish okay, do you want to hear it? Do you want to hear the summary? Let me just give you it. You want to peer into the mind of madness? This was the Wayfair conspiracy. The Wayfair conspiracy came because Wayfair, a gigantic website it's basically, Wayfair is like an online only store that sells furniture. Now, Wayfair happened to have some listings that were a little bit weird. And when I say they were a little bit weird, it was like a cupboard, okay? And the price was listed as like a cupboard that had no reviews, and the price was listed at like $65,000. And the weight of the cupboard was more heavy than it should be. So that's it. Now, what it turned out to be was that Wayfair had a bunch of dead pages that just didn't have correct information on them. They were just random because they have literally millions of product listings. There are some product listings that have just the wrong picture, they have the wrong item, they have the wrong price. That's it. It was just a bunch of dead pages that the Wayfair staff hadn't cleaned up. But right-wing conservatives became convinced that the reason why it was $65,000 was because there were children hidden inside of the cupboards. Now, of course, they could have just ordered a cupboard and proven it, but of course they didn't do that. And of course that wouldn't work because the moment that you click to order the cupboard, it would be an error because that product is a fucked up product page. But yes, unironically, for a couple of months, QAnon, Alex Jones types were screaming about the Wayfair child trafficking story because they believed that there were children being hidden in cupboards on Wayfair.com that you could order for $65,000. It's actually literally insane. But guess what? Shoe0nhead's followers think it's legit. Shoe0nhead's follower here thinks this is, oh, it's just a, they still believe that one. Now here we have somebody posting the creative director at Balenciaga and his husband. Oh yeah. Did I forget to mention that? Did I forget to mention that Balenciaga has gay people that work at it? Because that's what Shoe0nhead's fans picked up on right away. They picked up on the fact that there are gay people here. Even though the fact that what Shoe0nhead posted was insane, demented grandma tier drivel, and I mean that, literally like the most unhinged drivel you can imagine. Photos not even from the same Photoshop, no actual children being harmed whatsoever. Let's keep looking. Balenciaga crossed the line. This must be stopped! Somebody going on about the evils of Balenciaga. This isn't acceptable. This isn't coincidental. Cute, huh? Kitty porn and no one cares? Save the children! Contact them and let them know I did. These people are criminals! Her fans are screaming about them being criminals because of 3 unrelated photo shoots, 2 of which happen to have children in them, and 1 of which, for a reason that nobody knows, has a barely readable snippet of a court case. Don't worry, everybody. I have more information. I'm just letting it soak in. I have in my back pocket the kill shot. But don't worry. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Kim Kardashian, this is not acceptable. Absolutely disgusting. Child abuse is not a fashion statement. Huh. That's a little bit weird one, isn't it? Oh my God, Balenciaga's apology, their depraved ad campaign sexualizing children and revealing their pro-child porn positions was a holiday campaign? Child molesters playing moral police for black people. This is fucked up. This is horrific, says Jimmy the Nationalist with the Punisher, account. Sick freaks. Big brands trying to excuse creepy as fuck advertising. Pedophilia, inappropriate. This is all a form of revelation method. The point is demoralization. It's to say we know that you know and there's nothing you can do about it. Again, insane. Do you remember when Alex Jones told us the world elites are evil and doing unspeakable things? Free Alex Jones. Now, a little bit of context on that one. Shoe0nhead has spent the last couple of days, lefty Shoe0nhead has spent the last couple of days trying to convince Elon Musk to let Alex Jones back onto Twitter. Kanye West is right again. Damn, Kanye was right to keep his kids away from these people. By the way, that's a reference to the fact that Kanye West accused Jewish people of replacing his children's friends with fakes. I'm not kidding you. Let's keep going. Disgusting. Protect your children. They can't lobby for themselves. Normal stuff that's definitely not weird at all. Normal thing to do. Pedophiles run this world. It's It's pretty disgusting, man. Even if you were given liberal amounts of artistic expression, this is inexcusable. So 3 photos from unrelated photo shoots is inexcusable. What the fuck? Everything is so damn fuck up. We're going to need a bigger wood chipper. Oh, wait a minute. You guys remember me just talking and teaching you all about the wood chipper thing? Do you know who the wood chipper is usually directed at? Oh, it's gay people, isn't it? Interesting that that should show up here. Balenciaga promotes sex with children. What the fuck? Human trafficking by Balenciaga? This shit is embarrassing and disgusting. This is so fucking disturbing. Groomers gonna groom. The fucking fuck. Balenciaga groomers. Now, you might start catching on now as we get a little bit deeper in. There are literally 5,000 plus quote retweets right now, and they're still coming in. This one was, you know, these ones have been relatively recent. You're gonna start seeing what I'm talking about. There's gonna be the groomers, then they're gonna tie it in. Oh, and like I said, it is kind of funny that they keep posting about the fact that there are gay people who work at Balenciaga. Let's keep going. It's good to see Twitter citing the truth about this, and it's going to be hard to take this down when the ones who feed this shit are in charge. Here we go. I'd never heard of this brand and I have no idea what they sell, but they're showing themselves to be a part of the elite human trafficking pedophilia global cabal. If you question that's real, I have 5 words: Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, it's really interesting because Donald Trump was super close with Jeffrey Epstein, but you don't hear any of these motherfuckers talking about that. Elon Musk was photoed with Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell, by the way, is a convicted multiple child trafficker. Convicted. There was an entire case built against both Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. But these people have, because of 3 pictures posted by a manipulative idiot named Shoe0nhead, well, they've gone off the rails. They're convinced that this is Jeffrey Epstein now. What the everlasting fuck? Balenciaga Epstein Island collection. Me and the homie speaking to the local sheriff after hosting a Balenciaga employee and customer gathering on my property. This is them joking about wood. Do you notice he's got a leg? He's joking that they're joking about them being put in a wood chipper, just so you know. Verified account, yeah. But verification doesn't mean anything anymore. These people truly are sick. Just a warning for everyone with CSA trauma. What is coming out into the light will be very disturbing. The Great Awakening. Tucker and Dale versus Evil. They're pointing at a wood chipper in that scene. And we know, we just went over where the wood chipper thing comes from. We are up against demons. The groomer problem is real. It's not a dumb culture war issue. These people want to rape your kids in one way or another, and they think it's funny. This has 2,000 likes, 500 retweets. I know, the Great Awakening is a QAnon thing. When are we gonna say enough is enough? Child pornographers. This has to be stopped. Hashtag groomers. Do you guys want to take a look at what the groomers hashtag is like? Oh, well, interestingly, if you go to the groomers hashtag, the number one is Shoe0nhead's post. And then, of course, you know. Oh, look, there's the literal propaganda, by the way. There's that one. Again, propaganda that was distributed originally by the Daily Stormer. That Daily Stormer. Yeah, the neo-Nazi one. Let's continue, though. No, we're going to keep going. I want to keep going. I want you guys to I want to show you how bad it is. Maybe people destroy their storefronts and or factories. Wow. I wonder what they could be. Literal just open call to violence. Definitely not weird or creepy. Death penalty for perverts? This isn't a response to Occupy Democrats. Wait, what were they saying here? Yeah, apparently it's that. Would anyone be surprised if I told them that the creative director of Balenciaga is a gay Jew? Oh, wow. Just, I don't know what else you want me to say. How much more obvious can it get? Have I given you enough? Do you understand? If you buy Balenciaga, you're a pedophile supporter. What the actual fuck? And also, you'll recall that this image was used in the Tucker Carlson segment where he was screaming about child mutilation, even though there is literally nothing in that image that has anything to do with child mutilation. He used that image. A little bit of a weird connection there, huh? But I wanted to highlight something real quick, because thank God for Merrick. Real quick, let me just show you this. Ready? Ready? Here's the real deal. Shoe, that page is an opinion from U.S. versus Williams 2008 that states that even if someone didn't have CP but pretended that they did, it's still not okay. And that doesn't violate the First Amendment. It's an anti-CP case and from a completely different photo shoot from the one with the girl. Yeah, that's right. See, people who actually give a shit about the truth and aren't just screaming fucking insane people trying to rile their fans up to do violence and also to make a nice living, Shoe0nhead. Isn't it nice when you get your fans all super pissed off and they're convinced that they need to give you money so that you can help pedo hunt for them? There's nothing to suggest there's an intent or a connection here. The photo shoot with the little girl is separate from the photo shoot with the desk, and another photo shoot and product separates them on the website. Not only are they different photo shoots, but they aren't even organized touching on the site. Literally, Shoe0nhead invented a fucking Pepe Sylvia tier conspiracy theory with zero evidence to whip her followers into calling everyone at Balenciaga pedophiles. Now, some people might say, oh, and you're gonna do this because all of you pathetic simps do this all the time. Oh, Shoe didn't know. Shoe didn't know. Shoe knows her follower base better than anybody else. Anybody. If there's anybody who knows Shoe's fan base most, it's Shoe0nhead, because she gets those notifications every single time that she does it. And Shoe0nhead also knows that because her audience is full of people who will fill in the blanks, all she needs to do is go, oh, my pedo hunter, there's a pedo over there, and they'll flood in and do exactly what she wants. You believe she got it from TikTok? Well, then she's a plagiarist and a fucking moron. But I wanted to read another thing from Merrick, because I think Merrick really nailed it right here. Let's just feast your eyes on what sanity and clarity of mind looks like, okay? I'm sorry, but I'm going insane, says Merrick. Rich and powerful pedophiles are not getting kids through Balenciaga doing the Da Vinci Code of kid selling. This is just as insane as the Wayfair cabinets. This is QAnon level. Stop. What's the logic here? Balenciaga puts US versus Williams in a photo shoot that's 2 photo shoots away from a different photo shoot that has a kid in it and they're pedophiles or something? Show up to the closest outlet and ask for the Ashcroft and wink at the confused cashier? No, Merrick, it's the higher ups. Okay, buddy. So you think that people who can order a kid to molest from the higher ups at Balenciaga have to figure it out through a vague mismessaging code transmitted through separate ads? Be serious. Some intern pointed out the Supreme Court case opinions because they want to appeal to upper middle class and upper working class people, so they were going for lawyer in a photo shoot, and it has nothing to do with kids. US versus Williams just happened to be one of the cases they printed off. This is a coincidence.
There is no such thing as a coincidence.
Advertisements, they don't pay that much fucking attention. If they're selling the theme is that it's a lawyer's desk with papers all over it, and you need the nice bag to make your place organized. I doubt they even read the text that was on there. And even if they did, it has nothing to do with the kid photo shoots. Nothing at all. And it's anti-CP. Yes, it is Shoe who kicked this off. You shouldn't harass her, but at this point you should probably consider whether you follow or support her. This stuff is deeply unhelpful and actually harmful. And then here we go. This is somebody who responded to this. The left's most notable $5 pig-faced hooker wants you not to worry about international companies selling their products by using kids holding BDSM gear in their campaigns. If you can't believe it, she also promotes child sexual mutilation and surrounds herself with Shoe0n abominations. How much more obvious does it have to be? How much more obvious can it be? Yeah, here we go. I'm gonna read this real quick. This is one more. I'm gonna call on Merrick here because Merrick really nailed it. Merrick says, I was molested as a kid, and when you come up with Rube Goldberg machine Da Vinci Code methods of spotting the pedophile in companies and ads, you spit in the face of victims. You're not helping, you just want to feel in control. This is about you, not about helping others. I actually wanted to say more honest and harsher things, and my boyfriend won't let me. If you really cared about child victims, you'd be looking at the data and you'd be approaching at this from a practical and not a fantasy perspective. I wish I could empathize with you, conspiracy-brained culture warrior, but it's hard when I know how much damage you're doing. The truth is not a point-and-click adventure. Most kids are hurt by their family and friends. I didn't fit that, and my story is boring still. Grow up. I get for y'all that's very exciting to feel like you're uncovering something and a political tool to wield, but those of us who've survived this, it's not a fucking game. It's a lifetime of suffering. Stop. You're not heroes. It does do damage, because the fact that there are thousands of people who can freak out and throw their attention and also jump in line with a bunch of insane, genocidal, anti-gay freaks, which Shoe0nhead, again, knows is in her audience. Not just that, let me be completely honest. Shoe0nhead has cultivated them in her audience, not just knows they're there. Shoe0nhead does a fucking anti-pedo thing every Pride Month. Just because Shoe0nhead is so ooh-woo that she can keep her mask on a little bit better than fucking Tim Pool doesn't mean jack shit. Shoe is responsible for her audience, but more than just being responsible for her audience, because being responsible for your audience is a big and complicated question. What Shoe is more responsible for is the shit that she blasts out of her mouth all the time. And I mean it. This is nothing short of the most irresponsible, unhinged, arguably even libelous trash. And she just dumps it out to her followers on a constant basis. And it's not the first time either. She's done this a million times before, and she'll do it again. Worth remembering that Shoe0nhead is an open bisexual. The very audience she is cultivating will come for her someday. And also, keep in mind, like I said, if we want to be completely honest, if this was about truth, Shoe0nhead posted kink pictures to her public accounts, which is followed by children, direct kink pictures of her on a leash being held by her sexual dominant armored skeptic. So Shoe0nhead, you're guilty of literally just as much as Balenciaga. Perhaps someone should put you on the next pedo hunter compilation. Pretty odd, isn't it? Interesting how these fucking pathetic little ooh-hoo, pick-me, whatever bullshit people, these complete wastes of time, who act all nice to your face, but then plot your genocide behind closed doors, which, by the way, let me be completely clear. Every time I've talked to Shoe0nhead in person, she's been very nice to me. But then she promotes this shit, she shit talks me behind my back, fuck her. Oh yeah, oh, there's another thing. Let me just, hold on, I didn't even show you this one. You wanna see where it gets really fucking gross? You wanna see where it gets even more gross? Here is Shoe0nhead. So Xanderhal says, Shoe0nhead on her way to once again use her massive platform to provide the neo-Nazis in her audience with fodder they can use to justify the murder of gay people. But this time, one day after an anti-gay terror attack. By the way, fucking based Xanderhal. Can we get some motherfucking hypers in chat for Xanderhal having the balls and the spine and the Giga Chad energy to be a real trans ally? Because unironically, that's what it looks like. Xanderhal out here fucking spitting and showing you all how it's done. But let's take a look here. Xan, please don't conflate her calling out a company for doing a really weird and gross modeling shoot. They didn't do a really weird and gross modeling shoot. She made that up and now they've just caked it in euphemism so they can just pretend that it existed. We should be able to call out companies doing weird shit, especially since it has nothing to do with the queer community. Well, tell that to all of the insane right-wingers in Shoe0nhead's communities who are posting wood chipper memes and tagging this with hashtag groomer and tagging in Matt Walsh and tagging in Tim Pool a day after an anti-gay shooting. But let's continue. Too late. He did it and unfollowed me just like Contra, the Surfs, Hunter, etc. All of them over pedo shit. Normal and cool. Not gonna stop me from talking about it. Now I replied to this and I said, Shoe, what are you trying to imply here? Because it kind of sounds like you're trying to imply something. Naming the Surfs, Hunter, and ContraPoints, specifically naming ContraPoints first, and then saying, ooh, it's weird and normal that they would unfollow me over my insane schizo posting about pedophilia. I wonder, chat, what do you think that Shoe was trying to say about ContraPoints, the most famous trans YouTuber, I believe, the largest trans YouTuber in the world? I wonder what Shoe0nhead could be trying to imply by saying that it's totally normal and cool when she gets unfollowed. I wonder, do you think that maybe this is a perfect example of Shoe0nhead showing her fucking ass? It is a perfect example of Shoe0nhead's fake fucking pedo hunter brainlet bullshit falling to the wayside. And maybe she just has a little bit more right-wing sympathies than she likes to admit because she's a spineless cretin. I like this comment, by the way. Shoe0nhead vaguely implies pedo conspiracies on a regular basis. Not vaguely, by the way, and not implies. Shoe0nhead explicitly alleges pedo conspiracies, and her followers go even harder. Others, it's really weird and possibly harmful that you turn every single thing into a pedo conspiracy, interestingly during Pride Month. Shoe, wow, people keep unfollowing me over pedo stuff. Clearly they must be pedos. Useless Leg says, but to Shoe, she doesn't think she's doing anything ultimately wrong, and that's the problem. She doesn't seem to possess the ability to be truly self-aware and comprehend the why of it. I'm not gonna get mad at you. Stop being sexist. Stop being sexist. Shoe0nhead is not a ooh-woo little internet bimbo. Shoe0nhead is one of the most successful YouTubers in the history of YouTube. Shoe0nhead has successfully weaseled her way through the entire alt-right. Shoe0nhead has a picture of her with Blake Masters. In fact, I've got a funny photoshopped version of it here. Let me just share it with you, okay? Let me show you, it's really fucking funny. There you go. If you don't know who Blake Masters is the fucking right-wing freak who got his ass blown out in the midterms because he's literally a neo-reactionary Nazi-posting freakazoid who constantly posts about groomers and shit. She has that photo is real, by the way. Based and one income pilled. By the way, do you know what that means? Based and one income pilled? That means like women aren't allowed to work. That means that men are the breadwinners. Shoe0nhead is a crypto fucking freak, okay? Let's just call it what it is. And I have tried. I have even fucking yesterday before she did this shit. Not yesterday, Sunday. On Sunday, chat was saying that I should bring up Shoe0nhead alongside people like Steven Crowder, Tucker Carlson, etc. And I hesitated and I said, nah, Shoe's not quite to that degree. But honestly, you guys were right. I'm giving that's an L on my part. I'm giving this dub to the chat because Shoe0nhead is right up there with them. Shoe0nhead just has a different tactic. See, she plays the ooh-woo little bimbo pick-me who's too stupid to be a Nazi. Who's too stupid to accidentally encourage her literally insane fans to go Pepe Sylvia and dig into everybody she so much as thinks is weird. Again, let's just go back to the core of this. Shoe0nhead put 3 unrelated images from the same website, then alleged there was a conspiracy theory. The time has come that we stop motherfucking playing games with these disingenuous people. Do not be fucking sexist and pretend that Shoe0nhead is too much of a stupid bimbo to know what she's doing. She owns her channel. She runs her channel. She always had. She made the decisions to network with the alt-right. She used to hang out and still does hang out with people who are at Charlottesville. That's what you call a motherfucking snake. Someone in Zan's stream pointed out that Shoe didn't even post about the shooting on Twitter. Yeah, why don't we go look? I wonder what Shoe has been talking about. Can we, maybe we can find out what Shoe0nhead has been talking about. Oh, she's complimenting herself here. Because, by the way, this is her showing that I don't know what website this is from, but she was cited by a website. So some shithole journalist cited Shoe0nhead, and she's very happy about that. Here we go. Elon Musk confirms he won't reinstate Alex Jones. However you feel about Alex Jones aside, am I wrong here? There's the Balenciaga. Fake Trump tweet. I love this website. Fake Trump tweet again. Here's her memeing about January 6th. Here's her memeing about Trump being back. Here's her celebrating Trump being back. Disregard everything I've said and done online from 2014 to 2021. That was my friend using my computer. She's mocking you. She's mocking you people who think she's too stupid to be a Nazi. Yeah, weird. Well, she found plenty of time to ask Elon Musk to specifically reinstate Alex Jones. And just remember, she tweeted that. Let me just make sure here. She tweeted that. She tweeted that the morning that the news was breaking of the shooting. She asked Elon Musk to reinstate Alex Jones, a guy who just got sued into the ground after years of ruining the lives of the victims of another mass shooting. Don't tolerate this shit. If you're a content creator, if you see this shit, don't tolerate it. Do not play games with these people anymore. We know what the stakes are. We've seen the rhetoric. We just spent the last 4 fucking hours of my stream live, just clicking on the quote retweets, scrolling through and seeing how people are talking about these issues. Let's take a look at Vadim's thread. A thread about Shoe0nhead's recent brain-dead QAnon level tweet. Several hours before Pizzagate detective Shoe0nhead posted it was already a matter of discussion on poll boards. This post referred to it as gigaton pedo happening. Some blamed it on the CIA. Many talked of pedo F slur and K slur because, of course, as Shoe would say, normal stuff. Here's a bunch of screenshots of the thread where this originated. All of this is relevant because, oh golly gee, they're using someone else's tweet against me. This defense is practically a mantra for Shoe and her stands at this point. But in this case, it's all the more ridiculous because the sources were delusional QAnon dorks who were already, by the way, note that the original source of this conspiracy, where Shoe0nhead almost assuredly picked it up from, absolutely was linking this to gay people. Even if she avoided saying that, her fans didn't. So what did she expect? If the source is QAnon, the gays or groomer style lunatics, then that's what your post will inspire, you dummy. Hold up, they're using someone else's tweet against me. So the guy that's actually in reference, about the guy that's actually in reference to Pedro L. Gonzalez. Here's the guy, all right? This guy is a Nazi, apparently. Pedro L. Gonzalez is a far-right wing goon who retweets Shoe0nhead often and turns her already bad tweets into absolute jizz fodder for crazy bigots. Oh, and please don't conflate her calling out a company with giving Nazis ammo. Okay, let's talk about that. It's time like these that Shoe could just retweet the ghoul, explain why he's wrong, and tell his hateful users' ass to fuck off. But she never does that. Yeah, isn't it interesting that even when people retweet her posts and say we need to wood chipper all the gays, she never calls that out. She never replies to that. She never calls it out on video. She doesn't quote tweet it. Isn't that fucking weird? Why? Who knows? But maybe this time it's because they're Twitter buddies. Here's some key exchanges we should discuss. I want to remind everyone this is the thread that kicked this all off after Vaush read it on stream. So when I reference useful idiots, this is what I'm talking about. I have several vids defending the LGBT community against the MAP coup. Yeah, this was Pride when she was saying that pedophiles are taking over the LGBT community, which is once again an insane thing to say. Oh, and here's Pedro, and she responds to Pedro, Pedro, please look away. She responds to Pedro by first name. That's a little odd, isn't it? Here we go. Totally unsurprising that the Libertarian Party's response here is, what's all the fuss about pedophilia? Here's Shoe replying, unprompted, to Pedro L. Gonzalez. Why are you as a father so obsessed with the concerning growing normalization of pedophilia? Interesting. Wow, that's kind of weird. child is not being mutilated. It is just holding a bear that happens to have a leather strap on it. Petco.com. Oh no, they're selling pedophile wear.
I'm sorry, you can't fool a degenerate. That is a BDSM harness.
Maybe Shoe0nhead sees a piece of leather next to a child and starts getting a little, riled up. Maybe it's a little bit of projection on Shoe0nhead's part.
Oh, you think this looks weird? Well, you must be a pedophile yourself. Wow, got him.
God. In those pics, we see them joking together about the same general stuff Shoe was discussing in a recent post. The fact he's blatantly a hateful ghoul doesn't seem to dissuade her. She must have known when he makes posts like these on the daily. Transgender ideology is a crime against humanity, says Pedro L. Gonzalez. Here's him tweeting a fuckload about grooming. Here's him tweeting about blowing up pedophiles. The transgender Leviathan. The exchanges I posted are far from their only conversations. Are they besties? I don't even know. However, I definitely think it should be noted that Shoe totally influenced his talking points on Tucker Carlson one time. Here we go. Thinking about how Bill Gates recently bought $690 million worth of farmland. Please explain to me what's wrong with Bill Gates. Thank you for talking about this on TV tonight. Unironically, fucking unironically, Shoe0nhead thanking Pedro Gonzalez for talking about it on TV with Tucker Carlson. Oh, just so you guys know. Alert, Proud Boys, a far-right extremist group, have announced that they will be gathering at a drag queen storytime event in Columbus on December 3rd. Please share this widely. Here you go, here's the link. Great. Awesome. Nice. Sick. Tongue on boot is more like it. No, I prefer blood on hands. I really do. I really do prefer blood on hands.
Bro, you don't even need the far right at this point. You're doing their job for them. What the f***?
Shoe0nhead on her way to once again use her massive platform to provide the neo-Nazis in her audience with fodder they can use to justify the murder of gay people, but this time the day after another anti-gay terror attack. This guy took a random response to my tweet and implied I was responsible for someone else's opinion and therefore fueling hate crimes against gay people. I have 500,000 followers on Twitter. I have over 1 million subscribers on YouTube. I am not the Ford Wrangler. There were a few people, not that many, who took my tweet and ran with their own narrative of it. I cannot control the opinions of other people. And a lot of these people aren't even in my audience. They're just random people on Twitter who found my tweet because it went viral.
Yeah, like, and most of the people mad were just not even people who followed me or watched my videos or anything. It was just like random people, and there's like, I always knew she was a Nazi. It's like, okay, bro. Like, it's just like, it was so weird. And like, I almost had, cause like, it was bothering me so much. Cause like when you get dogpiled, like we talked about, it's like crazy. And I just had like a mini mental breakdown on Twitter. It was like really embarrassing. I was like really sad in the morning, and I wrote like this whole thing. I was just like, I don't want to be a YouTuber. And then like I woke up the next day and I was like, oh, never mind. I don't really like,
take it back.
Take
these backsies.
I feel bad for it blowing up, obviously. But like the getting into the hands of the wrong people, you always have to be you have to be like careful about how you word things, I guess, because you can have criticisms and you could do it in a way that doesn't like fuel literal like anti-LGBT things. So you just gotta like be careful with like the way that you do things. But I don't take it. It was creepy as shit.
Do I think this is some kind of Pizzagate thing where Balenciaga's like hiding children in their basement? Do I think they are literally trafficking children? I don't think that. I don't know that. I've never claimed to know that. What I do know is that this is a huge up from a billion-dollar company. And when a billion-dollar company up, who better to come to their defense than the progressive left? Can we stop pretending Shoe is an ally yet? Shoe0nhead belongs in a prison cell for hate speech. Shoe herself is basically a terrorist enabler at this point. You are a Nazi.
I think like don't happen to you is my nightmare. Like I don't want to ever create a tweet that ends up being like fodder for the conservatives. Like fuck that, you know. I would never want to do that. So I feel like
that was annoying. That was weird.
I try to be a little bit more charitable to lefties than I am to conservatives. That's just like my general thing. Like I've seen shit that like the drag shit. I've seen some of the videos that I'm like, oh my god, this looks so bad. But I'm not gonna tweet about it because like it's not even.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like, how long could we be like, don't say anything because you'll fuel the other side? How long can that go on?
Zan, who never misses, by the way, posted a video called Destroying Shoe0nhead's Live-Filled Response to me. Basically, there's some drama, and Shoe blocked Zan. Zan called out Shoe over a thing. I forget all the details. Yeah, okay. So now we're going to look at the video. All right, let's do it. What? DM? Yes, that's right. Oh, DM also did a video, right, which released earlier. That's right. Demon Mama also never misses, except for whenever she and I have a disagreement, in which case she misses. Shoe0nhead fans won't watch this, which maybe at least one did. You can hope. Yeah. A 3-hour-long video. Okay, so we have... So, I chafed at the 28-minute long video of shoes, but we have a 2- and 3-hour video, respectively. That's good. Yeah. Okay, so basically, Shoe did something, and that means I have to talk about it, because everyone holds me to account for everything she's ever done. I don't know why this keeps happening. Alright. Shoe video. Well, let's do it. Let's find out.
Today we are going...
Oh my god, it's Shoe, but it's actually a person? That's crazy.
Hello everyone. Today we are going to be talking about the creepy Balenciaga photo shoot you may have heard of, how I helped accidentally kick off Balenciaga Gate, the bizarre defenses of the photo shoot, and how I lost friends over it. No, I'm not joking. This is going to be a wild one, so get comfy, get cozy. I made you some hot chocolate. Look, it's got marshmallows in it.
I don't like marshmallows. Already a big L from Shoe.
One was a little girl on a couch with a very worried, sad look on her face, surrounded by alcohol and holding a teddy bear that was wearing a full BDSM harness. There was other pictures of the girl laying—
Okay, I have to structure this properly just so we all know where we're coming from. Alcohol? Yeah, aren't there, like, wine glasses down here? This is a flask? That's not BDSM? Okay, I'm just going to ignore chat. Let's ignore chat. That's fine. It says H2O. It's a hip flask that says H2O. Do you get it? Like, do you get... Okay, yeah, we're just going to ignore chat on this. Okay, I do think the Balenciaga images are weird. That is a BDSM harness. I don't care if you're aware of some, like, esoteric other explanation. We're talking about what, like, the public perceives it as. There's always another way you can interpret basically anything. That's a BDSM harness. This is alcohol coated. These are literally wine and champagne glasses. If you disagree, you're stupid, and I'm sorry.
Surrounded by alcohol and holding a teddy bear that was wearing a—
Surrounded by alcohol? What? 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 Shoe, why do you have to lie about the contents? You don't even have to lie about the contents of the image for it to be creepy.
Okay, oh god, please chat, chat. If you can just hold your shit together, by the end of this, we will all be happier. If you can just calm down and not inject your opinions into this and let me do this. Please. Stop. Okay? The thing that happens every time is you guys get riled up to attack Shoe, so you make bad criticisms, and that shit sets me off. I don't like seeing people do that with Nazis, let alone Shoe, somebody that I'm actually on good terms with, okay? So if you despise me being on good terms with Shoe, if you want to see that come to an end, then it's in your best interest to shut up and let me offer the criticisms, okay? Because I can do it better than you can.
Twitter timeline by the streamer Brittany Venti, and she was talking about this. And I couldn't believe it, so I went to Balenciaga's website and I saw a TikTok on my Twitter timeline by the streamer Brittany Venti.
Nazi. Not just streamer, Nazi. Or at the very least, white nationalist fascist. Just, yeah. Kind of important to pull that through, I think. Okay, I'm just gonna get right to this. Okay, alright. You guys know how in the past I've talked about how there's a difference between people's political opinions and the actual outcomes of the stuff that they say and produce? Here's the issue, okay? In terms of Shoe's political opinions, she is a Bernie Sanders supporter through and through. Trust me, I've known her longer and closer as a friend than you guys have. She is authentically and sincerely, as a person to her heart, pro-trans, pro-gay, you know, not a communist or whatever, but it authentically, like, ideologically aligned with Bernie Sanders and I guess the general movement that he inspired. Like, you can fit her in that category. That is the case. However, that is not, you know, a person's positions are not a full reflection of the actual outcome that they have as a public figure. So here's the thing that I'm going to do, okay? I'm going to talk about all the ways in which this video and her behavior embolden the far right, even if those aren't her intentions or positions. It is going to take a while. That is what we're going to do. I've said this before with other people, right? There are other people whose positions and behavior don't align. Destiny pals around with neo-Nazis and has a community that basically just like coddles them and rehabilitates them. But as an actual, like, in terms of his opinions, like, he would align with, like, probably left of center on most things that he actually believes. It's about people's behavior, right? Like, whether you say he was being honest or not, Sargon of Akkad would say that he is like a liberal, progressive, women's rights, whatever, while doing the whole Gamergate thing. Like, what people actually believe. Now, Sargon's an idiot and also very disingenuous, and some say there were things wrong with Destiny too. But what we're really talking about here aren't people's positions. This is one of the reasons why it really frustrates me when people in my community are like wrong on this, you know? I'm going to reveal some shit that, okay, the tea is hot. I'm going to reveal shit you guys have never heard anywhere else. The secret relationship between me and Shoe, okay? For years, Shoe and I have been good friends. She's always been really nice to me, even back when I was a really small content creator. In a totally non-transactional way, without any, like, benefit to her, like, at all, really. She's just been really, like, nice, which I've always respected, because this has always been like a pretty hostile space for me. Like, you guys understand, you know I make very few friends out here. A lot of people have accused me of being like too charitable to Shoe as a product of us being friends. I don't apologize for being friends to her, because with her behavior to me, she has certainly earned that, because she's always been really good, like, just to talk to, and like reliable, like, you know, I don't know. It's just a friend. It's a thing, being a friend. But I think there's some legitimacy to the idea that my, like, being friends with her has, even if, like, my position is, oh yeah, you can dislike Shoe if you want, like, I definitely treat her differently than other people, you know? So, okay, we'll get to it. But you guys have to be on your best behavior, all right? Because, like, here's a thing, right? Here we go with Vaush acting like Shoe doesn't know exactly what she's doing, just patronizing as from decoy tricks in chat, okay? You have never left your house. Right off the bat, we've got a couple of issues in terms of, again, not position-wise, but in terms of, like, what the outcome of this rhetoric and behavior is. Emboldening the right. Not to, like, leaving aside the fact that her initial characterization of people's response to Balenciaga left out the fact that it was the far right who jumped in it, not people. Leaving aside the fact she didn't mention that Britney is a Nazi. This is relevant info. You know, moral panics coming from, like, the far right are different from just, oh, people are concerned about. It is a critical distinction, you know? And then she jumps into this, oh, haha, if I get assassinated. Again, this isn't about positions. Nothing she's saying here is explicitly far right, or even, by the way, explicitly incorrect. I've made jokes about, you know, oh, bullet in the back of my head, whatever. But as we're going to see, there's kind of a pattern of, like, I don't think Shoe's far right, but holy shit, does she go out of her way to not make them angry with her, you know? But we'll get to it. You might notice that in this post from Balenciaga, they seem to be referring to the bit that had the Supreme Court case document that referred to the child pornography case. They don't seem to be referring to the kids with the teddy bears, because, again, to me, the Supreme Court case purse on desk thing was a lot worse than the kids with the teddy bears thing. I understand the goal of the original two, the kids with the teddy bears, was to make them make people uncomfortable. Like, the point is to sow discomfort. The problem is that, like, the document on the desk doesn't sow discomfort. It's just, if you notice it, it's a CP reference. You know what I mean? Like, there isn't really an emotional context to having that Supreme Court document on the desk. There's not really, like, an artistic license. There's not really, like, an ulterior reasoning or motivation outside of just, if you notice it, it's like, oh, so that's what that is. It doesn't produce any artistic value. So to me, that seems like the thing that they're more jumping on. Now, Balenciaga did initially say that they'll be pursuing legal action against the photographer, but since then they've actually revoked that. They've actually said they're not doing that because the photographer was not the person who chose the sets. It was somebody at Balenciaga. Vaush, you're unironically insane if you sincerely think the court doc was nothing but an unfortunate coincidence. It's literally just public domain text. Ah, yes, the 10 to 12 public domain texts out there, of which one just happens to be about child pornography. Just a very normal thing for people to randomly print documents to use in a high-profile photo shoot and publicly display them without actually checking any of the words or content. I often do this. When I'm taking photos for a multi-billion-dollar fashion brand, I'm always just hitting random. I'm feeling lucky on the document prints and just throwing that out there, you know? This is something I often do.
Meanwhile, her ex-husband, Kanye West, after going on InfoWars and saying, quote, "There are a lot of things I love about..."
The case was an anti-abuse ruling. Why is anyone making that a big deal? Oh, holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Me reading Mein Kampf on the bus and shaking my head enthusiastically to show everyone I disapprove of what's written in it, you know? Every time I turn the page, I go, While, yeah, just holy shit, just...
about Hitler.
Hey.
For answers elsewhere. And a lot of people took this Balenciaga thing as just kind of the rich and powerful doing what they do in secret, now out in the open.
Not people, the far right. I don't understand this framing. I don't get it. You don't have to be like a sociologist reading out like the participation in this moral panic to understand this is a far right thing. People broadly may be upset with Balenciaga, but there is undeniably a far-right character to the way this conspiracy has taken shape. Like, overwhelmingly so. The framing here makes it seem as though it's a totally bipartisan framing when she went over, like, a MAGA rap about Balenciaga, and the initial info came from Brittany Venti, you know? Now, again, the reason why this bothers me is that the far right has run with this as a, like, QAnon, blood libel, liberal elite, queer pedophile conspiracy thing. That's the line they're running with. Now, I know that as the video goes on, she'll address this, and I'll wait for that to go over all of it. You know, we'll see if this gets contextualized later, because it well might be. I'm just saying, like, at the moment, that's the feeling that I'm getting from this.
Satanists, people who worship Satan, believe in karmic retribution. They believe that they can suffer the consequence of lying and tricking you. So the very simple premise is this. If I sell poison apples and I write apples and you come and eat one, I poisoned you. But if I sell poison apples and I have a sign that says apples, they're poison, and you come and eat one, you committed suicide. I haven't murdered you. You've committed suicide.
That's what Satanists believe.
Satanists believe by telling you what they're doing, they don't have any karmic retribution. I'm not responsible for the I'm not responsible for all the negative fallout from my actions if they understood what I was doing and allowed me to do it.
Do I think this is some kind of Pizzagate thing where Balenciaga's like hiding children in their basement? Do I think they are literally
Well, it's worth noting that the Pizzagate thing was also a made-up far-right, like, the way she framed that made it the Pizzagate thing was proved or something, but it was also an insane far-right moral panic that emboldened QAnon types.
trafficking children? I don't think that. I don't know that. I've never claimed to know that. What I do know is that this is a huge up from a billion-dollar company. And when a billion-dollar company up, who better to come to their defense than the progressive left? Can we stop pretending Shoe is an ally yet?
Right off, this framing is Shoe. Shoe, you know goddamn well that a solid half of the political powers that be in this country are on a full-on, like, the entirety of progressive queer culture is about pedophilia bent. The idea that thinking you're emboldening them when you are is defending Balenciaga is just insane. That is absolutely not the case. This is not about protecting Balenciaga. It's about protecting queer people from the framing that right-wingers immediately ran with that you didn't, for some reason, shut down in this tweet thread.
Shoe0nhead belongs in a prison cell for hate speech. Shoe herself is basically a terrorist enabler at this.
You might notice that these messages that she's going through have nothing to do with defending Balenciaga as a company.
How about we mass report her?
I do want to point out, by the way, that once you're a reasonably large content creator, you can construct the image of a mass cancellation campaign by like screenshotting tweets and YouTube comments pretty easily. Like of someone of my size, like I could do this with literally thousands of comments that have just been made in the past week or so. I could make hours long video if I wanted to edit all that shit together, which I don't. But you all know, I mean, you've seen those comments and tweets.
Twitter. Fuck Shoe. This crosses a line. Shoe is a cum dump enabler for fascist violence. Who'd expected anything else from a Nazi bimbo hag? She's fundamentally.
You guys are very sexist about her. You got okay. I'm. Here we go. Here's my enlightened centrist kicker. Okay, you guys are very weird about Shoe. Every time she comes up, people get really sexist about her. Like in this chat, in the Reddit, it's extremely weird. It like legitimately, like it's actually weird. It would be like if there was like a black progressive who like held a lot of water with the far right, and I kept seeing you guys say like weird shit about black. Like it's really weird. Okay.
The enemy and should always be treated as such. People like Shoe and Matt Walsh are the types of people I believe committing acts of violence against is morally justified. Now, I just need to make this clear that this is in no way a
I just hate how you coddle her on stream. Well, shit, dude, that doesn't justify being sexist. Calm the f down. That's on you.
representation of the entire left online. Most of the people who
Okay.
follow me are left-wing, and they agreed that, yeah, this photo shoot was really weird. The people who are mad about this are from a pretty small bubble, but nevertheless, lo and behold, I was apparently canceled. Now, I use the term
I know, once again, it's for some strange reason, Shoe is not mentioning the far right here at all. Those people were calling her out because her tweet got picked up by far right Twitter, and a ton of far right people were in the comments agreeing with it and immediately running with their own conspiracism. Like, is she not going to say, you know, hey, the reason they were mad is because I ended up emboldening the far right in an ongoing, like, conspiracy theory against queer people? Because that's an objectively correct framing of the situation. Even if she didn't mean to or intend to, or state anything objectively incorrect, she did embolden the far right conspiracy. If that's not mentioned,
canceled sort of sarcastically because I really wasn't canceled. It's kind of impossible to cancel me in general because I have 4 different fan bases and they all hate each other and me. And a lot of you guys watching this probably didn't even know all of this happened, but it was just very weird and I need to talk about this. Shoe0nhead on her way to once again use her massive platform to provide the neo-Nazis in her audience with fodder they can use to justify the murder of gay people, but this time the day after another anti-gay terror attack.
see, that's true. That's from Xanderhal, by the way. That's a true tweet. Shoe, you could, I know you'll never discuss this with me because you don't like direct confrontation, but if you discuss this with me, you would lose. And you are losing right now to me saying this because I'm objectively right. He was right. There's no way about it. You may think there are like mitigating circumstances. Ah, yes, and the quote tweet, the tweet he's referring to down here, was Pedro L. Gonzalez saying, "We are up against demons. The groomer problem is real. It's not a dumb culture war issue. These people want to your kids in one way or another, and they think it's funny." That person down there is flat out just saying all queer people, all progressives, are part of a child conspiracy. Right there. Pedro's a friend of Shoe's. Yeah, I don't want to follow police or anything, but I bet you if I go to their Twitter, followed by, yeah, Shoe. Shoe has bragged about giving him talking points for Tucker Carlson. Shoe, okay, I'm willing to give leeway here on account of familiarity, but a total unwillingness to acknowledge why the left is freaking out here is essentially just collaboration with the far right, regardless of what your actual specific positions are. Shoe operates on the politics of, like, the people who are criticizing me are the ones I will react to. To an extent, everyone does this, of course. This isn't just a Shoe thing. But, like, do we not see the broader problem here? Vadim goes into the details of how they know each other. Vadim, I don't know how much I can trust Vadim's perspective on Shoe. Wasn't he weird before? Maybe he wasn't. I don't know. I'll look at this later.
I'm sorry. Where are the gays? My post had absolutely nothing to do with LGBT people. The Balenciaga thing in general had nothing to do with LGBT people.
Then why were people you follow talking about it? Shoe, don't play dumb. It's not about what you say.
Balenciaga thing in general had nothing to do with LGBT people. Where did this come from? This guy took a
The far right. Are you really going to pretend Zan was the one who made up the LGBT comparison? Like Xan just produced that out of like he just constructed that.
Random response to my tweet and implied I was responsible for someone else's opinion and therefore fueling hate crimes against gay people with LGBT people. Where did this come from? This guy took a random response to my tweet.
That's an oomphy shoe. I know you have a lot of oomphies, but come on. How many followers does this guy have? 100,000? This person's been on Tucker Carlson? Not really a rando.
And implied I was responsible for someone else's opinion and therefore fueling hate crimes against gay people.
Yes. Yes, this is how information works. If you popularize an idea or promote it or broadcast it. Okay, I'm not going to even entertain this. This is f***ing stupid. Shoe, are you playing dumb here? You know perfectly goddamn well how this works. The far right latched onto your tweets and immediately turned it into fuel for the fire of the anti-queer, like, pedo groomer bullshit that they're doing. Why are you pretending you don't understand this? Why are you pretending this association was made by Xan?
I'm just confused how Balenciaga posting an ad of kids holding stuffed animals and fetish gear turned into LGBT groomer discourse. Did I miss something? Look at the quote tweets and replies to her tweet thread from her followers. I have 500,000 followers on Twitter. I have over 1 million subscribers.
No, f this, dude. No, absolutely f this. Stop. We are way the f too close to death camps to be pulling this I'm not responsible for my followers' behavior shit. This isn't about being responsible for your followers. This is in an era where the entire far right has completely thrown their weight behind the queer groomer conspiracy. You posting something that, again, the post itself in a vacuum, I don't think was wrong. Balenciaga did do sussy shit. I don't think the post in a vacuum was wrong or harmful. But then, unfortunately, life is complicated. The far right rolls with it and turns it into this, the fuel for the conspiracy. And then to not only address or condemn that immediately in that thread, I don't know how Shoe could have seen the tens or hundreds of thousands of far right people clearly making this about queer people and not thrown up in her mouth. I have no idea how she can look at that. But Shoe does spend like an awful lot of time like habitually communicating with far right people. So I don't know if she just like pretends it doesn't happen or she ignores it. I don't know if it's because she's locked in like the tradwife block now. I mean, by being bi, I hope she understands there are literally laws being passed right now by the people who are agreeing with her that would make talking about her sexuality illegal in school up to 18. Like this isn't an environment where you can just throw shit out there and not like and just like absolve yourself of the consequences of any responsibility. It's not. That's not like an opinion either. This isn't like a light disagreement.
On YouTube. I am not the retard wrangler. There were a few people, not that many, who took my tweet and ran with their own narrative of it. I cannot control the
What? Why is she not calling out the far right? Some people who took their own direction? What the do you mean? It was a huge wave of majority far right people. Why aren't you mentioning the direction they took it in? Like, see, posting the Balenciaga shit and not following it up with a condemnation of the far right attention, that to me, this can be like irresponsibility. The framing in this video feels like malice.
Opinions of other people. And a lot of these people aren't even in my audience. They're just random people on Twitter who found my tweet because it went viral.
Shoe, this isn't content creator drama. Shoe, I know you're listening to me either right now or in the future. This isn't content creator drama. We're not just YouTubers. We have public audiences. There are outcomes to our behavior. The words we speak resonate with huge numbers of people. This is not, oh, I've got so many followers. I don't even, this is like Weimar Republic. Like signal boosting a giant story about like some Christian kid getting hurt. And then instantly the Nazi media takes it and starts talking about Jews. And later, when the left is like, yo, Shoe, what the you're like, whoa, the left's trying to cancel me for calling out this murder and dismemberment of this one Christian kid. Some people might have taken it in some other direction. I don't know. But, like, it's not, like, this is a deliberately bad faith framing of the situation. If this was meant to be good faith, why are you not pointing out the reasons they're upset?
That is how a public forum works. If someone is egregiously being homophobic or harassing people in my replies, I'll just block them. There's nothing else I can do. What do you want me to do?
Publicly in that tweet thread, call out the far right for what they're doing, and in your subsequent video, acknowledge the actual harm that was done. That's it. That's all you have to do. You're not just a random forum poster. You can just condemn it with the same platform that you used to spread it to begin with.
About the opinions of other people. Why don't you focus on what I said and did? Is it because—
No. Shoe, I know you know this. We are too close. This is not about you. Get over yourself. This is not some, hysterical left freaked out over my... It's not. This isn't... It's not your personal content or branding. You understand. I know you know this because you're taking selfies with Blake Masters. I know you know what the far right are like. I know you know they exist. You're not in a bubble. You interact with more people across the political spectrum than almost anyone. More than anyone else I know. You know what's going on right now. You cannot just be the oops tee-hee arbiter of far-right politics. The least you could do is in this video explain why the left is angry. Like if you could say, hey, and I understand why lefties are freaking out because the far right immediately launched off with this tweet. And again, there's still some stuff in the video to go, and we'll get to that. But I do think even if it's presented later, you need to front load that shit. But we'll see.
Because I said and did nothing wrong? I mean this with the most respect possible. Posting this a day after a homophobic terror attack that happened because the trans drag groomer scare comes off in very bad taste. I think choosing to bring this to light right after the shooting is phenomenally poor taste. Shoe0nhead throwing queers under the bus right after a mass shooting to cater to her homophobic audience. There was a mass shooting in a gay club in Colorado a few days before this Balenciaga thing broke. And because there was a shooting at a gay nightclub, I can't talk about pedophilia.
Holy shit, Shoe, you f***ing retard. Listen, you either are or you pretend. If you sincerely think that's what's happening here, do I even need to expend energy, like, explaining the problem here? Shoe, you are so attached to your infantile free speech extremist bullshit, where the greatest crime in the universe is criticizing you and the things you say, that you're incapable of understanding or at least acknowledging the broader context of what's going on here. It was not you talking about pedophilia. It was a far-right moral panic that you contributed to. Listen, it happens. Last year, during the annual drag pride show, Kink at Pride discourse, I said some stuff that I later came to regret. I think that there were some issues I was reactionary on, and I did contribute to some reactionary tendencies. You know what? That shit happens. That's fine. The difference is, I didn't then spend the rest of my life pretending that everyone who had a problem with me only did so because they hate my free speech, and because they're all like pro-pedophilia, or whatever the framing we're going for here. The people who took issue with my behavior back then did so because my framing was such that I enabled a narrative of irresponsible child predation at Pride, which isn't a thing that happens. It's not a thing that happens. There's no statistical evidence to indicate this is any more a problem than children being predated on in any other, like, public event. I mean, that stuff happens everywhere, of course, but it's not a disproportionate problem. It's not a pride problem. Kink at Pride isn't a problem. I mean, maybe there's some people being extra wacky, but again, you can apply that to literally any situation, so it's not really, like, a specific fair criticism. But I didn't then go on to pretend like, you know, oh, yeah, this is some coordinated left effort to cancel me because they hated how I called out pedophilia. Because that's not what you're doing here, Shoe. If you actually let's be real, Shoe, if you gave a about pedophilia, then you would go to any one of the innumerable websites that talk about the actual ways in which you can help mitigate child sexual abuse, and help victims of child sex trafficking. And none of them are fueling far-right conspiracies like the Wayfair cabinet, Pizzagate, Balenciaga shit. None of this helps anyone. It doesn't. You're not going to fix anything. None of this changes. None of this solves anything. No children are being saved. The best thing that you can do is promote, hey, child sex education. One of the #1 things shown to actually reduce child sexual abuse. And by the way, something opposed by all the people who freaked out over the tweet you posted. You created and contributed to an element of a moral panic led by people who are looking for ways to mathematically worsen child sexual abuse. But do you talk about this? No. Instead, you pretend that leftists who are concerned with the far-right moral panic are actually going after you because you had the audacity to go after pedophilia? Come on.
Bro, you don't even need the far right at this point. You're doing their
Now the far right is mentioned, 11 minutes in.
job for them. What the f? Even if I saw it from their perspective, like even if I removed my brain and replaced it with a little toy monkey with symbols or whatever they have going on up there, even if I saw it from their point of view, if the issue they have with all of this is that I shouldn't be talking about this.
Shoe, this is like just, this is such a standard response, isn't it? That when somebody does something wrong or says something stupid or it gets blown out into the wrong way or whatever, and then like in response to my attempted cancellation, they want to silence me. They don't want me to talk. It's just like the standard thing that comes out, you know?
At a time where gay groomer rhetoric is popular, why aren't they mad at Balenciaga for doing an ad like this at the time the gay groomer thing is popular?
Even if we were to accept that these two things are equivalent and that, you know, for some reason they should criticize, like they can't criticize you because they have to criticize Balenciaga. The critical difference here is that Balenciaga is a multi-billion-dollar fashion company who already did the press release. The attention was given to it by you. The far-right framing was given to it by you. You are someone who can be reached and talked to. In terms of getting angry at stuff online, attacking Balenciaga would be like getting mad at the state of Iran. As opposed to, say, a far-right commenter in the United States who said that the woman who got beaten to death by the moral police officer deserved it because she was a slut. The level of proximity dictates the likelihood of actually going at people. And this is a bullshit deflection as well, because you could run this with anything. Oh, why are you getting mad at me for promoting this bill? I'm not the one who wrote it. Why aren't you getting mad at Senator so-and-so? And then, oh, why are you mad at Senator so-and-so? It was actually the party whip and strategist who came up with the idea of promoting this strategy. Why aren't you going after them? You can always pass the buck. At the end of the day, you still made a mistake, and you're continuing to make it in this video. This video is worse than what you did on Twitter. It's not a valid deflection. Especially since, again, like going after Balenciaga in this respect does not like protect children in any fashion whatsoever.
Why aren't they directing their anger at the brand? Why are they shooting the messenger? The worst part about this is that this tweet came from a YouTuber who I've been friends with for years. Why is this person, who I thought was my friend, doing this unhinged Stretch Armstrong reach?
Off. I like how in this picture you clip out the friend and oomphy of yours who's been on Tucker Carlson, who was directly linking it to queer people. How is it a reach when he's just pointing out the response of hundreds of thousands of people who jumped on to the tweets that you made? And how is this... This is such a fake weaponization of friendship here. You blocked Zan, not the other way around. You might block me after this. And yeah, Zan has been getting death threats from far-right people for days now, who have been saying, you know, you're not safe, don't go outside at night, you're a pedophile, blah, blah. All he did was point out that a ton of far-right people jumped on this, DM too, as a way of promoting the anti-queer conspiracy, and that you have enabled that and done nothing to mitigate that whatsoever, which is completely correct. This tweet is completely correct.
To imply I am responsible for the murder of LGBT people. This isn't how you would treat a friend. This isn't criticism. This isn't a joke. This is disgusting.
It's not a joke. It is criticism. And yeah, shoot, you don't have to do anything yourself to contribute to the harm of queer people at all. You realize that, right? Like if you go back into the any pre-genocide period, any point in time in any country, in any culture, with any group of people before a historical genocide takes place, there are plenty of people who, without directly promoting any of the beliefs or institutions that were involved in the coming genocide, nonetheless enabled it by promoting adjacent ideas. We see this all the time with the centrists, with the enlightened skeptics, with the libertarians, who ostensibly, nominally, don't agree with the ideologies that they bolster, but nonetheless end up doing the same thing. Think of, for example, Bill Barr, right? That's the name, right? Bill Barr? He's the guy I'm thinking of, right? He's the guy who has the talk show. He did the thing. Yeah. Bill Maher. No, not Bill Burr. Bill Maher. I was in between those two. Bill Maher. Anyway, Bill Maher. Bill Maher is not, you know, a far-right guy, according to him and some other people. However, he has talked about trans people as a social contagion on his show. He's talked about how Gen Z has so many queer people in it that if you keep by the current rate of growth, eventually all humans are going to be queer or whatever. He's talking about it like it's a social contagion. Now, Bill Maher may not personally want to do a trans genocide. I don't think that he does. However, he is spreading the social contagion rhetoric, which is exactly what people who want to kill trans people believe. Bill Maher may not personally believe in the trans death camps or whatever, but by promoting the ideology that leads to it, he's nonetheless complicit, and the blood would be on his hands if anything like that were to happen. He may be indignant about that, and you know what? People like that tend to take it to their grave. People like Bill Maher go their entire lives without ever acknowledging what they've done. This happens all the time. Nobody wants to take responsibility for the outcomes of their behavior. But the world is built on the outcomes of people's behavior, and a lot of that behavior is not deliberate. The world is entirely built on it.
Disgusting. I just don't understand, like, if you had a problem, why didn't you come to me in private? Why did you have to make it into some public sideshow, epic dunk for the world to see? Maybe this is karma, because
you did something publicly, he responded publicly. At least you can't say that about me, because I certainly talked to her about this.
Dropped friends over politics before, because honestly, I can't find any other explanation for this. But this wasn't even political. Like,
none at all.
I couldn't think of an optically worse thing to drop someone over. Like, I know you used to be right-wing.
Contribution to a far-right moral panic is actually a pretty legitimate reason to be upset with somebody. I thought Zan DM'd her and didn't respond.
Nazis in our audience with fodder they can use to justify the murder of gay people, but this time the day after.
Oh yeah, I know that. I thought this would be evidence that he DM'd her.
Personally, I can't relate, but not everything related to pedophilia has to do with gay people.
Well, Shoe, if only there wasn't an entire half of the political wing of this country that believes that the two are inimicably intertwined. Who all did she keep that tweet up? She might have deleted it by now, but I want everyone to fully understand that there is no ambiguity when it comes to the reception the Balenciaga tweet got. It is not... Oh yeah, here it is, from November 20th. 128,000 likes, 11.2 thousand quote tweets. If you go through all this, and I'm not the best one to like scroll through all of it, because I'm friends with progressives, so they're going to show up at the top. There is an overwhelming, like, far right. In fact, I don't know if I can think of a popular far-right pundit who did not respond to this. Overwhelmingly, in line with a with the like, it's part of like the queer pedophilia stuff. I mean, shit, it got retweeted by libs of TikTok, the terrorist account. There's Cernovich, Liz Wheeler in the comments, Jackson Hinkle, who's a Nazi. I wish there was a way to sort replies to a tweet by likes. I don't know why there isn't. Twitter sucks.
I'm convinced Shoe has no real political opinions and just says/believes whatever sounds good to her. Isn't that what an opinion is? Begging people to finally realize Shoe is literally—
Well, no, because if you have real political convictions, sometimes those lead you to outcomes which aren't like good, to like don't immediately feel intuitively good. Like sometimes they might lead you to hard truths that you have to acknowledge. That might be a bit of a self-report there. The idea that like having political opinions is the same as just saying what you think at the moment.
If I was going to leave the left over left-wing people being mean to me, I would have left the left like 8 f***ing years ago. I know it's hard for these people to understand because their extent of politics is quite literally Discord servers and Reddit communities. You cannot be kicked out of opinions. Like, I could call myself a right-winger right now, but I would be the shittiest right-winger ever.
I do want to say though that she is objectively correct on this one point. This obsession with whether or not somebody is in or out of the left is infantile, and it betrays people's obsession with social spaces. You cannot be admitted to or removed from a political ideology. No one has any control over that. You can consider her what you want, but the idea of like, when is she going to leave the left? The term leave the left refers to a very specific and cringy kind of like coming out video for conservatives. It doesn't refer to like the actual process of crossing a line. There is no line. It can't possibly exist. But a lot of people are obsessed with that. This is one of the reasons why my greatest triggers, I hate it when people do this. People get mad at me for admitting Shoe into the left, which is insane for so many different reasons. One of which being I don't have that power. Second of which being I'm the most controversial person on the entirety of the online left, and therefore I have no idea what my word on this would. Okay. What they actually seem to mean is like, they're mad at me for getting along with her. I genuinely don't know what the criticism actually is supposed to mean. Focus on criticizing the ideas, not people's imaginary participation in some kind of like walled off section of online political discourse.
Probably on account of the whole, I don't know, socialism thing. The whole being a socialist might get in the way. But more important—
You're not a Shoe. You're not a Shoe. You're a social democrat, you liberal. Remember what I said about there being a difference between one's political beliefs and the outcomes of those political beliefs? I'll give you another example in another historical situation that we're probably not that familiar with so that I can break up the mold a little bit, okay? Nazi Germany, okay? Now, as you all know, there are a lot of wealthy capitalist bankers out there who do lots of bad stuff, aren't there? Oh, we lefties sure do know it. Oh boy, do we hate our wealthy capitalist bankers. Now, if you can imagine such a thing, I think it might actually be a little bit irresponsible if one was a popular, publicly powerful leftist in, say, 1933 Germany, to put long screeds out there on how the German people are being exploited by the wealthy elite and bankers, how the German worker is being exploited by the robber baron, the plutocrat, and then immediately put your hands in the air and go, whoop, I'm not looking at the comments. I'm not responsible for anything anyone says. Goodbye. And then when, I don't know, Jews go up to you and they're like, hey, Shoe, what the f-? And you look at them and you're like, what? I can't, what? You have a problem with me calling out big banks? You know? Sorry, you have to keep an eye on the times, okay? Nobody is impressed with anyone's ability to be just like nominally progressive. There's nothing in the world less impressive than saying that you're pro women's rights or pro socialism. Oh, you've said it? Oh, you've said, oh, that's great. You've said you're progressive? Oh, what is this, like a male feminist thing? You know what I mean? Like, oh, you've said you respect women's rights? Here's my glistening pussy, all right? No. The actual cool thing that you can do is do progressive things, do socialist things, affect outcomes in that fashion, make the world more this, you know? So ultimately, even if what you're doing and saying is in line, you know, generally, with what a progressive might do or say, if the outcomes of those behaviors are an emboldening of a Nazi moral panic, then it doesn't matter. You understand?
I'm just so tired of like trying to prove to these people that I'm left-wing. I'm just tired of being like, no, you don't understand. I voted for Bernie in 2016 and in 2020. I believe this and I believe that. I'm tired. I'm too old for this shit. I am exhausted.
Do you think there might be something you're doing that constantly sows doubt to this effect? I mean, like, leaving aside the enabling of the far-right moral panic and the constantly fraternizing with far-right people, that photo with Blake Masters framing his, like, insane policy, as like, single income pilled or whatever,
These people just want me to be some like progressive little shit lib, rising from the ashes of like the anti-SJW world. They want me on my hands and knees groveling and apologizing for making like stupid level 1 baby edgy jokes about attack helicopters.
No. That's not what's happening here. They're not mad at you for making attack helicopter jokes in 2015. They're mad at you because a month ago, less than a month ago, an existing far-right moral panic that everyone knows exists, including you, that poses a real threat to the lives of millions of people, was emboldened and empowered by something that you accidentally did. I don't think Shoe posted the Balenciaga shit with the intention of enabling the far right. Personally, I think that's a ridiculous accusation. I don't believe that at all. I think Shoe did something that if given the opportunity, I would have done the same, and she just took no accountability after the fact, no matter how it went, you know? It's not like I don't say that ultra-wealthy people are pedophiles. I do! I say that! I don't disagree with her on that. I do think the Balenciaga shit is weird. The initial behavior on her part, the posting the Balenciaga stuff, I don't think that's wrong. It led to a bad outcome, yes, but the initial action, the initial intent, the drive to do that, I don't think those things are wrong, and I'm not criticizing her for it. I'm criticizing her for everything that has happened since then, not helicopter jokes.
5 years ago. They want me saying we need to destigmatize pedophilia or want me sipping for the
Shoe, I would really appreciate it if you would not frame the left's position on you as wanting you to destigmatize pedophilia. It'd be very cool if that was not the characterization of the left that you made, i.e. further emboldening the far-right perspective on, like, framing. Who said that? I'll tell you who said that. This was an argument between Shoe and Hunter Avalone a little while ago. I don't remember all the details, but the basic gist is this, okay? So I'm going to skip past all of the wheedling and all the explanation. I'm just going to say this very factually, okay? If you want to protect kids, you want pedos to go to therapy. Simple as. If you disagree with that, it's because you are either pro-pedophilia or yourselves a pedophile. We all know that actual pedophiles, like those lolly shits on Twitter, love calling other people pedos because, you know, if the finger's pointed away from you, it's not pointed at you. If you want to stop children from being harmed, you want pedos to go to therapy. Some people have said, and I think there is some truth to this, that the hyper-punitive attitude that people have online, where they're screaming, kill all pedophiles, kill all pedophiles, kill all pedophiles. Well, you know, again, it's inspired by good intentions, might lead to an attitude where it discourages pedos from going to therapy and therefore increases the number of children harmed. I don't know how much data there is on this specifically, but I do think whatever outcomes leads to pedophiles going to therapy is the best one. You know, like whatever leads to that outcome is the one that harms the least children, objectively. I'm not arguing on this. That is a fact. If you disagree, it's because you want to rape children or want to watch other people rape children. Could be either, you know? So, Hunter made the points that I just made. I don't know if he made them in the same way. I don't know how eloquently he made them. I don't know if he framed them in between a bunch of insults against Shoe. I assume he did because he really doesn't like Shoe. I think that is what Shoe is referring to here. It might have been other things in line with that. I want to be clear here, seen in my entire life very, very few instances of people on the left actually enabling pedophilia. I know that plenty of far-right websites like 8chan are literal dens of child pornography, or at least were. I know that a lot of far-right people in politics seem to have weird associations with pedophiles or with pedophile-adjacent politics. I know they seem to be rather keen on pedophilia in a lot of weird ways. I know that overwhelmingly the lolicon accounts on Twitter are far-right. Every time I see this crop up in any systemic fashion, it seems to be right adjacent. I also know that the right is currently embroiled in a campaign to prevent child sex education from being offered in any schools across the country, which would dramatically increase children's vulnerability to. Additionally, conservatives are unquestioningly devoted to the what would you call the hegemonic power of the father and of the church, aka the two biggest threats to children. The two biggest threats to children are by far the home and the church. The school runs third, still prominent. If you want to mitigate these factors, you need to promote Me Too kind of stuff, like believe the believe victims kind of stuff. Investigate, take it seriously. You want child sex education so that victims of abuse know what's happening to them, know that it's abuse, understand how to describe that abuse when they talk to authority figures. Stuff like that. Gender imbalances also contribute significantly to predation because a lot of the ways in which young boys and girls are preyed upon align with gender stereotypes. The idea that boys always want sex, or that girls exist to provide sex, which are fairly common, I guess root mythologies about gendered behavior. They're stereotypes, if you know what I mean. These are things that the right basically promote. And it's not a coincidence, by the way, that anytime you see a news story where it's like, banging 27-year-old teacher has sex with 12-year-old male student 18 times in 1 week or whatever, because the news media never calls that rape, that there are a bunch of guys in their mid-30s with receding hairlines and sunglasses in their cars for their Twitter avatars, going like, dude, where was she when I was young? Those people did not vote for Bernie. Now, am I saying that there's a direct connection between conservatism and pedophilia? Yes, I am saying that. So, Shoe, cut this shit out.
But I just want to go back to the more important, less personal aspect of this whole thing, and that is the connection between pedo and LGBT. So of course there are
Okay, let's see where it goes.
a lot of people on the right wing who are comparing the two. They have been doing this since the 1950s. The pedo smear has been thrown at gay people for decades. There's always been people on the right who will compare all the things I talk about, like the maps and stuff, to gay people. But it's very clear from my content, if you've watched my content, which I really don't think a lot of these people who are mad at me have done, it's very clear from my content that I've always pushed back on this. But what is new to me is now liberals coming out and saying I can't talk about this stuff, and that talking about it is somehow inherently anti-gay, which when you think about it is really, really bad.
Okay, so she goes right back into the far right framing here. Okay, so we have 20 seconds of, hey, I've always pushed back on the idea that queer people are pedophiles, but also liberals can't even talk about pedophilia because of all the gay people. Okay. So I want to be clear here, and a lot of people in chat don't seem to get this, but when I opened this video by saying that Shoe is legitimately progressive, I meant it, and this is not being... My opinion on this is not changing. She has always been consistent in this position. Again, but it's not about what you believe, is it? It's about the outcomes of your behavior. And everyone who criticizes her on other grounds, you're missing the point. You're still missing the point, guys. This is why I am where I am, and this is why all of you are 24/7 sucking my cock and donating to me. Thank you. The whole point of this criticism is that it's not about her positions. It's about her reflexive inability to take responsibility for the outcomes of what she does, her constant palling around with the far right and apparent unwillingness to hardcore go after them outside of like vague denunciations, and the fact that she will always spend most of her energy targeting the people who are critiquing her the most, which means that because the right knows that she's a phenomenal on board for them in a lot of instances, she will always be arguing with the left, criticizing the left, framing the left's attacks against her as some kind of attempt to silence her free speech or some puritanical, you know, tender queer woke skulled effort to crack down on her and fit her in a box or whatever. You know, the insane expectation that she not contribute to a far right moral panic. But these aren't about her positions, they're about her behaviors. This is one of the reasons why you guys need to be careful when you make these criticisms. It's not just about me and my irritation. It's that there are a lot of shoe fans out there whose positions here are reinforced by your inaccurate criticisms. When you might have noticed that about a third of this video by runtime is people making attacks on her positions rather than her behavior. There's a reason she chose those comments. It's because those are the ones that she not only thinks look the worst when framed in the video, those are the ones that are wrong. And her audience knows they're wrong. And because of that, when her audience sees this behavior, they think that it is all just hysteria, that it's attacking her positions, which she has receipts to defend herself against. But I'm attacking her behavior, and I suggest you all do the same.
They're latching on a movement that is currently, finally, seeing acceptance, which makes them snakes.
There's literally nothing more dangerous about pedophilia than any other sexual attraction when you think about it.
You hear that, guys? There is no difference between an adult consensually having sex with another adult and an adult having sex with a child. Amazing! We learned
Clipped.
so much on this channel.
But right now, since gays and transgender people have already—
Holy f***, is that Amos Yee? Holy shit! Oh my god, what a blast from the past. This was Carl Benjamin's best friend.
gotten much of their rights all throughout the world, I think it's time for pedophiles to have their turn.
Oh, shut up! Shut up! This right here is what triggers my timbers.
Isn't he in jail now? Yes. I do think you could put a lot more effort into putting forward more systemic solutions to child sexual abuse than just attacking whichever group of people online is trying to promote pedophilia that day. Because that's where you're going to find the big schism with the right. The far right, they love this shit. They love talking about pedophilia because it serves as a nice, like, morally intuitive palette along which they can paint any moral panic they want. It's very easy. It's very intuitive. But does the right ever concern itself with any behavior that would actually lower the amount of child sexual abuse? No. Quite the opposite. In fact, often they take every possible step to systemically worsen it. These are the people who don't believe victims of sexual abuse. These are the people who don't mind police letting kits build up and never actually get tested. These are people who don't mind, like, the patriarchy at the home, the idea that the father reigns supreme, or the supremacy of the church. Authoritarian ideologies are just naturally more inclined to pedophilia because pedophilia as a behavior is authoritarian, obviously, because it's an adult and a child. That is a very, very, very one-sided power imbalance. If you actually want to help children, you gotta layer this shit in. And Shoe, if you want to see who actually cares about pedophilia, talk about Me Too. Talk about child sex education alongside you talking about Twitter pedos. You know who's going to be mad at you for that? It's going to be the conservatives. They're all up with you on the virtue signal, but the moment you get down there and actually propose any policy solutions, you're going to start seeing people accuse you of being woke or of being with them. I'm not saying that you're refraining from doing this up to this point for the most part. I know she's mentioned some stuff from time to time systemically, but not like a full paradigm. I'm not saying you're refraining from doing so as evidence of like a malicious unwillingness to alienate your right-wing audience. This is more sociology-oriented, like, you know, systemic analysis stuff. And I understand that that doesn't, you know, that's not the same kind of content as like, look at these crazy pedos on Twitter. I get that it's different, but I'm just saying if this is a priority for you.
Remember my Prostasia video where I exposed some child protection organization? What if I posted that video today? Would I be bombarded with these same people and called a Nazi and a reactionary and whatever? Because the only people that were doing that last year was the organization itself. The pedo organization was calling me alt-right for exposing them.
It's worth noting again that she is framing the left's behavior as taking issue with her accusing wealthy corporate people of being pedophiles. Leftists love calling wealthy, glamour, bourgeois, designer brand affiliated, leaders pedophiles. They love that shit. That's not the issue here. You know that. All of the comments that you've shown in this video have been people accusing you of being right-wing or enabling the right-wing. Not for that, but for what happened after, which you are very weird to not address, you know, to not point out. Then why didn't they with Balenciaga? You mean Balenciaga, the organization with no tweets that deleted everything off Instagram? What were they supposed to do? What do you mean? Again, like I said, this is a bullshit whataboutism where, oh, I may have done a bad thing, but what about this other institution that did a bad thing? Shoe was the person who kicked off the Twitter, the far-right Twitter moral panic shit. She was the person in a position to address and denounce it in that Twitter thread. This video has been framed very dishonestly. Nothing about, oh, well, why didn't you protest by sending a letter to Balenciaga after Shoe had already made it a far-right moral panic? This doesn't mean anything, okay? It's just a way of deflecting. Don't deflect.
A crazy conspiracy theorist for pointing it out. And they love to do this gaslighting shit, right?
Here's another point that I think is interesting. You know, she's cobbled together a couple dozen screenshots of lefties saying stuff she finds disagreeable, some of which I find disagreeable, but some of which I think are on point. But I notice in terms of delusional behavior online in response to her tweets, we are not seeing a compilation of the literal thousands of high-profile far-right accounts that immediately made a link to this and the groomer, drag queen, queer thing. I mean, if we're talking about, you know, anything outside of Shoe's personal experiences, you know, like the world outside of her and her life and her head, and, you know, what's actually going on out here that affects people, you know, things that matter, we might note that delusional behavior is a product of those tweets. It's on high, but it's not all coming from the left. In fact, I would say that a tiny fraction of it is, but that's not being shown here. You know, we're delusional, you know, because some people think Shoe0nhead is a dog whistle, which it's not. It's a reference to an ancient 4chan meme, but that's not a dog whistle. But what about the people with power? What about the people who matter? What about the politicians? What are they saying? Are politicians saying Shoe0nhead is a dog whistle? Probably not. Are politicians saying this is just one more component of how they want to subvert and corrupt our children? Yeah. I mean, Alex Jones brought it up with Kanye West, you know? I mean, this got blown out to the highest possible, just short of Biden coming out and addressing it. I don't know a higher level of social engagement.
Is putting a leather harness on a dog BDSM too?
This child is not being mutilated. It is just holding a bear that happens to have a leather strap on it. Petco.com! Oh no! They're selling pedophile wear!
I'm sorry, you can't fool a degenerate. That is a BDSM harness.
Maybe Shoe0nhead sees a piece of leather next to a child and starts getting a little, you know, riled up. Maybe it's a little bit of projection on Shoe.
It's very strange that DM's video is being intercut here. The rest of this had everything censored, like every tweet shown. Zan's tweet, everything. I don't know why the clip chimping is happening from here. That seems very strange. I think generally the best way to handle stuff like Balenciaga is to like all like literally, I think the most moral thing that you can do with the Balenciaga situation is for the entire world to do this. At Balenciaga. No far-right moral panic. No, like, insane, this means that QAnon is real, actually. This is what I want. I think this is literally, like, the morally correct way to handle it. Just because that's what sussy means. Yeah, you go, hey, Balenciaga. And if you want to, like, force them to make a corporate apology or whatever, f it, do it. I love corporate apologies, you know? However, a far-right moral panic happened. It's still happening. And ignoring that and pretending that this is just some, like, lefties defending Balenciaga shit is highly irresponsible.
Just reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. Balenciaga better be paying you people good, because if
The papers of the See, that's the shit that I mean, Shoe. The papers of the CP case were more than sussy. This is a bit dishonest regard. No. I'm talking about the kids with the teddy bears. The CP, or the CP court document on the desk was mega sussy. Or super sus, in my opinion. I think that goes from sus to super sus. That's where it goes, I think. So, you know. Yes, a sus squared, if you will. It's very strange. Okay, that's fair. Thanks for clarifying. Okay, gotcha, yeah. Sus squared, yeah.
like the brand itself even admitted it was weird, yet you're over here running defense for them for free. Even more annoying than the guest.
I really think that Demon Mama is just more concerned with the way people are taking it to like an insane, like what Demon Mama is trying to do there is not defend Balenciaga. Demon Mama doesn't care about Balenciaga. What Demon Mama cares about is us reaching like a satanic panic level of paranoia in this country from the far right, where anytime they don't like any institution or group of people, they can immediately find something pedophilic adjacent about them by way of making literally everything pedophilic. Like the way the far right will take a look at a drag show and go like, look at this, there are children in the audience. And you look at the video and it's a person wearing twice as much clothing as I or Shoe am right now, just like doing a little dance then leaving. Like literally 50 times more clothed than what you can see at the beach. And the problem is, if you cede that ground to them, if you cede that ground of hyper-paranoia, you're still enabling the far-right moral panic. And again, none of this has anything to do with protecting children, because it's not. The far-right is using this as a way of continuing their attack on queer people. And for a lot of people, this is just like a speculative, like an interesting, wacky thing that's happening. You know, there's obviously a lot of like normie intrigue and how goofy this all is. But it's not about protecting children. And I don't think there's anything wrong with Demon Mama pointing out that we're like reaching pretty ludicrous levels of paranoia, you know? Like I'm trying to think of like, okay, I'm just gonna share this little story because I've read up on it recently because of what I've been playing video game wise. Doom, okay? Now, the original Doom came out, I think, in 1993. The original Doom was like basically the first modern first-person shooter. It was revolutionary for its time, and in my opinion, still a very good game. Now, keep in mind that throughout the 1980s, we were experiencing a level of satanic panic where there was legitimately, this is not a joke, this was not like a made-up thing in media, people aren't exaggerating when they say this, suburban white moms who felt that if you played hair metal rock and roll backwards on like cassette or records, that you would get messages from Satan, or that like heavy metal bands would encode satanic messaging into the song if played backwards. This led to discourse in Congress. No, that's not a joke. The satanic panic was psychotic. And you're right. Iron Maiden released a song called Number of the Beast. Now imagine a Shoe0nhead back then, okay? You can't deny it's sussy, right? Like, you know those satanic types are all into pedophilia, then Iron Maiden releases a song called Number of the Beast? Like Balenciaga. They're doing a wink, wink, nudge, nudge at the audience. Now, I think there is a critical difference here. The critical difference being that even if you were unironically worshiping Satan, I think that's fine, I guess, if you want. Whereas if Balenciaga is unironically promoting pedophilia, that is absolutely not okay. But in terms of the paranoia, it motivates the same kind of behavior. See, when Doom came out, this was around the time that people in Congress were talking about passing laws to ban violence in video games, right? What was his name? Jack Thompson? They were talking about how, like, Mortal Kombat was too violent because, what was his name? Sub-Zero had a finisher where you'd rip your head out and the spine would dangle. And Doom comes out, and Doom is a game which you'd think Christian conservatives would like it because it's literally about killing demons in hell, you know? But for some reason, they didn't. They thought this was deeply satanic. Now, there is a very strong cultural association in the American Christian far right between Satanism, pedophilia, homosexuality, and transgenderism. A promotion of any of these things is seen as an adjacent position to the rest of them. This is a really, really common pattern when it comes to how these moral panics develop. That's why when Balenciaga is accused with, like, pedophilia shit, immediately the far right jumps in to tie it to Satanism and queer people, gay and trans people. That association is politically advantageous to them because it's really easy to motivate these zealous far right religious groups if you're connecting things they don't like already to Satan. And a lot of them already think that being trans means that you've been infested by a demon. There are a lot of religious fundamentalists out there. Look, the point that I'm getting at here is that what Demon Mama was doing there, what it's important that we all do, is not bite the bullet. Don't give in. Do not let the far right elevate you to a level of paranoia where you are always willing to take the worst interpretation, the least charitable interpretation of everything that happens. Don't let like every bit of media you come across instantly signal in your mind a threat of some kind of grand conspiracy. Because look, the real shit that f***s over the world isn't a conspiracy. The accumulation of capital in the hands of a smaller and smaller group of people, that's not a conspiracy. That's not a bug. That's a feature, okay? The political system's corruption, lobbying, this isn't, you don't have to be an expert to figure this out, you know? Do conspiracies happen? Yes. Should we pursue, like, understanding them to the best of our abilities? Yes. But not off of, like, oh, sure, the far right's doing a moral panic, but, like, you know, somebody's got to hold Balenciaga to account. Nothing is going to happen here, okay? And so many more people's lives could be saved with more responsible behavior. And frankly, a lot of people are going to get hurt if you're in a mind state where you see Doom, or you see a Iron Maiden album, and your first thought is like, oh, well, you know, maybe it's not that, but like, whew, that's pretty bad, isn't it? Huh? Well, And then somebody else is like, dude, I think Number of the Beast is just a song. I think they were just being edgy. And you're like, wow, you're defending Iron Maiden? Whoa, cool, wait, great. So you're fine with Satanism? It's just a very reflexive and reactionary, like, tendency. Again, I want to indicate that I'm not comparing the accusations of satanic worship to accusations of pedophilia in terms of the severity of those behaviors if they actually did take place, only in the mentality that people have, because keep in mind, to a religious conservative, worshiping Satan and raping children actually is about on the same level. And they sure act like it. And yes, the far right did in fact make an effort to call Balenciaga satanic. They did so with like a Taylor Swift blood-coded image done for a promotional bit. They did it. I remember seeing, a woman did it with whether or not Balenciaga means Baal is king. I think this was Jordan Peterson's daughter who said this. Luxury brand Balenciaga has been the focus of outrage and conspiracy theories. Controversy says Balenciaga says some connect the dots to Balenciaga to Baal, an ancient Canaanite god of fertility. A widely viewed Instagram post made an attempt to be the Republican candidate to represent Tennessee's 5th congressional district. Claimed the following: do Google Translate from Latin to English. I did it myself. The depths of evil surrounding the Balenciaga story just get deeper and darker at every turn. Starbuck, that's his real name, wrote on Instagram. Be careful. You change nothing with this Balenciaga shit. The only actual outcome you can have in the world is enabling an ideology that does lead to the harm of more children.
Notice how they never talk about child beauty contests. All this political theater from you, yet not one mention of banning child beauty pageants. All this outrage, but nothing about child beauty pageants.
Oh yeah? You're talking about this bad thing? What about this other bad thing?
In this case, I don't actually think this is whataboutism. Shoe has been pretty vocal about being like an anti-pedophile YouTuber. Great thing to be, by the way. Nice job with that. But the ways in which you conduct your behavior in that line do matter, especially if it's something you have like a recurring engagement with. And again, Shoe has called out, at the very least, if not the child beauty pageants, behavior adjacent to it. I think the underlying question from these people are, why the is it that you keep finding ways to pursue your anti-pedophilia, like conspiracism that embolden the far right? Or maybe not keep finding, but in this instance certainly are. It's more like, how have you have to carve a jigsaw puzzle piece to fit it in like this. Like, how do you attack a multi-billion-dollar corporation with a conspiracy that ultra-wealthy people are pedophiles in a way that somehow manages to fully fit within a far-right conspiracy that is ongoing and currently one of the main focuses of the entire political... This isn't niche, you know? It's literally the entire foundation of current political discourse is trans, drag queen, groomer, discourse, pedophile, whatever, degeneracy. The whole thing, the day after the shooting at the club, done by a guy motivated by the ideology of the people who would then go on to like and retweet your post. How can you not know? This wasn't exactly out of left field. Again, I don't think posting it initially was inherently bad, but like this, the Twitter thing on its own, I might have watched this video and taken an entirely different side of things. I didn't know if this video was going to be more like apologetic, or I don't even care about apologies. I don't want apologies. What I want is like, hey, followers of mine, hey, okay, so some lefties were mad at me. Do you want to see how like 80 billion Nazis want you dead because you're bisexual? Hey, does everyone want to see how like my totally innocent post about like wealthy pedophiles ended up getting turned into a far-right moral panic? Do you want to see? But that's not what this video is about. That's what the world is about. That's what's happening in the world. But this video is about Shoe's specific grievances, which for some reason happen to be with powerless people online who are upset with her for enabling Nazis and not with the Nazis herself or themselves. I don't think Shoe's a Nazi.
Beauty pageants.
Oh yeah? You're talking about this bad thing? What about this other bad thing? What is it, the all lives matter of pedophilia? Multiple things can be bad at once. But it's not 2005. We're not middle-aged mothers from the South. Nobody is out here defending child beauty pageants.
so weird because Shoe has talked.
True, but there's also nobody out there attacking them, at least not from the right. That's the point that that person was making. There aren't people out there actively defending. I mean, I'm sure there are some, but that's not like an active media thing. It's more that the right, for some reason, is only interested in accusing like events or institutions of being pedophilic if they're queer. Like entirely. Like that is literally the only time it comes up. The only time they accuse teachers of being groomers is when they have blue hair. Literally. Like, guys, there are hundreds of thousands of teachers in America and a lot of students. A lot of students, children, are preyed on by teachers. Does the right have a moral panic every time a straight adult teacher has a relationship with a student? No! They don't pay any mind to that. They don't care. This doesn't get brought up in the media circuit. They get angry when Libs of TikTok posts a video of a 30-year-old blue-haired kindergarten teacher who says that she thinks children should be able to express themselves in class. Literally. That's the issue here. It's not about what they defend. It's what they're curiously quiet about and what they attack.
Also, hold on. Remember Cuties? Remember when Cuties came out? Cuties,
I remember. That was discourse.
which, much like the Balenciaga thing, had nothing to do with LGBT people. And like a dozen articles came out from liberal journalists about how like everyone criticizing it is alt-right. Cuties.
No, I don't remember that. I remember everyone condemning Cuties except for like a couple of people. Was there a huge wave of left-leaning people who came out to defend it? You might have seen some film critics defending it, but most film critics are going to be liberals because media critique and media production and journalism and art critique in general are predominantly occupied by liberals because conservatives are incapable of art critique. I don't think there was like any broad political defense of Cuties from the left, or even a minor one. Sneeko and Mr. Girl? Yeah, there you go. The vanguards of the left.
The extraordinary Netflix debut that became the target of a right-wing campaign. The controversy surrounding it seems to be propaganda fueled by non-types and anti-Semite.
366 retweets and quote tweets and comments, 81 likes.
Audiences hate it because there's a moral panic right-wing campaign.
Literally 0 likes on this one. Very interesting how Shoe remembers this as liberal journalists. Did Sneeko really defend? Did Sneeko really defend Cuties? Because Sneeko, before he got banned, had like more than 500,000 YouTube subs, which would probably make him more prominent than anyone else who liked or defended it. Is Sneeko going to come up? Are we going to get a video clip of a conservative supporting Cuties? Or is it going to be 0 like random tweets that could be from anyone?
Targeting it. Wrong. Leftists like Shoe0nhead and Vaush are critical of the film.
That's me! That's me!
Shoe0nhead is a notorious alt-right asshole. Also, you just tagged 2 aggressive, horrible accounts. Please delete that tweet. You're putting people on the thread at risk. And it was—
Okay, that's pretty funny. I appreciate that.
Cuties not basically beauty pageant shit. It had nothing to do with gay people. And once again, we were calling it out. And where were you? Calling us f***ing Nazis. It doesn't—
No! Shoe! Shut the f*** up, bitch! Stop with this! Stop with this narrativizing. What is this insistence on framing it like the left is constantly trying to keep you from— Stop! Stop doing that. Why? Why do this? You know this is a disingenuous. If Sneeko really— Here's the Sneeko video on Cuties.
Wanted to get canceled. This is the video.
Cuties is my new favorite film from Sneeko re-uploads after his channel got taken down. There we go. This guy— Okay, hey, if you want some good material for who is defending Cuties, you've got a tweet with 0 likes, And here is a convenient re-upload from a YouTube account of a Nazi. He's friends with Nick Fuentes, who got banned from YouTube. And he liked it. Stop framing this like the liberal. This is what you're doing, Shoe. You're doing the far-right moral panic. You might say, oh, you know, I don't think gay people and pedophiles are aligned. But then you say, yeah, but the liberals keep getting really angry at me whenever I call out pedophilia. It's very strange. And you're then doing the thing. On all the right-leaning people are just like, they take away from that. They're just like, oh, Shoe's so nice to those degenerates. Well, even she sees it, right? You are doing the exact same thing. It is indistinguishable from somebody doing the like, oh yeah, you know, I don't think that black people are inherently inferior, but, you know, like, isn't it crazy how the liberal media freaks out whenever you bring up race and IQ differences? You're doing the same thing. You're doing the thing. You might not be doing it deliberately, disingenuously, but the outcome is identical. Yeah, Sneeko had like 1 million subs too. Wasn't just Sneeko, Matt Binder. Oh yeah, Matt Binder did defend this as well. Yeah, throw Matt Binder in there as well. Binder? No, Binder, that was right. Sneeko and Binder, allies. I just want to see them next to each other. Holy shit, these accounts are from, or these tweets are from 2020? Oh my god, it was all so long ago. Didn't Matt Walsh defend cuties too? We can probably assume that Matt Walsh has jerked off to cuties. Probably not a good idea to call her a bitch while the community has a sexism problem. Don't you woke scold me, Thana. But sure, fine. The community does get really weird about her.
Matter. It doesn't matter if it's gay or straight. It doesn't matter if it's a giant corporation or a Netflix movie. They will find a way to call me alt-right for talking about this shit. The absolute urgency and ease at which these people jump on the most optically disastrous swords is both horrifying and incredible to me. The term MAP went from something on Tumblr that I talked about 7 years ago to now real hired academics using the term.
Stigma against MAP.
Okay, let me try to put this forward. There's a really good Big Joel video on this, on Shoe.
Hey everybody, so a few weeks ago now, I encountered one of the strangest tweets I have ever seen in my life. On June 7th, 2021, Shoe0nhead, an online influencer, said this. F***ing animals is bad. Globe emoji, sock emoji, rose emoji. Source? Looking at this tweet on first pass, it is almost incomprehensible, right? Like, what happened here? Shoe was just hanging out online talking about how animal sex is bad, as one does, and then a bunch of globalists, social democrats, and socialists, that's what those emojis mean, all started hounding her for a source for that claim? What? How did any of that happen? What is this tweet doing? And how exactly did it come to be? Well, naturally, I decided to look into it, and what I found was, I think, a pretty fascinating story. A story about the strangeness of Twitter discourse, about how we treat each other online, about ethics and moral thinking. Today, I'm gonna take you through the experience that I had, and I hope that'll be an interesting time for you. 2 disclaimers. 1. This video is not about canceling Shoe0nhead. I know she's a controversial figure online, and we will talk about her a bit later on, but if you're looking forward to some big, important takedown, you're not gonna get what you want. Our story begins with a humble Twitter user named Delaniac making the following tweet. Alright, time to capitalize on the vegan discourse for engagement. Absent extenuating considerations, survival, cost, health conditions, is killing an animal for meat morally different than bestiality? Please explain your reasoning below. Now, I'm gonna tip my hand here and say that yes, I do think there is a distinction to be made between these two acts. But that doesn't mean this isn't a good question or that its answer is obvious. In fact, I'd say that thinking through it is pretty complicated. And since that's very relevant here, let's explore the question together. I think most of us probably come into this question with the moral intuition that bestiality is clearly worse than animal eating. I know I do. But when you try to figure out exactly why that is, you immediately hit a roadblock. For one thing, killing an animal to harvest its meat seems to be very harmful to the animal. And just instinctively, I would say I don't really know how to measure that harm against the harm of animal sex. But to make matters worse, to make this question even harder, we have to acknowledge the current conditions of factory farming. Under this system, farmhands are regularly paid to, use their hands to inseminate cows. The point is that in either the case of bestiality or the case of meat production, non-consensual sexual acts are performed on animals. And yet, the former act is broadly understood to be deviant, repulsive, and immoral, and the latter act is broadly understood to be lunch. So, why do we make this distinction? Well, I think this is a decent starting point. The difference between bestiality and burger eating has nothing to do with the harm caused to animals and everything to do with the characteristics of the person who does those things. In the case of burger eating, while it is obvious and uncontroversial to say that this does harm to animals, it's a kind of instrumental harm. Burger Boy doesn't derive pleasure specifically from the anguish of the cow. No, he's not thinking about it at all. What he wants is beef, not the suffering of the cow. But the person who commits a bestial act is exacting pleasure specifically from a situation that causes harm. Dogs do not want to have sex with people. I think that's fairly obvious. And so, to have that sex is to take joy from the invasion of boundaries, the skirting of consent. Why then might bestiality be worse than meat eating? I'd say it's because bestiality says something very ugly and very dark about the person who does it. To be clear, this doesn't excuse any action, doesn't mean either of these things are morally acceptable, but I do think there's some difference here. What I just said was very contentious, I know that. A hardlining consequentialist might immediately respond, who cares about motive, Big Joel? All that matters is the effect that an action has. Everything else is just nonsense. Now, I could say a lot of things to that consequentialist, but if I engaged in that conversation, this video would truly take forever. I'm happy that people might disagree with me on this because my point is just that the question is complicated, that it gets at the very center of how morality works, how we should treat our moral intuitions, and why. And now, it's time for us to explore how this question, strange as it is, got explored on Twitter.com. I debated whether or not to properly introduce Shoe0nhead in this video. Information about her isn't particularly important to the point I'm trying to make, so part of me thought, why bother? But she is pretty dang famous online, so I figured I'd give a bit of info to the totally uninitiated. Shoe0nhead began her career as an anti-feminist, anti-SJW gamer-gator. Her career revolved around finding some snowflake online and roasting them hardcore with facts and logic. That is, until roughly 2016, when two major things happened. First, Donald Trump was elected president and it shocked a lot of people. Second, Bernie Sanders became a household name, and with him came a renewed mainstream interest in socialism. After this, feminism slowly crept into the background of online discourse, and Shoe0nhead changed gears, in a good way. She was always a liberal, and she started emphasizing her support for leftist policies and Bernie Sanders more than her hatred for feminism and SJWs. A lot of people seem very concerned with the question, has Shoe0nhead changed? And I can't tell you the answer to that. She's a person. I'm sure her perspectives have evolved somewhat, but it's hard to say how specifically. Does she still think feminism is dumb as hell? Does she still think fatphobia is just made-up BuzzFeed nonsense? Does she still think women are biologically determined to be less funny than our men? I don't know, and I barely care at this point. Anyhow, that's enough context. This is how Shoe0nhead first responded to that question about eating meat and bestiality. We are natural meat eaters. We are not natural animal fuckers. We bang our own species. There's no reason to bang animals except for being some kind of hedonistic freak. Now, look, whatever you think of my account of the moral difference between these two acts, what Shoe says here is a very bad answer. And that's for two fairly obvious reasons. First, the word natural has no coherent definition. That's not to say it's a bad word or that it has no uses, but it is imprecise and generally seems to refer to a random set of associations that people have. Second, and more importantly, even if we did have some coherent definition for natural, there'd still be no reason to think that what is natural must also be good. It seems intuitive to me to say that murder, which has been around since the beginning of humanity, is natural, and that eating an airhead, this synthetic processed treat, is unnatural. But I think I'm right when I say that murder is bad and airheads are delicious. Here's the thing, Shoe0nhead's argument here isn't just bad, it is iconically bad. It is the bad argument. Every debate nerd on this planet knows about the naturalistic fallacy. What's more, appealing to natural behaviors is famous because it is the go-to argument of bigots and social conservatives. Social Darwinism, homophobia, and racism have all been defended with claims about what is and isn't natural. I'm not saying that Shoe believes in any of those things, I don't think that at all, but it's a bad argument with a bad track record, and it's easy as shit to call it out. And so, people did. Of course they did. The wheels of Twitter turned. If it was natural to eat people, would you think it's morally okay to do so? As pointed out, this is a fallacy of appealing to nature. Appeal to nature. Who would have thought that Shoe would make 8th grader level argument? Now, I could go on and on with this. I have not scratched the surface of people angrily and accurately informing Shoe that her argument was bad. To be clear, I don't think this was cancel culture or bullying or whatever, but this kind of thing can absolutely make a person feel defensive, make them feel like they have to vindicate themselves. I can't read Shoe's mind, but perhaps this is why the situation kind of escalated right here. When Balenciaga essentially claimed her argument was based on emotion, she responded, "Let me just bust out my fucking datasheet explaining why fucking a horse is bad." And then 30 minutes later, it seemed this was not enough, and in a standalone tweet to her large audience, she wrote the tweet that we've already seen. Fucking animals is bad, globe emoji, sock emoji, rose emoji, source? So now that we're seeing this tweet in its full context, I think there's a lot that just feels wrong here, right? First off, she started it. She was the one who decided to engage with this discourse. She didn't just say having sex with animals is bad. No, she made a whole little argument there. Yet now she decided that engaging with this question is on its face stupid and ridiculous. That's puzzling. But maybe more importantly, this was never an argument about whether or not bestiality is good. You can see that, right? Balenciaga later says in this thread that he's a vegan. This question is obviously meant to get you thinking about if eating meat is bad, not if having sex with animals is good. But Shoe just eliminates that part, omits it entirely from her account. Again, puzzling. So what's going on here? Well, here's what I'd say. Shoe is crafting her tweet around the desire to make this discourse seem as silly and obvious as possible. First, she performatively extricates herself from the conversation, pretends she wasn't engaged with it in the first place, and in doing so, imagines herself as a hapless, normal person who simply found herself involved with this awful conversation. Then she removes the context. No longer was this about veganism and how we evaluate moral transgression. Suddenly it's just, should I get sex with horses? A pretty trivially easy question for most people to answer. And although it might not look it, this process of performing a discourse in a way that makes it seem absurd or nonsensical is extremely powerful in a rhetorical sense. Because in this moment, she is able to implicitly ask a question. If this so-called ethical quandary was this easy for me to resolve, if it took none of my mental faculties, then what kind of weird-ass, vaguely suspicious person is getting stumped by this? This is what Shoe means with the second half of her tweet, right? Look at all these terminally online socialists and social democrats and globalists, people who inexplicably want me to provide a source or datasheet to substantiate my beliefs. This is an impossible standard they are deploying to obfuscate the readily apparent fact that animal sex is bad. And see, it doesn't matter here what she originally said, the part she played in all this. It doesn't matter that none of them were actually asking for a source or data sheet, because that's simply not how moral philosophy works. It doesn't matter that this is not the point that anyone was making, because now these people are just weirdos. They are perverting our discourse, justifying for no apparent reason the needless harming of animals. It's important to note the role this tweet plays within a larger online context, because it's something we find a lot, specifically on Twitter. Before this point, what was happening was a conversation. Someone said something, Shoe made a point, people objected to it, and she got mad. There was a give and take, there were people in genuine conflict. But now, with this tweet, all that is gone, and what we're left with is this odd performance, this presentation of values and ideas and politics that is directed not to any person, but to the public. And this becomes clear with the final tweet that Shoe made on this subject. You can see the tweet here, but what I'm more invested in is the responses that it got. Debate culture and its consequences have been a disaster for the left. Convos like that tell me there are some sick people in the world. If I was in a face-to-face conversation and had to tell somebody why they shouldn't do that to a horse, I'd just leave and then tell people that person wants to fuck a horse. How is bestiality as bad controversial? Why would one need to even elaborate on that? Maybe letting everyone have an opinion was a bad idea. Free speech was a mistake. Imagine being publicly this passionate about horse fucking. I may not agree with you politically, but I swear you have some of the weirdest people that post on your threads, and I thank you for opening my eyes to how fucked up some people in this country really are. Shoe is the good guy, the reasonable, common sense figure. And in order to sustain that narrative, a harmful political other needs to be invented. There is something inherently wrong here, and Shoe, in her own small way, is setting it right. I started this video by disclaiming that this story was not about canceling or calling out Shoe0nhead, and I hope you see just how much I mean that. For one thing, all this is small beans. A few tweets that didn't go anywhere, an online drama that didn't add up to much. Hardly a reason to hate anybody. But also, when I look at Shoe's actions here, I am deeply empathetic. Again, I am not a mind reader or a psychologist, but I can so easily imagine being in her shoes. Somebody asked a question: how is meat eating different from animal sex? Shoe, I'm guessing, eats meat and has the strong desire to not have her actions be seen as similar to those of a horse fucker. I eat meat too, though I have been trying to reduce that since writing this video, and I totally understand where she's coming from there. So she tries to make an argument. What if one of these actions is natural and the other is unnatural? But then everybody just kinda gets mad at her, tells her that she's not making sense. But what if she didn't have an other argument? What if this appeal to naturalness was the only thing she knew how to offer? And suddenly, she has a problem. If this is the one argument she can make, and if it's a bad one, then maybe she's wrong. Maybe she has no good reason to distinguish between her actions and those of a horse fucker. Jesus, that is a hard pill to even think about swallowing, right? So what does she do to avoid this uncomfortable line of thought? Well, as we've seen, she weaponizes that discomfort, makes a show of it. Why are you people talking about this? Why are you doing this silly thought experiment in the first place? You people are producing weird bestiality apologia, and if you can't see why that's not okay, that's your problem. Through this paradoxical logic, the fact that she couldn't assemble a thoughtful position becomes evidence of her moral virtue. Because unlike these freaks, she doesn't even have to think to know that she's right. She doesn't need a good argument. She already knows the truth. So, no, this video isn't about shaming Shoe0nhead or pretending this event was some big deal when it wasn't. Actually, it's much worse than that. Because we can see here, in this mundane, random little moment, just how much we will do to avoid being challenged. How correct and virtuous we can look while doing so, and how fast we will find ourselves defaulting to this position. We want to be pure, follow our intuitions, believe believe that we are fundamentally good. And so, the people who might disrupt our ability to do that must be impure, must be wrong. This is how a question becomes a contaminant, how critical thinking becomes a disease that needs to be stamped out. Because in a lot of cases, it is genuinely easier to perform incredulity, to invent some harm, to produce a political other, than to just think about something for a while.
Fundamentally reactionary tendency. And do you know why I know that? Because Shoe has spent the entire video critiquing other people for doing this. Dozens and dozens of messages where her central criticism is they're misframing what she says and what she believes by taking some behavior that she's engaged in, assigning meaning to it, and going way off the road with it. If she wants to call the people of Balenciaga pedos, I legit don't care. Go for it. I did the same. If she wants to imply that Demon Mama is defending pedophiles, I think that's pretty fucked up. I think that's fucked up, and I think it's morally wrong. You've already got a video here that does literally nothing to address or rebuke the far-right framing. You have one person here who's shown in their entirety, and it's Demon Mama, a trans woman. And then you accuse them of holding water for Balenciaga and, like, essentially promoting or defending pedophilia. All right. Let's finish the video. Demon Mama doesn't deserve this shit. No, Demon Mama doesn't deserve this shit. Look, I guess the only thing I'll say, if Shoe wants to fundamentally reject the concept of consequences, like fully, it's just my behavior and my intention with nothing else, then she has no business talking about politics in any context. And what's more, if she's willing to jump to like, oh yeah, Zan's criticizing me, though his name at least was censored, as a bad faith attack. He was my friend, but now he's defending Balenciaga, defending pedos. Demon Mama's defending pedos, you know. If you're gonna do that, then you really can't complain about people calling you a Nazi, because you're engaging in like more frivolous bad faith accusation throwing than they ever could with their far more incisive and thoughtful criticisms of your behavior than you can muster of them.
Ago to now real hired academics using the term.
Stigma against maps is a problem in part because it makes maps think that they're monsters. That's really problematic in terms of map well-being. It's really hard to cope when you think you're a terrible person because you have attractions that you can't change.
And I'm a licensed professional counselor and sex therapist in Erie, Pennsylvania. And today I want to talk about minor attracted persons. Most folks are making incorrect assumptions about them without actually knowing much about them. And those assumptions create harm for an already marginalized population.
Notice the familiar language they're using. They are co-opting progressive language. And I want the community, I want people in general to get ahead of this. But no, apparently MAP is just a right-wing psyop and I'm just a reactionary and blah blah.
Wait, the MAP thing is a right-wing psyop. You even said that in one of your earlier videos. It literally is. There have literally been like 4chan posts that were highly popularized where they talked about co-opting progressive language as a way of using MAP as like a pseudo-progressive synonym. You've said that. You've said in your videos. Hasn't she? Wait, hasn't she literally said that? Hasn't she said this?
There have been some 4chan operations like LGBTP that was fake and proven fake. But maps are real. And they are currently mass migrating to Twitter.
That it's a 4chan psyop? I mean, there might be some people who aren't from 4chan who bite in on the language. And I agree that they have the potential to do a lot of harm, but I don't know if what the message here even contradicts what Shoe has said.
Blah, blah, blah. I feel like the crazy scientist in the beginning of a disaster movie that nobody believes, and then it's like too late. And what's upsetting to me...
Shoe. You are not helping children with this. Focus on systemic critique as a way of supplementing your conspiracy callouts, which I don't think are inherently bad. Also, please do not pretend that you're getting ahead of the map thing as a way of protecting the queer community, of getting ahead of things, when you are participating in and now playing cover for with this video a far-right moral panic. This is not about protecting kids, and it's not about protecting queer people. It's about being the cool conspiracy anti like psyop girl. There's nothing wrong with being that chick, but that is what, you know, like it's that is the primary motivation for your behavior. That's not wrong. I'm not criticizing that. But like you can't pretend this is about protecting queer people.
As a socialist, what's upsetting to me is the progressive movement, or whatever this is, I don't even know what this is, in the near future is going to wind up at the least ignoring and at the most defending some real disgusting shit in the near future in fear of giving the right ammo.
See, this is the moral panic. Like, in name, this is it. This is the content of the moral panic. This is like the, you know, as a leftist, I just think, I just think we have a real problem with not acknowledging the fact that actually all these drag shows are pedophilia. You know, you are doing it, but you're doing it from like the Dave Rubin thing, where it's like, ah, yes, as an envoy of the liberal left, I'm here to say we do have some real problems. In a way, it's almost more damaging than if you were explicitly and fully ideologically far right. Because if you were, they would be seen as criticisms from the outside. But now they can point at you and say, ah, look, see, even a lefty like Shoe sees that they're enabling pedophilia. And your evidence for that accusation is people getting mad at you for enabling the moral panic to begin with and accusing them of defending Balenciaga because they had a fucking teddy bear in a harness suit in a controversy that is not going to lead to the protection of a single child.
There are right-wing people who are constantly calling everything and anything to do with pedophilia, like gay shit, LGBT shit. Yes, I get it. I have a bi flag in the background of some of my videos, and I get comments like, nice groomer flag. Like, I get it. But how long should we not say anything in fear of giving them ammo? Because this was probably the most clear-cut example of something weird and gross, completely unrelated to gay people, and these people still did damage control for it. If anything...
They did damage control for the far-right people who immediately made it about gay people. You didn't put the Balenciaga tweet out and then immediately a bunch of lefties responded to your tweet. They responded to the far-right jumping on it. The one that you are very, very, very deliberately not acknowledging or describing the extent of.
Would ever give the right ammo, it's the way you acted so quickly to defend this shit. And yes, by implying I can't talk about it, or I'm committing scholastic terrorism, or whatever the f the new buzzword is, that is defending this. This shit that anyone with eyes can see is creepy. I have been talking about this stuff all of my career, and I have a great track record. I was talking about maps years ago, and now there's hired academics using the term. I warned about Amos Yee, who said I was too mean to pedophiles, and he was arrested for having CP. I exposed Prostasia, then they shut down their forum so young maps could no longer enter it. I helped get the word out about this Balenciaga thing, and even the brand itself had to admit it was creepy and is now doing an investigation into it. I don't care if you yourself don't want to talk about this stuff. I don't care. You do you, I will do me. But all I ask is that you stay out of my way when I am doing me. And just know that I am not sorry, I did nothing wrong, and I will do it again. Goodbye. Hello, everyone.
Oh. This is a disgusting video. Nah, it's genuinely disgusting. I can only regard it with malice. This entire video is framed as a from the left enabling of the moral panic that she was accused of enabling to begin with. Okay, let me sum this all up. At the end of the day, if you are a public figure, you are responsible for the outcomes of your behavior. Everyone acknowledges this. Anyone who disagrees is psychotic. I'm going to stop, like, playing nice with this, okay? Shoe, if you believe that you should only be held accountable for the intentions of your behavior, you're a child. And frankly, you shouldn't even be online. In real life with real people, when we talk, act, behave in any way, we are accountable not just for our intentions, but for what we do. If we intend something but do something else, this might not always mean we're in the wrong, but we do need to acknowledge it. This video fails to even acknowledge the central premise, the fundamental thing that people are criticizing you for, the fact that this country is currently wrestling with the potential of an undemocratic future that I know you are aware of the potential of because I am friends with you and I have spoken to you. You are aware of the fact that we are currently experiencing the most vitriolic wave of anti-queer legislation and sentimentality yet seen in our lifetimes. And for some reason, in spite of all of this, you cannot even muster an acknowledgement of what people are actually mad at you for. The pretense that they are angry with you for going after Balenciaga is dishonesty on your part. It is a lie, and you know it is a lie, and you are lying deliberately, even if you pretend not to. You know why they're mad. It is not because of what you said, it is because of what it led to and your subsequent behavior. One of the reasons I've been so hesitant to criticize you for this is because I had difficulty really getting angry with you for the initial tweets. You do a lot of objectionable shit. I don't know why Shoe is so insistent on palling around with far-right people. I mean, I don't like to criticize people for their personal choices, but at the very least, she definitely has a habit of fraternizing with them, taking photos with Blake Masters. There are a lot of people on the far right who she seems to find, you know, funny little playthings, good people to have around, you know, wacky, interesting. Well, they feel the same way about you, Shoe. And in the same way that you used to be friends with Lauren Southern and Blair White until suddenly you very much were not because it was no longer politically expedient for them to associate with you, the far right now considers you useful. Because you are. Because not only will you post something that enables their moral panic, again, we all make mistakes, but you will then go to reaffirm their moral panic in what is, let's be clear, a video that exists to do nothing other than defend your ego and further stigmatize the left, to frame them as defenders of Balenciaga, as unwilling to call out pedophilia. It's so curious how all of your condemnations seem to just weirdly avoid making the right angry, especially when their eyes are on you. I have no idea what kept you from acknowledging the far-right reaction to the tweets of pretending that people like Xan were themselves making up the association with queer people, as though there wasn't, you know, people with tens of thousands of likes in your replies directly making that connotation. I don't know why you would do that outside of dishonesty. I don't know what else would motivate that. I have no idea why you would take a look at all of this and genuinely believe, fully believe that with your power, your priority here was going after the people who are on the target lists of the people who were affirmatively responding to your tweets. I don't know why you didn't reply to those tweets with something else, saying like, why are the far right so agitated about this? These are like billionaires. You should like, hey, tax them more, Lamau. I have no idea why you spent this entire video constructing a narrative in which you are the victim of some kind of protracted left effort to silence pedophiles, as though the left has not been calling people like Matt Walsh a pedophile more loudly than they have ever said anything about anything. Like, you really think the left has an issue with going after pedophiles? Do you seriously, genuinely believe that's a thing that's happening? I don't know why you would frame the whole cuties thing as though like a bunch of liberals came out to defend it, but somehow ignore like a hundreds of thousands of sub YouTuber Sneeko. I actually do. I actually do. I can't believe I've been ignoring it. It's because you're fucking lazy. It's because you get your info from the people you spend time with, and you spend time with the people who don't criticize you. And the far right is smart enough to bite their tongue and wait, and the left will criticize you day to day for your mistakes. So when you hear about anything, you hear the right perspective on it. You know, you might go out and do subsequent research afterwards, but that initial bias is always laid. It always informs everything forthcoming. So when you think of cuties, you think, oh, that thing a bunch of liberal media people defended. Is that an actual, like, real bias association there? Well, maybe not, but it's what you heard, right? I think a lot of left-leaning people who watch Shoe don't really understand. They don't really know how these processes function. But I want to make it clear. There is nothing impressive, progressive, bold, or anti-establishment about leaning on conspiracism, rolling the dice in the wind, and like not caring where they end up. Nothing about any of the videos that she's done on pedophilia are radical or revolutionary. Show them to any politician, any pundit, and you'll have people nodding along. Yeah, pedophilia is bad. Yeah, great, very bold, phenomenal. A statement so uncontroversial and unambiguously agreeable that you could get every prison inmate except the ones in a separate ward to agree with it. Phenomenal. If you want to do something subversive, if you want to challenge power, maybe question yourself, question, why are so many politicians who ostensibly disagree with every policy you have so chummy with you? You know, why are pundits who, for some reason, despite disagreeing with you on every matter you seem to think defines your character and content, they seem to really like associating with you. People who you know are Machiavellian and self-interested when it comes to the people they associate with from prior experience. If you really want to lean in this direction, maybe you should look to the actual ways in which these systems of abuse are perpetrated. Because, you know, there was a lot of sexual abuse in the death camps. And I gotta say, the way things are going right now, Donald Trump calling to suspend the Constitution, the forthcoming legal conservative constitutional theory being one of ignoring the Constitution and promoting dictatorship. Marjorie Taylor Greene, a preeminently popular politician, in spite of being universally negative in every imaginable way, saying that if she had done January 6th, she would have done it with guns and she would have won. You know, if you really want to prevent children from being abused, maybe you should care a little bit more about whether or not the shit you say is going to lead to the emboldening of people who would have built those camps, or will in the future if given the chance. This is a real problem, and I know she knows it exists. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know. I've got it. Second revelation. They're my shoe. 2 shoes. How fitting. I've had a hard time criticizing Shoe for a while in spite of a lot of objectionable behavior, because I get along with her. So how can I criticize her for doing that with the entire far right? If she blocks me over this, then that's her prerogative. I'm still happy to be friendly with her in private. But man, Jesus Christ. At this point, public association is just opening my own socials up to DMs from the kind of people who would put me to death.
Then someone asked this guy a valid question. Please provide your list of acceptable leisure activities that meet your approval. And this is what this dude said. Changing the oil in the car, upgrading the RAM in the family computer, doing the laundry, reading, writing, making chili or soup, home repair, playing soccer/rugby/football/hockey. Most of these are just chores. Oh boy, can't wait to change the oil in the car. Updating RAM on the family computer. Oh god, I remember having a family computer. I remember not knowing how to delete the history off the family computer. Nothing more soy than grown men obsessed with a sports team.